security a Ponzi scheme on Joe Rogan. The same weekend, Donald Trump announces he wants to spend our tax dollars on a strategic crypto reserve, which is definitely not a Ponzi scheme.
No.
We also got new tariffs coming. Woohoo! Just as a bunch of new polls show that people actually don't think Trump's doing a great job bringing down inflation. And then, as Donald Trump prepares to give his big speech to Congress Tuesday night, we'll talk about the new debate on the left about how Democrats should be pushing on Trump and whether they should be pushing back at all. But first, guys, we got to talk about the absolute shit show of an Oval Office meeting on Friday where Trump and J.D. Vance ganged up on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, an ally whose country has been fighting off an invasion by Vladimir Putin, a brutal dictator who used to be our adversary. Hopefully you all got a chance to hear the bonus episode Tommy and Ben did about this over the weekend. A lot has happened since then. After Zelensky was basically kicked out of the White House because J.D. Vance didn't think he was sufficiently grateful for U.S. support, didn't say thank you enough. Zelensky flew to London to meet with European leaders about negotiating a peace process that doesn't entail just giving Putin everything he wants. Meanwhile, the Russians could not be happier. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said on Sunday that the Trump administration is, quote, rapidly changing all foreign policy configurations. This largely aligns with our vision. Hard to argue with that after Axios reported that Trump was set to hold a meeting with J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz to talk about the idea of cutting off American aid to Ukraine altogether. Waltz told Fox News, quote, the American people's patience is not unlimited, their wallets are not unlimited, and our stockpiles and munitions are not unlimited. If you're wondering how Republicans are feeling about all this, especially previously pro-Ukraine Republicans, here's a sample of their reaction to Friday's blowup.
Millions of American hearts swelled with overflowing pride today to watch President Trump put Zelensky in his place.
Instead of showing gratitude, he interrupted and berated his host.
It's okay, guys.
Am
It's
I
just ice
embarrassed
falling.
about Trump? I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance.
It's going to be Putin and President Trump and the people on our side that will end up making this decision for the future of Ukraine.
Look, this is one of the great moments in the history of American diplomacy.
Jesus. These fucking...
Was that start and end with Stephen Miller?
I think we know what swelled during that meeting, Stephen Miller.
These
Relax.
these Real Housewife fucking... Luann wasn't grateful enough for the invitation.
Also, Donald Trump didn't give Ukraine really any aid, and J.D. Vance voted against the supplemental spending bill for Ukraine aid. So who are we thanking exactly?
I love Tommy Tuberville there. I'm assuming that was him who said, yeah, it's going to be Trump, Putin, and everyone on our side deciding. It's like, what? What are we?
Our side?
So, Tommy, now that you've had more time to process what happened on Friday, do you have any other thoughts on the fallout and whether things have gotten better or worse since then?
Yeah, so I think in terms of Zelensky's efforts to get more support from the U.S. or get some sort of security deal, you just mentioned a way where it got worse in the near term because it sounds like they're freezing an additional, they're freezing some more money that could be transferred over to Ukraine in terms of weapons stockpiles. But the bigger picture problem that Zelensky has is that Trump and J.D. Vance just want a deal, and they don't care about the substance of the deal. They don't care if the Russians end up occupying 20% of Ukrainian territory or if Ukraine is told that they can't have a real armed forces going forward, so they're just kind of a sitting duck sitting there. Like, Trump just wants a win in the Western press. Now, from Europe's perspective, I think maybe the meeting was clarifying and maybe that could help Zelensky because, now there's all these reports that France and the UK are trying to pull together a European peacekeeping group that will give Zelensky a security guarantee after there is a peace deal, and that's what he really wants. So I think like the challenge going into that meeting, now that I've thought about it more, is the U.S. media tends to forget that all these foreign leaders who come in have their own political considerations. And for Zelensky, like, that meeting going really badly and getting in a fight was not good, but a worse outcome for him would have been getting bullied into taking a ceasefire deal that leaves them vulnerable going forward when Putin decides to break a ceasefire agreement that he cuts just to kind of make Trump happy. And so it's a bit of a mixed bag. I don't know. The hopeful version is maybe the Europeans will get their shit together finally and give Ukraine what they need.
Love it. What was your take on the meeting? There's been a lot of speculation that Trump and Vance plan to ambush Zelensky. Maggie Haberman and other journalists who cover the White House are reporting that the Trump people are saying it was spontaneous. What do you think?
I have no idea. like part of this is just like none of this makes sense, right? Like none of like what they're saying aligns with what they're actually doing, right? Like I'm trying to like separate. Like the meeting is disgusting, right? Like this is fucking disgusting. This is a guy flying from a war-torn country. He basically saved his country in part by like sheer force of personality and personal bravery. Yeah. He flies across the world to the United States, our ally up until 3 months ago. Now he's trying to grovel for his country's life to sign a mineral deal that also doesn't make any sense. That doesn't include any security guarantees. He's agreeing to do it because he's just trying to get through another day with Donald Trump and JD Vance. He's sitting there. He's getting questions about why he's not wearing a fucking suit.
By Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend.
You see, Trump apparently said to the press corps, "Oh, this guy dressed up today."
Yeah,
just talking shit.
That was
about
before.
Zelensky.
That was before the meeting.
And so, like, he's in a waking nightmare. Like, the question I have is, okay, let's say all this played out behind the scenes, right? Like, not in front of the cameras. Like, take away the aesthetics of it. It's like, you know, in the morning, Marco Rubio thought signing this mineral deal and ostensibly becoming more entwined with Ukraine was a good idea. By the afternoon, it's no longer a good idea, and everything Trump is doing is making sense. There's all these like post hoc rationalizations for Donald Trump. Like even in the days that have followed, like you go like try to read about this meeting and it's people saying, is Trump abandoning the World War II order for spheres of influence? Like, no, he's just a careening asshole. And there's this whole intellectual framework like evolving around him to justify what he's saying. Like even Vance in the meeting, he says, we tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words matter more than the president of the United States' actions. And so, therefore, we're capitulating completely in our actions, right? Like, why does what follows from there a kind of diplomacy in which the aggressor is ignored, right? Like, let's say they do want peace, they do want a deal at all costs. Wouldn't that involve putting pressure on Vladimir Putin as well? Where is that? Like, you can't really make any sense around this because it's a bunch of people acting emotionally, trying to rationalize Donald Trump's various like ego-driven, grievance-driven, assumption-driven foreign policy. And so like, we end up like having these serious conversations about these like fundamentally despicable and unserious people. That was my reaction.
Yeah, I don't think it was an ambush or planned. I think what was planned is both Trump and JD Vance don't like or respect Zelensky that much because, as Tommy said, they just wanted to get a deal, and I think they are just annoyed at the whole situation that they have to like go through all the motions here and they have to deal with him and treat him like he's an ally, right? Or that like he's an equal partner or even a partner at all. Like, I don't know if you, I'm sure you guys did this. I'm sure you did this, Tommy. Like, I went back to the transcript and read it like so many times to see where it went off the rails. Yep. Because it all, like, it was going fine. And then
it was at times a little bit chummy, even.
Yes. And
they're
then
joking about their disagreements.
About Europe,
And it starts, the bad part starts with the reporter asking Trump if he's too aligned with Putin, which is obviously a trigger for him, right? Like that's just going to set Trump off, and like that couldn't be pre-planned, right? And then Trump says, oh, you see the hatred he's got for Putin? Pointing to Zelensky. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. So like, we start the meeting by Trump scolding the guy. Keep in mind, scolding the guy that he had just called a dictator twice over the past couple weeks. We're like complaining about Zelensky not saying thank you, and Trump has called this guy a dictator twice. So then he scolds him while he's sitting right there in the Oval Office for having too much hatred to do the deal. But then even Trump sort of like, you know, he's like, I just want to get a deal. I'm aligned with Europe. I just want to get something done. I get something done. And the whole thing probably would have gone away then if fucking JD Vance didn't jump in after Trump finished his answer.
He was the chief arsonist.
No one asked JD Vance for a follow-up answer on that. JD Vance just jumped in after Trump went and did this whole thing where you said, where he also just gets the whole timeline around. He's like, Putin invaded Ukraine after Joe Biden like just tried to talk tough and didn't engage in diplomacy. So Zelensky's like, well, that's not the timeline. Like Zelensky's basically like, yeah, well, he's been trying to invade the country and he's been like at war with us since 2014. And then he also throws in, by the way, during the first answer, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him.
Right.
Which was also nice.
I'd say, like, I respect Maggie's reporting, but there were at times where I felt like the headline was like this wasn't an ambush, and then the substance of the story didn't back that up. For example, Lindsey Graham is running around telling everyone that he told Zelensky not to take Trump's bait. Well, if this wasn't a setup, then why would he be baited in the first place? And maybe that's an overly literal meaning, but like Trump's position is you have to come into the Oval Office, you have to bow to my will, you cannot disagree with me, even about points of fact, and that's just not tenable for the leader of a country fighting for its existence. And so like ambush, not an ambush, it was designed for domestic political consumption. Like J.D. Vance's speech was his chance to finally talk in a big boy meeting and lead the headlines 41 days into the administration, where Elon had been in ahead of him every other day. And then Trump at the end says, well, I think it was good for the American people to hear all that, and this will make for good TV. And if you want to make this all a private discussion about the substance, don't have the fucking pool spray in there for 45 minutes.
Yeah, there's one moment where Zelensky calls him JD, and then JD calls him Mr. President.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, you feel like it's quite personal. But, like, none of this should be personal, right? Like, it's not just about Trump calling him a dictator. The United States sided with Putin a week earlier
at the UN.
at the UN. Like, these are supposed to be, it's all like Vance and even Rubio. Like, you go, but we'll talk about Rubio more in a minute. But like, these guys were all like, the end of America's namby-pamby, soft, emotional foreign policy is over. We're doing hard-nosed decisions based on pure rationality. And it's like, if that's the case, a fit of pique in a meeting shouldn't matter. Well, it shouldn't matter at all. It's all they are allowing this to be 100% personality driven.
I liked David Zanger's piece on this, which is he's basically arguing that the overall goal here is that Trump wants to normalize relations with Russia, and Ukraine is standing in the way of that. Zelensky's standing in the way of that. So with that larger context, any meeting wasn't like, it could have gone better in terms of the theatrics of it, but like, it was always going to be Trump being like, this guy is an impediment to normalization with Russia, which is what I want.
And it's like, why do we want to normalize things with Russia so much? It's like it's a broken economy. It's like a wartime economy now. They just make artillery shells that they use to kill Ukrainians. But one sort of under-discussed, bizarre part of Trump's rant, because, you know, you also have to think about the original impeachment and how Zelensky was involved, right? Because Trump called Zelensky and was trying to held up military aid to Ukraine in order to get dirt on Joe Biden. But an under-discussed sort of part of when Trump gets really mad is he starts ranting about the Mueller investigation.
Yeah.
And he says, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. And then he said, and it came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. Like, so none of this made sense, but he was talking about how, like, he and Vlad endured something terrible together. Like, somehow it was bad for Putin to have been perceived by the world as having handpicked the American president.
Like, they're blood brothers. It's actually really, really strange. It's kind of like a Stockholm syndrome. Like, this is the thing. It's like, usually, like, why would the U.S. want to normalize relations with Russia? And again, this is why, like, none of this makes sense. And like, all these sort of pathetic weasels around Trump trying to make it make sense are obviously part of the problem. It's like, no, of course not. It's a failing petrostate, right? That it's like been depleted. It's like, America, it's so fucking pathetic that because of Donald Trump as a figure, a singular figure, we're now becoming a vassal state of this tiny, weak country. Because, like, Donald Trump has these ego-driven, like, psychosexual, personal issues with this one dictator who in his bones he knows is so much tougher than him. And by the way, Zelensky too, right? Like, part of this resentment is that JD Vance and Donald Trump know that, like, Zelensky is a stronger and tougher man than they are, and you can just feel the seething kind of like weakness of these two human beings in front of this actual leader.
He also, when Trump gets mad, he just has like conspiracy Tourette's, and he just like goes through that's where that came from, like where he just went down the road of like Putin, Russiagate, Hunter, laptop, bathroom, video.
Yeah,
he was just he doesn't know at that point what's happening.
He almost got to what do we always call the FBI people that were sleeping together?
Struck and the
lovers. He almost got to the lovers.
Lisa Page and Adam. I'm surprised he didn't mention Adam Schiff and.
Sir, do you know it was on Hunter's laptop?
He did mention Adam Schiff.
You probably don't want to see.
There were a few incursions on there, but I don't think it had anything to do with what we're talking about.
5 more seconds, he would have gone there. Let's talk about Secretary of State Lil Marco Rubio for a minute, who looked not excited to be in that meeting. As a reminder, here's an example of what Rubio used to say on Ukraine and what he's saying now.
Look, Putin can't win. No matter what, there always has to be a real, legitimate Ukrainian state that we have a relationship with. And I don't know why we can't begin to openly say we will support them as long as they are willing to fight, even if it's an insurgency.
Thoughts on Rubio?
I've noticed this in all of the photos of Rubio in the context of these U.S.-Russia talks. Like, there were a bunch of photos that came out of Saudi Arabia with it's like Rubio, Mike Waltz, Steve Witkoff are all there, and there's like Sergei Lavrov in the Russian delegation. Rubio just has this 1,000-yard stare in all of them, and it, like, I don't want to, put him on the psychiatrist's couch, but I do think, like, you can tell he knows this is wrong, because I do think it's fair to say, okay, after 3 years of the Biden policy, we got to a place where it was a permanent stalemate, kind of. And a stalemate is not a strategy. And so let's now reemphasize diplomacy and try to end the war. But Rubio knows Zelensky's not a dictator and Putin is. He knows who started the war and who didn't. He knows that Zelensky can't hold an election right now because a huge chunk of the country is living under Russian occupation. Another big chunk has been displaced. Another big chunk is at the front lines fighting. Like, how are they going to have people vote in free and fair elections in this context? And so he just looks like a guy who sold out all his beliefs to get the Secretary of State job and now is like living with the consequences, and by the way, has no real power.
Well, and that's what he looks like in all these pictures. He does sound like he's trying to sell this new this new Marco Rubio and how he thinks. I think we have a clip of him, what he says now.
What specifically do you want to see President Zelensky apologize for?
Well, apologize for turning this thing into the fiasco for him that it became. He found every opportunity to try to Ukraine-splain on every issue. Maybe Zelensky doesn't want a peace deal. He says he does, but maybe he doesn't.
Ukraine-splain?
The Ukraine split. Like, again, it's like it's so emotional, right? Like, oh, he should have been more. He should have shown better manners. It's like this fucking Emily Post bullshit. I went back and looked at Rubio's his Senate confirmation speech that he gave, and he says the post-war global order is not just obsolete; it's now a weapon being used against us, right? And like, this is him. Again, like trying to find a way to make sense of his involvement, right? And like, I do think that like there is a critique of the way in which the Biden administration like didn't want to lose but didn't want to win in a bunch of different ways all around the world.
Totally
and by the
fair.
way, like for decades, about like an America that's just slowly watching China grow more and more powerful as we welcome them into the economic order, which are things that he talks about, right? But like the other side of that is meant to be a stronger U.S., right? Like a more full-throated, less morally relativistic defense of our values, of our principles, right? Like some kind of a strategy. But then you look at what's happening. It's like we're capitulating to Russia, and they're like, well, actually, it's because we're not going to worry about what's happening over there. We're going to worry about what's happening in our own backyard. Okay, but we're also basically threatening Canada with invasion, threatening Panama with invasion, throwing tariffs on our neighbors. Like, there's no logic to any of this. And Rubio, because he's just the fucking world's biggest weasel, is just trying to figure out what he can say day to day just to get him into a bet.
So, I kind of think that there might be a logic to it. Can I give you my...
Sure.
Like, I think that Trump... And look, I don't think this is like Trump has planned out everything and has been really thinking deep about this and writing it in his memoirs, I think he respects rich, powerful, ruthless leaders. And it seems like he wants to carve up the world with Putin and Xi, and maybe you got your Kim Jong-uns in there, or your BBs, anyone with nuclear weapons, right? He knows that if you have nuclear weapons, then you're pretty powerful. And he knows they're bad guys. He knows they treat their people horribly. He doesn't really care about that. He likes the idea that he can deal with a few, what he views as tough leaders directly. He thinks he's a great negotiator. He doesn't like the idea of the UN and NATO and places where you have all these voices in some countries that he doesn't think should have a seat at the table, an equal seat at the table with everyone else because they're weaker than the other countries, because that's too democratic and he doesn't like democracy that much. And the idea of him, this is like when he always brags when like Xi came to Mar-a-Lago and, and then he gets to wine and dine him and impress him and, I'm good with Putin and Kim Jong-un likes me. Like I think he loves a world where he can deal with a few tough bad guys. He's a good negotiator, and he looks at, and they do all want like client states. He sees like Putin wants Ukraine. Putin may want Western Europe, Eastern Europe. He sees Xi wants Taiwan, and he's like, well, I better get some client states of my own. Maybe I'll go after Canada. Maybe I'll go after Panama, Greenland. Like, it feels like that's his vision of the world. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
I was trying to find this Elon Musk tweet, and I was scrolling for like 25 minutes because, God, all he does is tweet. But he tweeted, Zelensky wants a forever war, a never-ending graft, meat grinder. This is evil. Like, the way they talk about this guy, these are Zelensky's people getting killed. Yeah, the Russians tried to murder him repeatedly in the early days of the war. They sent assassination teams to Kyiv to find the guy, and he survived through bravery, through really tough fighting by the Ukrainians in those early days. And it's just disgusting the way they talk about him. But to your point, John, I mean, like, I think there's some truth that, look, between 50 and 85 million people died in the Second World War. So the United States was like, or the world came together and was like, hey, maybe we should set up some institutions to prevent this from happening again. That's why you have the UN. that was designed to try to maintain global peace. That led to the creation of NATO, which was to counter Soviet expansion and unchecked nationalism among some of the member states like Germany. And
always got to keep an eye on Germany.
You do. And both institutions have a lot of flaws, and we can talk about those if you want. But there hasn't been a war between a NATO member and Russia since. And no NATO member has been invaded by another country. So it's been a pretty successful project. And I agree, it does seem like Trump wants to go back to a time where the great powers divide the world up and they bully people and might is right. And I think the problem with that, there's a lot of problems with that logic. But what you're going to see is more militarism. You're going to see more nationalism. You're going to see more development of nuclear weapons as a deterrent. Because if the U.S. nuclear umbrella is not going to protect us, I guess it's time to make one of my own. And so it's gangster diplomacy. And you're already seeing Elon Musk tweeting about, he talks about the spoils of battle when he's talking about Doge cuts. But I do think he's applying that more broadly in a really kind of, old school in a bad way.
This is how Trump operates domestically. This is how Trump has operated in business his whole life, right? You don't have to have some grand theory of international order to just view the world as he does, as there's people I think are tough and powerful, and there's people I think are weak, and why should I give a shit about the weak people?
I think what you were describing is the end result of what happens when someone like Trump is just sort of emotionally, instinctively driven towards relationships with Russia and Putin, with Xi, that he finds that easier and less of a headache. But where are the iPhones from? Where are the chips from? All of this is the idea is oh, you're just going to carve up the world. There's stuff moving across those lines already, right? The amount of chaos.
Well, he's going to be yeah, I can deal with Xi directly. I'll keep the iPhones coming.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And I realize it's all bullshit, but I think he believes it. I think that, at worst, I think that it's a J.D. Vance view. I don't think it's just Trump. I actually think he now has in Elon and J.D. Vance. I think he has a movement of people around him, and they're all, they look to Orban, they look to Hungary, and they're this is the way.
I think they see, just take them at their word. The UN, World Trade Organization, these are institutions that have become sclerotic the same way they don't see the benefits of or live in the kind of glib luxury of the security and stability these institutions provide, while attacking what are genuine excesses and problems of working within those organizations. And rather than doing the hard grinding work of reforming them, they want to burn them down. But we will live in the dangerous kind of poor world that results when they're long gone. And Donald Trump doesn't know better, but Marco Rubio knows better because he used to say it out loud.
Oh, for sure.
One even simpler explanation is Trump looks at a Russia or a China and sees a kleptocracy. And there are people who think that Vladimir Putin's the richest person in the world because basically at one point along the way, he went to all the Russian oligarchs and says, now you give me half or else you're falling out a very high window.
But is he happy?
You can imagine a version of that where, the state functions as just another means for Donald Trump to get paid. And we're already seeing some pieces of that.
And again, I completely agree. And in his mind, it's and I deserve that because I'm the one running everything. And I got my other rich friend Putin over here, my other rich friend Xi, and they're tough guys too. Look how tough, how many times are you talking about how tough they are? But sometimes the way that I think the left has framed it is, that Donald Trump is a supplicant to these guys, or he's a stooge for them. And that, I think Putin and Xi probably think that about Trump, but I think Trump thinks they're his buddies. They're all a bunch of tough guys, standing straight across the globe together.
This is why it's look, the U.S. sides with Russia at the UN against our ally. And how many people in the U.S. actually know about that? And how many people in the U.S. actually care about that?
And by the way, and notable that Orban and Bibi joined too in the new club there in that vote.
But I do think some of this is I was thinking about this before we recorded. It's the democratic legitimacy of these institutions, right? Were in the post-World War II era came from Americans having a fear of the Soviet Union, drilled into them by propaganda, but also the actual threat posed by the Soviet Union that people lived with every day. And then the Cold War ends and we kind of just continue with these institutions, never really making a kind of coherent argument for them, why they're important, why we're doing this, why we spend this money, right? We were resting on the kind of goodwill and legitimacy that came from generations before. And now Trump puts these things under attack. And in the same way we're told it's a trap to talk about why USAID is a good thing, we're now once again in the trap of trying to defend this order, because it seems like what Trump and these guys are daring us to do is say, all right, fine, burn it down. We'll prove you right when everything is terrible.
Yeah. We're just out in the streets chanting, rules-based order. Rules-based order.
Yeah, I bet no one knows about the UN vote. I mean, look, the UN Security Council has been broken for a long time because the Russians and Chinese veto whatever they want, and we veto any criticism of Israel, and nothing gets done, right? It's been that way for a decade plus. A UN General Assembly vote is basically just kind of like a show of hands of what you believe. It's like a global roll call, and boy, did we show our hand in a new and scary way to the world. I do wonder if the Zelensky-Trump meeting will break through and, I don't know, hit people differently. Like... Yeah.
They did say Slava Ukraine at the Oscars.
But
what's that? Is that worth anything? No, nothing. Okay.
Bullying a man who's like trying to rescue 19,000 Ukrainian children who were stolen, kidnapped, and taken to Russia. Like, I don't know. That's pretty fucked up. That's dark stuff.
I'm sure MAGA base thought it was awesome, right? Of course, we know that they've been saying that. I agree, Tommy. Like, I think I had some people text me who like are not political junkies like us, and are just like, that was so embarrassing, awful, scary. What the fuck is happening?
You don't look tough. It's like a 3-on-1 fight, and it's not about sending weapons or spending more money. It's just about like treating a man with decency whose country has been massacred. I mean, the casualty counts you see from the U.S. estimates are 70,000 Ukrainian soldiers killed, 100,000 wounded. The Russian casualties are like double that, and so this war has been a catastrophe. Like, I'm all for trying to end it, but we have to do it on terms that won't lead to a ceasefire that just reignites in a couple of years when the Russians have had time to reconstitute their forces. And that's what Zelensky's worried about.
Yeah, that's right. Today's presenting sponsor is Simply Safe Home Security. The news cycle may feel relentless, but worrying about your home security doesn't have to be. Whether you're following the latest political updates or need a break from the headlines, Simply Safe, ready to cheer on your team all day. Pretty gone. Martin O'Malley, the former Maryland governor who ran the Social Security Administration under Biden, just told CNBC that with this level of cuts, quote, you're going to see the system collapse and an interruption of benefits within the next 30 to 90 days. People should start saving now. We also found out what Doge master Elon Musk thinks about the program during his latest Joe Rogan appearance last weekend.
Well, I mean, the government's one big pyramid scheme, if you ask me.
Yeah, well, you can tell me better than anybody.
Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time.
Seems like the task of making the 2026 campaign ads just got easier.
It's also just like, Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. It's just like mid 90s Republican talking points is like where we're at. Like, it's actually a Ponzi scheme. The trust fund runs out in 2050. The trust fund's always running out.
Yeah, Elon sort of like always seems like partly aware of and on board with the Trump policy agenda. Like, no one in the White House wants him to call Social Security a Ponzi scheme, because boy, does it then go. It's hard to pivot from that to fighting for a $5 trillion tax cut for the richest people in the country, which is their primary objective this year.
I imagine they'll do whatever it takes to avoid Social Security benefit cuts because they know how unpopular it would be. But I also think they are some combo of idiots and liars all the time. So people do need to be on alert for any story about retirees who couldn't get their benefits on time, because you lay off that many people at the Social Security Administration, which I'm sure wasn't the model of efficiency before that.
Yeah. Those Social Security checks gets paused. You'll see a geezer insurrection that makes a fucking January 6th look like a PTA meeting.
Oh, I remember under the Affordable Care Act, Obama used to say, if you like your plan, you can keep it. But then some plans were canceled because they didn't hit the mandatory requirements under the new ACA rules. And my wife's mother had a plan that got canceled. And I remember having that conversation with her. And, she was able to get a new one, and it was fine. It was probably overall better. But, like, that was not a small thing. That was not a blip in their feelings about the ACA or Barack Obama's standing for a little while.
Yeah, and to that point, people aren't gonna, even if they don't cut benefits, like, oh, we missed all the checks for Wisconsin this month,
right? Oopsies.
Or sorry, everyone in Kansas, you're not getting, or you do that for a month, it's mayhem.
Again, it's like I sound like a broken record, but like, before Social Security, the poorest people in the country were old people, and Social Security changed that forever. We live in a world that is different because Social Security lifted millions of people out of grinding poverty, and like you play with that for a week,
and they showed their
people's
gratitude,
ability to feed themselves, to take care of themselves,
and they showed their gratitude by voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah, wow.
At least the first time.
Well, but like part of what you're making is just a basic government competence argument, and if suddenly a bunch of Social Security checks don't go out, that like shatters people's confidence in the U.S. government in a way that I think is really hard to recover from. Like again, the Affordable Care Act, the healthcare.gov rollout was more than just a website being broken for a while. It just fundamentally undercut people's faith in the administration to roll out and administer their healthcare, which is a very personal thing.
Social Security field offices are not the driver of our national debt or deficit. These are tiny, tiny costs that provide basic services. It's all fake. It's all bullshit.
So, same weekend, Elon called Social Security a Ponzi scheme. Trump announced a safer place to invest our tax dollars, crypto. He posted that in order to, quote, make sure the U.S. is the crypto capital of the world, he's creating a crypto strategic reserve that would stockpile 5 cryptocurrencies: XRP, Solana, Cardano, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. Don't even know what half those things are. Tommy, care to explain what this is all about?
So the initial tweet said the reserve would include XRP, SOL, and ADA. That's Ripple, Solana, and Cardano. Then he quote tweeted himself saying, of course, it'll also include Bitcoin and Ethereum, and that will matter in a second. So this idea has been on like the top of the crypto Bitcoin maximalist wish list for a long time, because if you own a lot of cryptocurrency early and then the U.S. government pumps a lot of money into it, your Bitcoin is going to go up in price. The main elected official pushing this idea has been Cynthia Lummis, a senator from Wyoming, who I'm sure everyone here at this table has heard of.
Very well aware of Cynthia Lummis.
She introduced the boosting innovation technology competitiveness through optimized investment nationwide, or
Bitcoin?
NAMBLA.
Bitcoin.
I was trying to follow you as you were saying, and I'm like, ooh, get it. Okay, yeah.
So you put out the Bitcoin Act, the NAMBLA Act, as Levitt called it, at a conference in 2024 where Trump also spoke. Her bill is basically, she frames it as a way to break down the debt, which makes no sense. But the gist of it is the U.S. government buys 1 million Bitcoins, which is about 5% of total supply of Bitcoins over a set period of time using existing treasury funds. They say it will be paid for by these existing treasury funds because it's like accounting gimmicks to make it sound like it's cost-free, but the money's fungible. So if you're spending U.S. government money on Bitcoin, you're not spending it on something else, so obviously. It's not free.
Well, it's only, and also it's only fungible if you consider it like a stable asset, like the fucking dollar.
Right.
But it's not. It's a
highly volatile.
It's like it's buying stock. It's buying stocks.
Yeah. So the reason I'm talking about this Lummis bill, though, is because there's no details of whatever Trump's plan is beyond these tweets, and except that the Lummis plan was just Bitcoin, while Trump's plan included those other cryptocurrencies like Ripple and Cardano, which are why a lot of Bitcoin advocates actually don't like what Trump rolled out, because those other currencies are like jokes. Like no one uses Ripple, no one uses Cardano. Solana is like a platform through which you make other stuff off it, like meme coins. It's the idea that like if you are a Bitcoin maximalist and you believe that Bitcoin is the new gold, okay, I guess you could argue for diversifying like our holdings of stuff, but like not for this other shit coins that no one ever uses. So the only argument for how those other currencies get into the mix here is because special interest lobbying and corruption. And surprise, surprise, Trump had dinner with the CEO of Ripple in early January. He's now surrounded by these Silicon Valley guys with vested financial interests like David Sachs, the AI czar. So he tweets this out. Crypto prices spiked on Sunday about 10%. Now they're crashing down as we're recording this. And I guess there's like a big White House crypto meeting on Friday, but like there's a good chance that this tweet was all it was. And it was just a chance to pump and dump if you're previously holding these shares, because a bunch of crypto news sites reported on someone making a 50 times levered bet on Bitcoin and Ethereum on Saturday, only to cash it out for a $6.8 million profit on Sunday. So must be nice. What do you think, guys? Clean out Fort Knox, fill it with thumb drives?
Well, I was going to say, what are we stockpiling?
Well, this is the thing that's so fucking stupid.
It's not gold. It's not it's not a,
by the way, like,
we're going to run out.
We have a strategic reserve.
We're going to run out of the
oil.
We're going to run out of the fake money.
Yeah, look, what if the government ran out of crypto? What happens? What happens? Nothing. Nothing happens.
We're going to stockpile some grass.
Yeah, it's so outrageous on its face. Also, I know it's almost quaint now. Something that should probably take an act of fucking Congress.
I think it would require one, yeah.
And then like the announcing of the specific currencies again. Like if there was an actual serious, like a strategic crypto reserve is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard of. It's not strategic. It's not a reserve. It's just a bank account that we'd be owning, that we just put U.S. dollars into, I guess, hoping that. And then one of the other rationales you'll hear is like, well, it will benefit taxpayers because taxpayers would then own a share of cryptocurrency as it rises. And I hate to be a small c conservative here. There's a great way for taxpayers to benefit from cryptocurrency if they'd like. They can buy cryptocurrency with their own fucking dollars.
Yeah, take the money in treasury that you're going to put in the reserve and hand out some tax cuts. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't want a sovereign wealth fund. I don't want any of this
certificate.
Shit. Yeah, give everybody a gift card. Buy what a crypto you fucking want.
There's also no guarantee that Bitcoin price will rise. Like if it was guaranteed to rise, then like the way markets work is it would already be priced at that level, right? Because that's how guarantees work. I mean, so none of this makes sense. You could come along, create a new cryptocurrency that displaces Bitcoin. All of our holdings go to zero. Also, the U.S. government holding a ton of cryptocurrency or Bitcoin is completely antithetical to like the libertarian anti-government roots of these cryptocurrencies.
Yeah. I thought the whole reason we're doing crypto and the blockchain is because we don't trust central governments and banks around the world, and we want what was that whole thing?
And also, if the U.S. government suddenly has massive holdings of Bitcoins, that's stuck, because if the U.S. announces that we're selling off our Bitcoins, suddenly the price of Bitcoins will fucking plummet. Some of these currencies that Trump is talking about buying, if the U.S. has any meaningful stake in it, we own a huge share of the global supply of these coins. With these Trump meme coins, right? All these people that put money into it, they can only get that money out if somebody's willing to buy it at that price. Now, Trump makes money on the transaction fees, and if you want, you could probably, show your crypto wallet to Trump and say, "Look, I'm buying all your fucking coins," just to get a great deal out of it. But so what this is like this. First, it's like so many. It's like a Russian nesting doll of corruption. Trump has these allies who are in the crypto business. He's doing a huge favor for them. Trump himself is making a ton of money off of crypto, right? And so he wants to have crypto succeed. And and on top of all of that, you have this legitimated scheme where foreign leaders and governments and anybody who wants a government contract can basically put money virtually directly into Donald Trump's pocket. It's untraceable, but you can still show him. You can prove it to him.
Do you think after Trump and Elon and the Doge boys go to Fort Knox to check out the gold, they'll check out it feels like the Doge should kind of check out the crypto reserve if it ever gets off the ground.
The Fort Knox
That's a good
stuff,
place for Doge.
I don't know where this came from.
Well, now I'm starting to understand where it's coming from, because basically they're trying to equate having a holding, like a reserve of crypto, to having a reserve of gold. And they're trying to make the argument that gold is somehow just as insecure or dangerous or a risky asset to hold as these digital mining bucks.
Yeah, don't trust anything except that which makes us money.
But like to your point, like a strategic oil reserve makes sense because you're going to need to use oil. Like gold, you could make a similar
finite
argument
resource.
You could make the argument with crypto that you could make with gold. Like, look, in a pinch, we can't eat gold, right? It's only has value because for thousands of years it has had value. But Bitcoin's been around for like 15 years. It could just disappear and no one would know.
Yeah, like I don't care about the gold at Fort Knox, but it's not like you have oil because in an emergency, if suddenly oil supplies are cut off by our adversaries or there's a price shock or whatever, you need oil to have the economy function. There's a strategic helium reserve. Because it's fun to use at parties. But there's lots of, you have a reserve of something that you need in an emergency.
Right, and crypto is not what you need. Also, long-term, cryptocurrency will undercut the use of the dollar as the world's reserve currency, which, long story short, gives us a ton of power and influence. And on the corruption part, I mean, I had this really smart reporter on named Zeke Fox on the February 26th episode of Pod Save the World, and I called him today just to check back in on this. There's this guy named Justin Sun, who is you heard of him?
Yeah.
Chinese crypto entrepreneur. He bought $75 million worth of Trump's World Liberty financial tokens. This is a certain crypto asset where the Trump family gets 75% of the profits from that coin. So there's right off the top, he just gets a rip of 75%. The SEC just paused its case against Justin Sun. They're investigating him for basically fraud.
Yeah, if you go to the
they must
world,
have just woken up one day and decided they didn't have a case.
If you go to the World Liberty website, it's just Donald Trump on the front. He is called their chief crypto advocate. His sons are ambassadors and other fake roles. By the way, the SEC also paused a lawsuit against Binance. It stopped an enforcement action against Coinbase. They are stopping the SEC's crackdown that was led by Gary Gensler under the Biden administration. So basically, they are removing any brakes. They're removing any guardrails, any transparency. They're going to make this, make it basically impossible to detect fraud, to detect corruption. Like, that is the plan. That is the plan.
Just, they're just bringing more efficiency to government.
Did you see Eric Trump tweeted by the dip on Tuesday?
Yeah.
And this announcement happened Sunday. I wonder if he was in a position to know something about the Bitcoin price.
Can we talk about Doge?
Please,
Sure.
I'd love to hear about Doge.
They're not batting 1,000 these days. The Times has a truly humiliating story about Doge taking credit for saving $53 million, supposedly, by ending a Coast Guard contract that lapsed 20 years ago and was only ever worth $144,000.
Yeah, Cry Me a River.
Tons of examples like that.
Justin Timberlake song for
They're
that era.
Okay. They were.
Go on.
There's so a lot of examples like that. They're just all over the place. They're some of them they're correcting their mistake. They keep mistaking millions for billions. They're saying billions when they're actually only cutting millions. It's a mess.
Yeah, they claim to have saved $8 billion on like a DEI program for ICE, when in fact it was an $8 million program.
Yes. So this is what's happening there. We also got word that Trump fired one of the last remaining career officials at USAID, Nicholas Enrique, who just wrote a series of memos to sound the alarm that despite Marco Rubio's promise to unfreeze all life-saving humanitarian assistance, the agency was, quote, never actually given the opportunity to implement life-saving humanitarian assistance, thanks to Doge canceling contracts, blocking payment systems, and just putting a bunch of obstacles in the way of getting the money out the door. Enrich projected another 166,000 deaths per year from malaria. Another 200,000 children per year paralyzed with polio, more than 28,000 new cases of deadly diseases like Ebola and Marburg each year, and another 1 million children per year who won't be treated for severe acute malnutrition, which often kills them. So on this last point, I saw this CNN story over the weekend that about this company in Georgia, and what they do is they make this peanut paste. And they give this peanut paste like full of vitamins and nutrients, and they basically give this little packet to a child who's suffering from severe acute malnutrition, and they can survive. It's this like miracle thing. USAID has been handing it out for years and years and years. And the company that produces this had like enough peanut paste for 400,000 kids, to save 400,000 kids, ready to go. Right on it, they said like from the American people, USAID, all in these packets, ready to go. The United States government had already purchased them. $10 million, we already paid for this, and was informed by Doge that the contract was canceled. And the guy's like, I have all this peanut paste now that's just going to go to waste. I can't send it anywhere because it's got USAID all over it. They told me not to do it. And that's it. So now all these kids aren't going to get the life-saving nutrition. So I see this thing. I get really annoyed. I tweet about it, and I was like, I tweet about Elon doing this with not even saving us money, just like not sending this stuff out. We already paid for it. And
it's Saturday night?
It's Saturday night, yeah. I did. It was right before I saw you on Saturday night.
Oh.
And I was on the way. I tweeted, and then I got home, and I'm in bed, and I was like, oh, he responded.
My phone wasn't blowing up that night. Yeah. I was home alone.
You were home alone. And so Elon responded, and he called me Dollar Store John Favreau, and said I'm an imbecilic propagandist who lies to score cheap political points. And then he said, that said, I will investigate this.
So he's got you dead to rights.
Right.
All right,
and,
so
and
do it
we
anyway.
will
he's still figuring out the comment card thing.
he's like, and we'll fix it if so. And so then the next morning, so I decide, it's late at night, had a few drinks. I'm not going to reply now, so I just went to bed.
Good.
That was smart, right? Woke up in the morning, he has replied again, and he was like, the contract has been reinstated. It was already reinstated last week. They should get the payment soon. And he's like, and then he lists the company. And I'm like, what company is that? It's another peanut paste company in Rhode Island that he had also canceled the contract to. And so I wrote back to him like, actually, that's great, but the company was in Georgia. It was at CNN. It was this company. And then, later Sunday night, MJ Lee at CNN, who broke the original story about the Georgia company, was like, I just got a call from the guy in the Georgia company, and he said the contract was reinstated just minutes ago. So then, so this morning, Elon was like, he replies to me again, and he was like, so just so you know, it wasn't because of the legacy media or Kmart favs.
He got upgraded.
He upgraded me.
Is Kmart better than Dollar Store?
Yeah. Well, I had said that I would at least want to be Target John Favreau in my reply to him because I thought I would,
So now it's like a will there, won't they thing with these.
I was trying to be constructive.
Sounds basically bigly for TikTok.
How do you tweet this much from a K-hole?
I know. Yeah, exactly. And he was like, it wasn't that. It was just we just needed a brief pause, and no one has died yet. And what I said in the Oval about Ebola protection was right. That it is turned back on, and it just takes a while for the money to go through all the systems and blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, as he's tweeting this, I'm looking at this guy from USAID who just left and writing a memo like, no, Rubio gave all these waivers to the life-saving assistance, and none of them could be implemented.
The no one has died is like not the defense you like. It's like like if you're out there being like, I want to reassure everyone, no one has yet died.
As far as I know.
First of all, great posting, by the way. Great posting.
My New Year's resolution really coming in handy.
You know what? Remember when you and I were like,
when
when he said his resolution was to post more, and we like scoffed because like, why? What's the point? Paid for itself.
I mean,
paid for
good
itself.
For you. Also, I've been pivoting to TikTok because I'm just trying to reach people where they're at.
Yeah,
I'm doing a mid-40s pivot to TikTok.
And honestly, don't let anyone tell you it's not going great.
It's going good.
It's going good.
43 is the year of vertical video.
But like,
I'm 44.
I know. I was trying to be nice.
Wow. I thought we were in the same generation. But
over here.
Like if you go back to like the Elon, do you have any more? I don't did right.
No.
If you go back to Elon in the Oval, if you go back to Elon in the cabinet meeting where he was, where he spoke to the cabinet before anyone else got a chance to speak, and he said, I'm really I'm here to support you, but the reason we're doing this is because we're in an emergency and we have to cut. If we want to hit my goal of $1.x trillion of cuts, we've got to cut $4 billion a day. That's the only way to do it. You got to cut $4 billion a day. And all of this is just exposing like how that is stupid at every level.
Right.
First of all, actually, you don't have to cut $4 billion a day. You don't have to scramble through the agencies finding little bits to cut every day. If you have a goal for a giant budget cut you want to make, you can propose it through Congress. And you can do it. And by the way, go even one step further. Let's say you don't want to do it that way. You just said you have all these cabinet secretaries. Go to the cabinet secretaries and say, I need a proposal for this many cuts by this date. And I know it's going to be hard, and I'm going to be driving you guys every day, and I'm going to be meeting with you, but you tell me what we can cut. But no, one fucking addled tech bro cannot oversee these cuts across every layer of our government. It's going to lead to kids fucking dying.
Well, and this, I had a friend ask me, reading about all this, and he was like, well, but he's like, no, isn't it possible that there is a lot of waste that we can get rid of there, and that we also want to send out life-saving assistance? Like, why isn't both right? And I'm like, if they wanted to do that, they could have audited USAID, they could have used the authority that they have to trim where they could, and they could have then sent Congress a list, which they control, a list of cuts, a list of layoffs that they wanted to do. They could have done all that if the whole thing was about efficiency. I mean, Pete Hegseth, remember when he got to the Defense Department and was like, I want to cut the workforce by 8% at the department. So send me ideas for this by whatever. I'm not saying that Pete Hegseth some strategic. I love Pete Hegseth.
Why can't he follow the footsteps of a leader like
I saw
Pete
that
Hegseth?
and I was like, well, if you want to cut your agency, that's one way to do it. Just like put out a goal. What they have done, this is not what they were doing at USAID.
I mean, look, we eradicated smallpox off the face of the earth. Like the next goal was to eradicate polio, and I think it was only found in Afghanistan and Pakistan. The fact that it's now going to resurge because of these cuts, like Jesus Christ, what a hit to humanity. On the USAID money generally, I do think people are going to die. There are going to be refugee camps in Sudan where they're going to run out of food. Babies are going to die. There's going to be people we've been giving AIDS medicines under the PEPFAR program that'll be gone in months. Now there's going to be, I personally think that is cruel and morally wrong and damaging to our standing in the world in the long term as a nation. But let's say your view on this is the United States can't feed every starving person anywhere, everywhere, and we can't be the world's policeman. Then you say to them, okay, what about programs that help people that we actively harmed as a nation? Right? Early on in this process, we talked about the freeze on foreign aid, stopping programs that clean up unexploded bombs that the United States dropped on Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, If we don't clean those up, little kids pick them up, their arms get blown off, they get killed, they're going to die. Like the New York Times recently had a story about a Doge cut that cut off funding to a program that provides like the most meager amount of support to people who are severely disabled because of Agent Orange. Because the United States dropped Agent Orange on their villages during the Vietnam War, and then the people who lived there had kids who had these severe disabilities. Now we're cutting off loans to these people. Like, that's the reality of what's happening.
It's like, you know what? We are the richest country on Earth in the history of the Earth. And we are not... Elon Musk is worth $400 billion, okay? This is not like, hey, middle-class family in Ohio, we got to raise your taxes to help feed starving people in some other country. Like, we have billionaires running all over this country, and we're talking about 25-cent fucking peanut packets and malaria nets and HIV medication, which is now pretty cheap now that we've had it for... Like, what are we talking about right now? We can't fucking afford this.
And by the way, the end result of this is not reducing the deficit by whatever $1 trillion goal Elon has set. They want to take that money, they want to put $100 billion of it into a crypto reserve, and they want to take the rest and they want to divvy it out to Elon Musk and all these people through a gigantic tax cut for the rich. And by the way, all the cuts Elon is making would never, even if he were to hit his goals, which he can't because he's doing this in such a chaotic and terrible way, even if he did, it would be obliterated by the cost of the tax cuts, which is why they have to go even further and look to cut Medicaid or look to cut Social Security or whatever they're going to do to try to pay for these giant tax cuts. So none of this results in any kind of tangible benefit for actual American citizens, right? Like, and by the way, none of this was part of, like, this was not the core of their campaign. They campaigned to lower the cost of goods. We are getting a dismantling of the federal government.
Speaking of that, Trump said late Monday, which is when we're recording this, that a 25% tariff on all Mexican and Canadian goods and an additional 10% tariff on all Chinese goods will go into effect on Tuesday. He backed off these tariffs at the last minute once before, so who knows if he'll do it again. Who knows why he changed his mind, but either way, stock market had the worst day of the year on Monday, and a lot of shit is about to get very expensive, unless, of course, you're listening to this Tuesday morning and he backed off last minute again. Right. According to Bloomberg, for example, car prices alone would increase by $12,000 if the tariffs go through at the levels Trump is promising. This comes as the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta's estimate now predicts the economy to shrink by 2.8% this quarter. And a wave of new polling from CBS, Marist, CNN shows that people think that Trump is not doing enough to focus on the economy and inflation. His approval rating keeps dropping, but the weakest spot is economy and inflation, which is ironic because those used to be his strongest issues. It sure seems like a lot of flashing red lights for the Trump administration that they're just ignoring. Do you think they don't know, don't care? Do you think they think it's just temporary?
I mean, this is what they want to do. That's just theory of the case. This is economic vision, is you throw up all these tariffs and somehow that will ultimately rebuild domestic manufacturing or our ability to produce goods, but I just feel very unlikely. And you know, we're going to put in place these tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and they're going to retaliate. Like, the Canadians have talked about 25% tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods, of U.S. products, and then that might expand to $85 billion more. And they're talking about ag products, consumer goods, liquor. I think they're targeting Republican districts, so like bourbon, appliances. And Mexico has not been public about their retaliations, but they're preparing them. So you made the point, like, the auto sectors are so entwined between the U.S. and Canada and Mexico, and I don't know how that's going to work. Mexico and Canada account for 70% of U.S. crude oil imports, so gas prices could go up. And also, we're talking about trade agreements that, like, Jared Kushner negotiated. The USMCA was the updated NAFTA that Trump, like, was one of the things Trump talked about as a primary accomplishment in the first term.
Yeah, and there was when he was first talking about the tariffs a couple of weeks ago, he said, I look at these deals and I'm like, who negotiated these deals? You did. These are your deals. These are your deals.
He wants to squeeze our allies. He wants to squeeze them and get a better deal out of them and just keep squeezing them until they become the 51st, 52nd, 53rd, 54th state. I really think that this is part of it.
I'm sure that's right. Yeah,
he wants an economic war against Canada to just beat them into submission. And he's stupid because, like you said, it's going to hurt us.
Well, also, so far it's backfiring. I mean, his ostensible political allies are the conservative parties up there. This guy, Pierre Poilievre, and he still might be the next Canadian prime minister. But Justin Trudeau's polling was like rock bottom. He stepped back. They did this thing where it's called proroguing Parliament, where basically the Liberal Party is now going to figure out its new leader, and that person will then become Prime Minister when they go back into session in like a couple weeks. And the Liberal Party's polling numbers, because of Trump's attacks, have gone way back up.
Yeah?
Like he is rallying support, and you're seeing Canadians booing the national anthem and all this sort of the Canadian nationalism, and it's not working.
He might be, Trump might lead to a resurgence of the center left all over the world, except here, I guess. That'd be cool.
Yeah, well, here we've already been sort of beaten to a bloody pulp, but I was thinking about just sort of Trump as this negotiator, right? And like it's kind of an old saw at this point that he'd be richer today if he had just taken his inheritance and put it in the S&P, right? Because he's just not a very good businessman. And like you kind of see in how he is president why he was such a bad businessman, which is he can't think long term, he can't think strategically, and so like
very short term.
You look at tariffs, and you say, all right, your goal was to build up domestic manufacturing, and you want tariffs to are one lever in doing that, right? Well, some of the things you're tariffing, right, it would take a decade to build a steel plant, right? Take a decade to improve our capacity in whatever it might be, refining oil, whatever. Like putting on the tariff doesn't result in that at all. We're actually completely dependent on Canada and Mexico for a lot of parts, a lot of supplies, a lot of materials, right? And so like all of this is so it's just not, it's strategic. It's just a guy who had an idea about what makes an economy. You put on the tariffs, the manufacturing comes back. And maybe there's some like very raw sense in which that's on some level true. But in the meantime, there's just a decade of pain, of economic stagnation. And then the question is, if that does come, right? Like, we're going to talk about the Democrats, and I believe that's how you pronounce it. But what happens when we move from things could get really bad to things are really bad, and right, like how does that change Trump, and then how does that change how the American people feel about our response?
Pod Save America is brought to you by Lumen. Did you know that when your metabolism is working properly, you'll feel the benefits in literally every aspect of your life? Lumen is a valuable tool that can give you insights to create. Your content on beautiful video page, squarespace.com/crooked. Well, Democrats are continuing to workshop their response strategy in public, as we like to do.
Great.
One spicy take on this came last week from the Raging Cajun himself, James Carville, who wrote in a New York Times op-ed, quote, "With no clear leader to voice our opposition and no control in any branch of government, it's time for Democrats to embark on the most daring political maneuver in the history of our party. Roll over and play dead. Allow the Republicans to crumble beneath their own weight and make the American people miss us." Unsurprisingly, actual elected Democrats have thoughts on this. Here's Bernie Sanders on Meet the Press this Sunday.
The problem is the Democrats have been playing dead for too many years. I don't think you play dead. I think you stand up for the working class of this country and make the point. 13 of the people that he nominated to head agencies are billionaires. Their greed is uncontrollable. We've got to fight back. That's what these trips to Wisconsin and Michigan will be about.
Just right down the middle for Bernie Sanders.
She's sort of like,
oh, what a question. Are you kidding
should
me?
Democrats fight or give up? Bernie, what do you think?
Your take? What do you guys think about Carville's prescription?
So, first of all, when I was reading it, I sort of like asked myself a question before I got to the answer. And the question was, does a strategic retreat mean we help them fund the government? Or does strategic retreat mean we don't help them fund the government, right?
Question.
And and then you kind of get to it. He says, like, actually, we should hang back for a while. It's not totally clear, but like kind of come in at the last minute when they've already shown themselves to be terrible and failures and chaotic, and then come in at the last second and say what we stand for and help reopen the government, for example. And it sort of gets at, I think, the problem here, which is I think when you talk about, like, should the Democrats fight or should they retreat in an abstraction, like, I don't really know how you, like, act on this, right? Like, he's doing terrible things. Should Chris Murphy not go to the floor and talk about them?
Should he walk around like this?
Yeah, like, should we like I have no comment on the dismantling of NATO today. Like, that's just not how it works. So
Duct tape your mouth.
So
I don't think that's what James meant.
No, of course not. And so, like, what I took it to mean is like kind of what's the word? A kind of sensational
Metaphor?
way. What?
Metaphor?
A metaphor. No, like a kind of sensationalistic way of saying Democrats have to be strategic. But like all in all, where I land after reading it is like I don't know what we get by hanging back. It's not like we get credits later when we speak more forcefully for the times we were quiet earlier on.
Yeah, I just think like Trump is the most relentless messenger in the history of politics. And I think we can't let him talk in a vacuum, or else like he's going to pin every failure on Democrats, and some not insignificant part of the electorate will think that egg prices are high because of Gaza protesters at Barnard. You know what I mean? And
that's not true.
And that, as far as I know, that is not true.
It's the Jews.
And I
do
think
just the Jews.
I think you're right, Lovett. Like, it's smarter to talk about these fights around a specific thing like the budget. But I do think we have an opportunity there to drive a message that's really strong, which is that Donald Trump is allowing this unelected, unwell billionaire to break the U.S. government so that he could pretend it's going to save enough money to pay for a $5 trillion tax cut for the richest people in the country. And I think that's a good story. We have a good villain in Elon Musk. But we're not going to win this fight with like op-eds and MSNBC hits. It's going to be a volume game on social media and platforms and local press. But I do think like part of this like
has been seeing us on Chris Hayes lately, I guess. And the points we're making there.
But like I do think we have to have a motivation, we have to have a story with an enemy, and we have to have an alternative.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And
let's get to that.
There is a long tradition in politics, and I think this is both parties do this, which is like when your opposition is fucking up, you just stand back, and if you put out an alternative, then the opposition, then the other party is just going to start taking shots at your alternative, and then people aren't going to like your alternative, and blah blah blah. And why don't you just stand back? And I get the reasoning behind that, but I also think that we are at a moment now where people are so cynical about politics, tired, beat down, and unimpressed with the Democratic Party, to say it nicely. Like, the party has one of the worst approval ratings it's had ever. And I think it is incumbent upon Democrats right now more than ever to like offer a vision, offer an alternative, say what we would do differently. I don't think we need to have a blizzard of policy plans out there at all, but I think we need to, as we critique Trump, like lay out how we would govern differently, how we treat people differently, what our vision of the country looks like, what our vision of the world looks like. Like, I don't know. I mean, look, we've tried, we're not Trump and we're not MAGA a couple times now. It didn't work in 2016. It barely worked in 2020. It didn't work in 2024. It might work in 2026 because it's a midterm electorate, but like we got to think about 2028 here, and we also got to think about just expanding the map in general, because we're never going to win this. Like, going the way we are, we're not going to control the Senate with the states we have. The Electoral College could shift, and we're going to need to like pick up more states. And like we're just going to have to compete in tough places, which means you're going to have to give people an alternative.
Yeah, I mean, Trump, like before the election, Trump went to New York and said, "I'm going to win New York," and obviously that was ridiculous. But you had at least you had a Republican politician saying, "I can foresee a day where we win in this state," right? And like, there's this kind of it's similar, honestly, to like the kind of managed decline globally. It's like there's sort of like a managed decline to the Democratic brand. Like, we can't win in a state like Wyoming. We can't win in a state like Nebraska, even though in those states, minimum wage bills, union bills, marijuana bills, abortion bills, they pass, right? And so that tells you that there's this big delta between what people actually want in their lives and the Democratic brand, and we won't make that brand better. We won't fix it by being silent. Now, what I do think is also true is we won't fix it by just being kind of like whiners on the sidelines. And I think that's the point he makes that did resonate with me, which is like, Democrats are powerless. It sucks. We're telling the truth about Trump. He's fucking terrible, but we've been saying it for years. And by the way, the part of the problem is we were warning for years about how bad it could get. It is now as bad as it could get, and it's no longer a warning, but it sounds like what people have heard before. That is not our fault. That is a collective problem with our democracy, a weakness Donald Trump exposes. But it is the reality of like, and which is why I think where you get to is like, we just need to offer an alternative. We need to offer something that isn't about Trump. And like, I am even open to some of the more kind of like kooky ideas of like of people saying this is what our cabinet would be doing right now, right? Like, I'm like open
to shadow cabinet.
I'm not against it.
You're
I'm not
British.
against it. I'm not against the shadow cabinet.
Join the Labor Party, start spelling it with an OU.
I'm up for Trump. Yeah, sure.
I do think like I agree that we shouldn't overpromise and pick fights that give people the impression that we have power we don't have. right? Because that is a problem too. Is you're like, we're gonna fight. We're gonna stop them, and then it's like, obviously we knew we couldn't stop them because we don't have the votes for X or Y, right? Like, so I agree it's important not to overpromise, but I still think like you need to fight when you can and just be honest about what power we have and what power we don't.
The Trump people are going to break some parts of the government, and people are going to get hurt, and they have to understand why that happened.
Yes.
So we've talked about the Doge stuff, but there's another thing that's going to happen. So in 2020, Congress passed a bunch of tax credits to make Affordable Care Act plans more affordable. Those were extended through 2025. Those are going to expire. And if they we need to explain to them as Democrats why their premiums are going up. Otherwise, it might just happen in a vacuum, and people are going to think, "Oh, actually, government healthcare sucks."
It's Trump. Trump will say Obamacare sucks.
Yeah, or the Obamacare sucks. No, we have to explain that because the Democrats in Congress passed these enhanced tax credits for the Affordable Care Act. We need a better name from them, by the way. And the Republican Party
expanded premium support, Tommy.
Thank you. That's even worse. And Republicans let them lapse.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, I do think that the budget fight is the fight to do this, and but I'm already like, we're heading into the budget fight, and I'm already feeling like the most popular testing message is just coming right back up, and everyone's just going to be like, tax cuts for billionaires to cut your health care, and it's the right message, but I think we have to be creative in the way we talk about it. Like, we just can't sound like we have sounded like the last 20 years. So it is the right argument. It's you know what I'm saying? Yeah. When I say the right message, that doesn't necessarily mean the right words. You know?
I know.
It's a story. Can't you feel it already?
I know. It's like, yes, like we need to of course they're going to be well-tested messages that we're going to need to use in the short term to make the cleanest argument against what they're doing. But at the same time, we're trying to make up for what is like ultimately like a huge credibility gap. Like, we warned the country for several elections in a row about how dangerous Donald Trump was. It was very, very clear. People not enough people believed us, not enough people cared. Either we didn't reach them, or if we did, they didn't take it at face value. And so that like requires like a deeper, you start telling a deeper story about what you believe about the world, and it's going to challenge people's assumptions. It's not going to be exactly what they expect to hear from you.
Yeah, or I mean, Tommy, you've made this joke many times, which is like, Democrats have been using the line, we're going to stop tax breaks for companies that ship jobs overseas, and we're going to give those tax breaks to companies who create jobs in America for 20 years.
More. Yeah, exactly.
More. And so, like, is that one of the best polling testing lines? Yeah, I bet it is. And I bet when you ask people about it, they'll be like, yeah, I really like that. Like, it's not just polls. People. Well, but then
work hard and play by the rules.
If you say it for 20 years and it doesn't happen, and you just keep saying the same line, it's not going to land well.
One thing that I think insulates Trump from a lot of criticism is people think, well, he's rich. He's not trying to make more money. Because somehow people have gotten it in their heads that billionaires don't always want more money, and that's how you become a billionaire. I think we need to undercut that by exposing the reality. For example, the Washington Post reported that Elon Musk and his businesses have received at least $38 billion in government contracts, loans, subsidies, and tax credits. We need to lift that up as he's slashing things through Doge or advocating for a $4.5 trillion tax cut for the richest people in the world. Like, that's the kind of stuff I think where there's an enemy and it's newsworthy and it's new and it's interesting. I think we can sell that.
Everything the tech oligarchs have done in the last 10 years does not suggest that they do not care about their wealth.
Yeah. Well, these people cannot get enough, and it's fucking sick. But I don't know. This is where I kind of come back. Like, I see what Carville's getting at, right? Because like what he's saying is like we kind of need to step back from the daily grind to figure out what we mean and what we stand for. And I guess where I land is like, there's a lot of different Democrats that need to do a lot of different things. We need the people out there fighting every single day. Like, the days of like everybody driving towards one single message are probably over. There's like maybe a core message we're driving, but there's like a bunch of different access points to it. And some people like Jasmine Crockett are going to be better at just sort of like going for the fucking jugular, and some people are going to be a bit more academic, like a Pete Buttigieg, but also in a really effective way. Like, there's just just going to be a bunch of different ways to talk about this.
And then you've got your Gen Xers pivoting to vertical video and TikTok.
Right.
I reject that.
And I think you're doing a great job.
You're the Doge of this podcast with all your fucking falsehoods in this episode.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. But I think like we have to remember as a party, a list is not a message, right? We have to tell a story. It's got to be. There is like a lot of work we have to do as a party. Like, there's a bit of a reboot of like who we like. You say, who is Trump? What is he? People are like, I don't know. He wants to make America great again. Sounds stupid. We used to make fun of it, but like, boy, is that simple and effective. We don't need a slogan, but we need people to think like Democrats are Like they believe this, they stand for that, they fight for this. Like we need to
stronger at home,
reset
more
that.
respected in the world, and opportunity for all, and bottom up, middle out, middle
Strength
class,
plus experience equals change. The like
middle out, bottom up.
This is like this
Mega
is mega. W stands for wrong, John. But that's an old deep cut. But like this is like Bill Maher left, so we didn't really get into it. But it's like everybody in the, like when you make the argument.
Was it as sexually charged as it felt?
I mean, I came, but like you made like sexually. Dude, don't push me. Don't push me.
But he came, he left.
Yeah. You don't think 6090 exists? What are we doing right now, Bill?
Yeah.
Like
little treat for all of you who stayed through an hour 20.
We're having a great time. We're having a great time.
But the point is,
like this idea that like once you've made the argument and they don't want to push back in the argument, it's like, oh, you're going to cost Democrats elections for 20 years with this pro-trans stuff. And it's like Donald Trump put a pro-choice environmental lawyer at the head of the Department of Health and Human Services because he had built up so much trust and credibility with his base, and he has so much power within his party that he had the space to operate, to challenge orthodoxies in a bunch of different ways, both before he became president and after. And like as a Democratic Party, to Tommy's point, like we need to have a core set of beliefs, of values that are so clear, so that make so much sense to people that you then have the space to kind of like take to challenge people on an issue they may not agree with you yet, right? To actually lead.
I'm laughing because I thought about like on the Democratic side, and I was like, Kamala Harris did 3 events one day with Liz Cheney, and we're still hearing about how it was that's what caused the end of the election.
But I actually, honestly, I know.
She didn't even say like, you think she was like barnstorming with Liz Cheney and like promising her a cabinet seat?
Yeah, like she's like, honestly, it's more like, what if Kamala Harris said, I'm going to make Mike Pence my Secretary of Health and Human Services? Could you imagine? But like, why is that so inconceivable? It's because honestly, Kamala Harris, the most work she had to do was not just she had to prove to every single group of people what she believed in, right? She had no trust with the left. She had no trust with the center. She was starting from fucking scratch.
Well, on the other side of it too, just to prove I'm not a Liz Cheney fan, AOC, one of the best messengers in the party, and we couldn't even get her a ranking member slot on the oversight committee.
When you have a talent like Connolly, when you have a once in a generation communicator like Connolly just waiting in the wings.
I do think that there's a lesson from the RFK thing where, look, he's a terrible person. I would not want him part of the Democratic coalition. And I don't think
great op-ed on measles, though.
I don't think it was a mistake for Kamala Harris not to like cut a deal with him or whatever. Remember that was kind of a narrative.
Yeah.
But Republicans, they will let anyone into the tent, including him. And they saw, Donald Trump correctly saw that RFK through decades of misleading and, sort of being emotionally manipulative to people who had children with disabilities, et cetera, had built this constituency and built trust with a community that was like pretty significant. And they saw the value of this kind of like wellness to anti-vax to MAGA to MAHA pipeline, and they were willing to go for it. And I don't know. Like, it's not a good example. It's not something I'd like to emulate, but that openness and willingness to bring people into the tent is something.
It sounds like what you're saying is we need a Joe Rogan of the left.
Of the right.
The first State of the Union address of Trump's second term.
No, it's
technically an address to a joint session of Congress, but whatever.
He has been president.
Fucking nerds.
Yeah, okay.
It's tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Things have grammar and stuff.
6 p.m. Pacific. 1 hour before that at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. The three of us and Dan. Dan is back here again this week.
We make Dan fly down all the time.
We'll be live streaming a preview of the speech on the Pod Save America YouTube channel. We'll be talking about what we can expect from Trump and how Democrats should respond, and talking to Democratic members who are there. We'll also be taking questions from Friends of the Pod subscribers. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a great time. Then at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific, head over to the Friends of the Pod Discord for a subscriber-only live chat where you can process this freak show in real time with people who get it. No deranged Facebook uncles. I don't know how we can promise that. No screaming into the void. Just a space to vent, fact check, remind each other that reality still matters.
Wow.
I know.
That's a lot to promise. It's going to be some jokes about the speech.
I did not write that, you can tell. To ask us questions during the live stream and for access to the Discord, sign up for Friends of the Pod now at crooked.com/friends. It's the best way to support Crooked in everything we do. That's our show for today. Reminder that we're going to be live streaming our preview of Trump's address to the joint session tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We'll have a bonus reaction show in your feed tomorrow morning. Talk to y'all then.
Got your back.
My successes make you proud.
Control seized.
Enemy in front of
Oh,
us.
okay.
Destroy the Punisher's turret. I am strengthened for battle.
An additional 10% tariff on China and a 24% tariff on Mexico and Canada, 25%, excuse me, went into effect overnight. In response, the Dow is down again today. Yesterday was certainly a bad day. Mexico, China, and Canada all say they will retaliate, with outgoing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau making a personal and direct appeal to President Trump. Here's a big chunk of what he said today.
We stepped up. We engaged closely and constructively with the president and his administration. We did everything we promised. We stuck to our word. And we did it because we believe in working together to protect our citizens. Now I want to speak directly to one specific American, Donald. In the over 8 years you and I have worked together, we've done big things. We signed a historic deal that has created record jobs and growth in both of our countries. We've done big things together on the world stage, as Canada and the US have done together for decades, for generations. And now we should be working together to ensure even greater prosperity for North Americans in a very uncertain and challenging world. Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Really interesting that he said that. Joining us now, NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans and national affairs correspondent for The Nation, John Nichols. I was surprised that he went so directly and so personally at Donald Trump.
Well, I'll tell you, these tariffs are very personal to Canada. I mean, they really are, and they're big, and they had been paused. I think that they had really tried to assuage Donald Trump's concerns about fentanyl. They have a border czar now on a drug czar. They put all this money at the border.
Not very much fentanyl comes in from Canada.
For the 48 pounds of fentanyl that came in last year, yeah. And Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary today, also said this is a drug war. The trade war hasn't even started yet. This is simply a drug war to keep Americans from dying, which, again, you've got Canada saying, wait, we are not a big drug problem here in this country. And in fact, you need us to be your ally against, aggressive trade maneuvers from people like China, who really are competitors.
What does he have against Canada? Have we figured that out? Why he's
don't know. I really
so
don't know.
hell-bent on punishing them. He calls this a punishment.
And that's what's so perplexing from the Canadian side of things, right? Because they feel like they've been an ally in so many different ways to the United States. And again, the U.S., Mexico, and Canada, this amazing North American bloc, Donald Trump wrote the rules for automobile trade for these three countries just half a dozen years ago, and now is scrapping those and saying, I'm going to punish you over drugs. That's not what these countries signed up for.
John, talk to me a little bit about what this is going to mean, because when you're talking about an automobile, like Christine just mentioned, it goes across borders multiple times. So you're adding a 25% tariff multiple times on a single automobile.
Well, Christine just mentioned trade agreements. And, one of the complexities of trade agreements, of course, is that we now have integrated manufacturing, i.e. pieces move from country to country. And so the idea that you can simply, kind of shut that down and be in one place or another without recognizing that relationship is madness. It doesn't work in a modern age. And I think this re-emphasizes one of the challenges with Donald Trump. As the prime minister was saying, he's a smart guy, but he's a smart guy in certain areas of business. I don't think he and a lot of the people around him really understand trade policy. It's not supposed to be mixed up with drug policy. It's not supposed to be mixed up with other policies. It's supposed to be focused on how you use tariffs very carefully to shore up some aspects of business in your country, to open up markets in other countries. This is very complex stuff that, when it's done right, can actually work. Tariffs can be to the good, but it doesn't work when you have it so mangled in with so many other issues, and with what was just mentioned, seemingly an antipathy toward a country that's actually trying to work with you.
I do want to get into the pro-tariff argument here, because the White House is trying to make a pro-tariff argument. So if you're going to read this charitably, if you're going to, see the upside in this, what is it?
And I've spent weeks trying to really understand what is the worldview here that is driving these tariffs, because he's right. Targeted tariffs can be successful if very, very surgical. This is not surgery what's happening here. This is a machete that's happening. But what they think is, if you put these tariffs on, you're going to bring in all of this revenue. Now, that revenue is not coming from foreign countries. It's not. It's coming from the importers. So that's one of these things where they just, their premise is off from what is conventional wisdom and is what is economic policy. They think that maybe it could spur more factories to come back to the United States, because if it's cheaper to make it here, then importers will buy that product here. But to be honest, it's cheaper to make certain things overseas. It just really is. If you move the manufacturing here, it will be more expensive. And in terms of the drug policy, again, that seems to be a punitive trade war tactic. That's not actually meant to grow the economy. I'm not sure how that fits in. I would agree with your other guests that just doesn't. Those things are separate.
John, when we're talking about farming, there's a lot of agriculture that's going to be affected here too. We can put some of the stuff up on the screen: tomatoes, berries, avocados. Not so easy to grow an avocado in Idaho. Not a place where avocados are going to thrive. But people have made points that it would be better for us to grow more of our own food here in this country, rely on our own food chain. If you are a farmer and you are anticipating these tariffs, how do you do that? How do you sustain your business?
I think a lot of them are scared, and I think a lot of them are very, very concerned. When tariffs were done some years back, they hit farmers hard. Now, the U.S. government stepped in to try and shore them up, and so that made it easier. But I think that for farmers, one of the great challenges is always certainty. It's true in most business. And farmers want to have a certainty that if they go into a certain product and frankly, buy a lot of seed or invest in a major way, that they're going to be able to produce it over time. What makes certainty is markets, right? If markets are available and you know that you're going to have ongoing relationships, then that works out well. When markets begin to be closed up and when you're under pressure not to produce certain things, maybe to produce other things, that becomes challenging. You're absolutely right that the United States should have a sustainable food chain and that we should produce a lot of our own food. But one of the realities, as you just pointed out, is that some of the food that we actually like a lot comes from other countries.
Yeah, avocados. Let me play. Von Hilliard spoke with a husband and wife farmer in Iowa and how they're going to anticipate these tariffs. They do soybeans and corn. Let's listen.
What do you anticipate the market looking like this year?
Sad. Or disastrous.
We don't feel like some of the federal workers. We don't feel like we've been lied to. We knew we were being lied to when every time he would say these things and would talk about tariffs, and you'd think, oh Lord, here we go again. Because I don't think tariffs do much of, they have a spot, I suppose, but not just like the cuts in government itself right now. It's one thing when something is applied with some kind of plan, but to just across the board say, cut off their head. It's like you're living in Alice in Wonderland.
As I was playing, Christine was saying that China's already going to put tariffs on corn, soybeans, and chicken, and not to mention the fact that there was this attempt to do tariffs last time around that Donald Trump was president, and the farmers fared so poorly because of it, they had to get a pretty expensive bailout to keep them afloat. Farmers in general. John Nichols, Christine Romans, thank you very much.
Let's get right to the White House. CNN's Elena Treen is there. So much happening, Elena, in just the last few hours. Give us the latest.
That's right. Let's start with tariffs, John, because, look, this is something that the president had threatened to do. He was moving forward to do it more than a month ago, and now it is here. It's something that still, even in the final hours yesterday, as they were leading up to this new deadline of this morning, people on Wall Street, people on Capitol Hill were still hoping, and certainly, of course, Ottawa and Beijing and Mexico City were hoping that the president wouldn't move forward with, but now he has. I'm just going to break down exactly what these tariffs are. One is that we know that he has implemented the 25% blanket tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Those took effect this morning. But then he also bumped up tariffs on China from 10% to 20%. And immediately, we've seen some of these countries retaliate with tariffs of their own. China, for example, retaliated by announcing 15% tariffs on chicken, wheat, corn, and cotton imports from the United States. They also announced a 10% tariff on soybeans, pork, beef, and other various goods. Canada, for their part, we heard Prime Minister Justin Trudeau say that they are going to have $30 billion or tariffs on $30 billion worth of U.S. goods, and that they would impose an additional 125 billion tariffs on American goods by March 25th. All to say, look, it's unclear how the markets are going to be impacted by this, but this is coming at a time when already you have a very inflation-weary Americans, many of whom do not want to be thrust into this trade war.
We've got Vanessa Yukevich connecting us this hour from New York. Mark Stewart is in Beijing, and Paula Newton has reaction from Ottawa in Canada. Vanessa, let me start with you. Let's break down what we know about these tariffs first and foremost.
Well, certainly. We know now that there are tariffs in place on Canada and Mexico, 25% from all goods from Canada and Mexico coming into the United States, an additional 10% on goods coming in from China into the U.S. right now. And this is critical because American consumers get a lot of things from these three major trading partners. Things like oil, food, electronics, and cars. And we can expect that prices on these key commodities will rise. And we just learned moments ago that the president of Mexico announced that she will be putting retaliatory tariff and non-tariff measures in place starting on Sunday. We will learn what those are. But we've already heard from China, who is retaliating with 15% and 10% tariffs on agriculture exports coming from the U.S. going into China. And also similarly, Canada has put additional tariffs in place hitting agriculture products. And that is key for American farmers here because they were hit with retaliatory tariffs in 2018, so much so that the U.S. federal government had to provide financial assistance for them. So yet again, they are taking the brunt of these retaliatory tariffs here in the U.S. And for U.S. consumers, this is coming at a very shaky time economically. Consumer sentiment fell in the month of February. Inflation is starting to heat up. And these tariffs bring a lot of uncertainty in terms of prices. And then consumers usually, as prices rise, they start to pull back. And that has made Wall Street here very nervous. You mentioned at the open there that stocks closed, markets closed, the Dow down by 650 points. Becky, wiping away all gains that were made since Trump was elected back in November. So there's a lot of uncertainty here playing out. Businesses are nervous, consumers are starting to become nervous, and we are really starting to see the beginning of a trade war. And I emphasize beginning because this could obviously only escalate from here, Becky.
Yep.
The spells I have mastered are not for naught.
And Mark, let me bring you in out of Beijing. Vanessa, thank you. China hitting back then on U.S. agriculture, and it says it won't be bullied. What more on the response from Beijing?
Right, Becky. I think the response from China is very sharp and it's very strategic. As Vanessa mentioned, in 2018, American farmers dealt with the hardships of tariffs. China has made this very calculated move to, again, target farmers, target people who work in food service, to target the agriculture industry. These are jobs, these are people in the United States who live in the Midwest, who live in the middle of America, the heartland. China knew exactly what it was doing. One item on the list of these various tariffs on agriculture products, tariffs that range in anywhere from about 10 to 15% in addition to what we've already seen, are soybeans. Soybeans are important here in China because they are used to feed pigs. Pigs make up the pork industry, a very important commodity, a very important part of the Chinese economy. But it's not just these tariffs, it's the language that we are hearing from the Chinese government, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The response today, it's a lot more pointed than we've heard even just days ago. Take a listen to some of the remarks we heard just earlier today here from Beijing.
If the U.S. has ulterior motives and insists on waging a tariff war, trade war, or any other kind of war, China will fight the U.S. till the end. We advise the U.S. to put away its bullying face and return to the right track of dialogue and cooperation before it is too late.
None of this is truly a surprise. It's not a surprise move by Beijing, and certainly the United States isn't going to be that surprised by it. I've been talking to a number of sources who are both in diplomatic and economic circles, and the real question was, it wasn't if China was going to respond, it was when and just how strong of a response it would be. And now we have these actions from today. And Becky, as we've talked before, this very much falls in line with China's foreign policy playbook of tit for tat. You hurt me, I will hurt you back. And now China is responding in this very forceful way, Becky.
And perhaps we might have expected that from Beijing, as you rightly point out, Mark. Paula, let me bring you in. What we might not have expected 2 months ago is a tit-for-tat sort of trade war between the US and Canada. And today, Canada going so far as to suggest that it faces an existential threat from its neighbour. Walk us through what's been done out of the gate in response to these US tariffs. And Paula, what more could come from Canada?
Well, Becky, you bring up the salient point here, right? Canada has a free trade agreement that Donald Trump negotiated and signed in 2020. This is not China, someone that the U.S. Had considered an adversary. This is Canada, and really it is ripping up the trade book, if you will, for what they have negotiated already with allies. So what is Canada doing? Well, it is hitting back with 25% tariffs on goods like meat and vegetables, dairy products, alcohol. Think about it, Becky. Anything in the United States, and we're talking about things like bourbon or wine or beer, will get a 25% tariff. But more than that, many provinces here in Canada, I would say the majority, will now be taking U.S. alcohol off their shelves and refusing to sell it. This is the kind of trade war that we're in for right now. We do expect to hear from Prime Minister Trudeau at 10:30, giving us more details on all of this. But I do want to give you some insight into what is already going on both sides of the border. So right now, customs brokers on the border are trying to figure out, when they have a truck that comes in with their bill of shipment, what they must charge those companies that are now shipping from Canada into the United States. It is already leading to delays, but more than that, it is already changing the way people, businesses have basically designed all of their assembly, all of their inputs, and it is really wreaking havoc, as I'm hearing from some business owners already. Keep in mind, this morning, Becky, we have already had 2 top CEOs in the United States from both Best Buy and Target say that Americans will feel this in terms of not just the tariffs that the U.S. has put in, but the retaliatory tariffs from Canada and Mexico and China, that Americans will feel that in the coming days, not just weeks, but days. All of this to make clear that when we say the word tariff, what we could actually be talking about is inflation, because that is the way it's going to lead. What can Canada do next? We will find out more at 10:30. But one thing that is on the table is either adding a levy that Canada would charge more for the United States for any hydropower, gas, natural gas they take from Canada, so putting a levy on that, and also perhaps restricting supplies, which would be an incredibly serious move.
I told Linda, I hope you do a great job and put yourself out of a job. I want her to put herself out of a job. Education department.
Okay, that was about a month ago. President Trump trying to overhaul the Education Department, DOE. The Senate's confirming Linda McMahon as its secretary. The former WWE executive served in Trump's first term. She shares his vision of empowering states to take the lead on the education system. So she moves from small business to education this time.
Columbia University is finally taking disciplinary action after anti-Israel protesters took over the campus nearly 1 year ago. Alexis McAdams is live with their punishments. What do you know, Alexis?
Hey, Dana. Well, last time I was standing in front of Hamilton Hall here on Columbia University's campus, it was months ago. And when I looked behind me, I saw masked protesters breaking into that glass and going in there, saying they weren't going to leave the campus until the university completely divested from Israel. Well, it only took nearly a year, Dana, but now those student protesters finally facing disciplinary action. Watch. That was just some of what we saw. Now Barnard College, which is part of Columbia University, has expelled one student and suspended another for being part of that violent takeover. Back in April, mass protesters smashed the windows and destroyed everything they could get their hands on inside that school on the Ivy League campus. The punishment comes just days after Barnard kicked out 2 students for disrupting a history of Israel class in January. They threw around all these anti-Semitic flyers. Now the Department of Justice will visit 10 campuses dealing with anti-Semitic protests.
That's not free speech. These are criminals harassing and tormenting Jewish Americans. That's going to stop. If the district attorneys don't do it, the U.S. Attorney's Office will file hate crime charges.
So President Trump's threatening to imprison agitators. He posted this on Truth Social this morning. All federal funding will stop for any college, school, or university that allows illegal protests. Agitators will be imprisoned or permanently sent back to the country from which they came. American students will be permanently expelled or, depending on the crime, arrested. No mass. So back out here live, it's a much different response from this administration, so we'll keep an eye on it. Dana.
Alexis, thank you so much.
State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce is in focus now. Congratulations. I have not seen you since you got that post. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Let's get the total picture now, which includes some really angry, I don't know, what is the point of Democrats behaving the way that they have been, and now with these special guests that they're bringing? Your take.
Well, look, Americans made a statement last year during the election. They wanted Donald Trump. They wanted what he represents. He is a deal maker. He loves the country. He wants action. He knows how to get things done. He wants Americans to be safe, prosperous, and more secure. That is a nonpartisan argument. It is something Americans across the board want, and they made that statement, and now we've got it. It is a remarkable transformation of this country after 6 weeks. The president has made it clear what he stands for. But this is, Harris, a whole of government reaction. I happen to work for the State Department and our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. The president has chosen a team for the cabinet that understands what the American people want and can make it happen. So part of that dynamic, of course, is safety abroad, dealing with terrorists, arguing and making peace happen, bringing back, Harris, these very basic ideas that everyone benefits from if you've got loved ones in the military, if you want a future you can count on for your families. Donald Trump's vision makes that happen, but it's not just an idea. As you know, tonight you're going to hear what you have to do to make that happen. As a business person, you can get ideas, but you have to implement them. And as a leader, it is the same framework. And of course, everyone in the cabinet, every department, whatever it is America needs to be doing, is following that visionary lead and implementing it accordingly.
All right. I want to ask you about what you would like to hear from the president tonight, because being at the State Department, there are a lot of things now that concern you. I mean, this blow up between Ukraine and really Ukraine against the world at this point, because its president was representing its people, didn't get a deal done that would have benefited them. You've got that cooking. You have Israel now saying they want a new ceasefire. Hamas isn't keeping its end of the deal up, so they pulled back aid in Gaza, Israel has. So you've got that cooking along, too. Your thoughts?
Well, look, this is a renewal of the peace through strength dynamic. We learned about that, of course, with President Reagan. The fact is that the bad guys around the world are not going to suddenly turn into good guys when we're dealing with a group like Hamas. And our allies understand this. What is beneficial for both our allies and our enemies is to know that America is back, that Donald Trump doesn't play games, that when we have a dynamic like with President Zelensky, it was very unfortunate. He knew exactly what was happening and what was needed, and yet he decided to do something else in the midst of the Oval Office. And that kind of disrespect for the nation, for both the president and vice president, is unacceptable. And yet, the commitment remains. There is a very distinct focus by the president and this administration for peace to prevail. And I think now, of course, there's still an open door for this to be renewed, for this to take place for President Zelensky on behalf of his country. But when it comes to the world in general, people understand, especially like with the border, that our partners understand that this is going to happen. We've got a president who means business and is going to take action to make it all happen. So it's a very exciting time.
No doubt. I would anticipate, and I'd mentioned before we had you on just moments ago, that the border would be in focus for them tonight. I would think all of everybody in the chamber, all of America, and then with the president speaking. This is just happening, and it's something that we could hear about tonight as well, Tammy. The Trump administration is looking at what is next and next steps with Ukraine, and what those steps will be after last week's tense dust-up in the Oval Office. The White House has temporarily paused military aid to Ukraine until that country's leaders prove a commitment to reaching peace. So much of what our spokesperson, Tammy Bruce, for the State Department, was just talking about, who wants peace in this deal? Trump does. And the president's strongly pushing Ukraine's President Zelensky now to change his tune.
I think it takes two to tango, and you're going to have to make a deal with Russia, and you're going to have to make a deal with Ukraine. Now, maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal, and if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not be listened to very long. Because I believe that Russia wants to make a deal. I believe certainly the people of Ukraine want to make a deal.
Vice President J.D. Vance earlier today.
It's important that everybody come to the table, and the president is trying to send a very explicit message. The Ukrainians have got to come to the table and start negotiating with President Trump.
All right. And Tammy, I want to get to this because it's part of the story that broke just moments ago. We wanted to get this up on screen so everybody could see it together. It looks like President Zelensky may be listening, and that President Trump is having some success with his pressure campaign. Zelensky has just posted this: "Nobody wants peace more than Ukrainians. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We are ready to work fast to end the war." Our meeting in Washington at the White House on Friday did not go the way it was supposed to be. It is regrettable that it happened this way. It is time to make things right. Tammy, you and I are having a similar reaction right now. Tell me yours.
Well, look, this is the result of leadership. Some people operate through rhetoric and antics, and then there is the continuum of the powerful nature of rhetoric asking for something that everyone wants, which is peace. We have a great leader in President Trump, and of course, I would argue the best diplomat in the world, to say the least, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. This is the end result of what happens when you make it clear to someone that there is one way to move forward, and it's not a controversial way. It's about peace and saving lives of people that have gone through so much carnage and so much pain. It's great news, but it happens because President Trump remains focused and steady, and his arguments work, and that's what we're seeing right now.
All The State Department spokesperson, Tammy Bruce, good to have you on the program. Can't wait for you to come back. And you were here with me for that breaking news. Thank you.
Judge, jury, executioner!
South African parasite and sociopath appears to be living with Donald Trump at the White House. It's not enough that he refuses to pay taxes and takes all of our money and shuts down government services that keep us safe and employ hardworking Americans. He flies around a Marine One, Air Force One, and bunks at the White House. Pumps, look at these photos. Here they are coming back from Florida where they were table dancing at Mar-a-Lago to their cult, to YMCA. Here they are on Marine One. You can see Elon Musk hopping off with his mother and little X. And then let's go to the next slide. And here they are walking into the Oval Office, into the White House, and he never leaves. I believe that Elon Musk lives at the White House because Vladimir Putin has made sure that Donald Trump, because he is very hard to contain, Donald Trump, he is very impulsive. Putin has made sure that Trump has a full-time nanny, and this man, Elon Musk, is taking away things that keep us safe, taking away hardworking American jobs and pitching it to Americans like we can't afford anything. And I just want to remind everybody, we could afford all of this if this MFer would just pay taxes.
I completely agree. It is a crime that he is 100% subsidized by the American government. Richest man in the world, flying around on government aircraft, staying at
government housing,
and then the dancing on tables at Mar-a-Lago. This guy, I completely agree. Putin does not want Trump by himself because I've noticed a pattern in Trump's social media. Trump usually blasts the lowest hanging fruit. The fact that he has not commented on the Time magazine article making Musk the president behind the Resolute desk, that tells me a lot because he would normally be blasting that. This last weekend with Saturday Night Live, he would be blasting that. So either he doesn't know because they don't allow him to know, or Elon Musk's reign on him is so tight that he knows he cannot bucket. I'm sorry.
Okay, next up we have Donald Trump lying to his supporters that are outraged, that are mad, that their jobs are being taken. Veterans that serve our armed forces are being fired and kicked to the curb because Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel refuse to pay taxes. So they want to rip off everyday hardworking veterans, and they're going to town halls. And Donald Trump always has to lie. He is the biggest liar. So he puts out on Truth Social, paid, quote, troublemakers are attending Republican town hall meetings. It is all a part of the game for the Democrats. But just like our big caps lock landslide election, it's not going to work for them. And this is very real, that triple Trumpers, for whatever reason, get caught in this Fox News right-wing, insane propaganda tunnel. And they vote for Trump because they think he's this big badass American that dry humped the American flag and talks a tough game. They think he's a big tough guy. And then what happens is he allows a South African to take over our government, who then takes everybody's jobs, while that guy is a parasite and sucks off taxpayer money, and people are pissed. MAGA voters are pissed. MAGA farmers are pissed. We can leave it to another episode whether we have any empathy for these people or not, taking a victory lap saying, hey, we told you so. But nonetheless, this is the disdain that Trump treats his supporters with. He tells them, don't believe your lying eyes.
And don't believe your pocketbooks. Don't believe the fact that you know people who have been fired for no reason. Here's my question to Mike Johnson and Trump and Elon Musk. They're now running around saying, oh, these are Democratic operatives. Now they're troublemakers. We all know that these are Republican MAGA voters. Will these same voters go to the polls and vote against him? And then is that when they find out? Because they know these are MAGA Republican voters. They're trying to gaslight the Fox News, the propaganda wing. So will these people still be mad enough to vote against this evil regime when it comes time for the midterms? That's a question I keep asking myself.
Will we have free and fair elections at the midterms is what keeps me up at night. I think it will be a performative election, and I believe they are getting the fix in because autocrats do not, under any circumstances, cede power. And the reason they're doing all of this in the executive branch is to create the impression that he has this much power. He's not taking this through Congress.
Right.
He's doing it unilaterally from the executive, and so far the Supreme Court is pausing on this. And so we're in really deep water here. Next up, we have Trump, Mr. Freedom, Mr. I love America, I love the Constitution. Pop it up, Kylie. Here's a post. All federal funding will stop for any college, school, or university that allows illegal protests. Agitators will be imprisoned or permanently sent back to the country from which they came. American students will be permanently expelled or, depending on the crime, arrested. No masks. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So we all know from the first term that he wanted to shoot protesters. Right. And Esper, the Secretary of Defense at the time, said you can't do that. Like, that's illegal. And so we all know that the right-wing media echo chamber, like, students on colleges protesting is about as American as it gets. Right. That's just a part of going to college. What is weird to me in here, the no masks, is this still the COVID thing that these people are still wound up about?
When I saw that, I was like, where did the no masks come from? Like, why are we talking about masks? Did I miss something?
Is that what that is?
I'm assuming it's like, because, you know, the right wing hates people that wear masks. And I'm like, why do you give a shit? But okay. These people are so about freedom. They don't want you to wear a mask because that threatens them with actual experts and facts opinions. But I don't have a clue on the planet Earth why no mask was thrown into this college protest tweet.
Think about what snowflakes these people are, that they get triggered by seeing somebody in a mask and have meltdowns. And if they find out somebody got vaccinated, they're so triggered and they melt down. It's pathetic. But
I'm sorry, can I just make a point about this tweet? He says illegal protests. Well, how do you define an illegal protest? What about the right to assemble? What about the right of free speech? He is basically saying that he is going to say what is illegal. So let's say somebody protests anti-Trump or anti-Elon Musk. Is that illegal? Is that what he's talking about? Because he doesn't define it here. And that's a huge concern, particularly when they're banning books, taking rights away from women. I mean, this is a fundamental American right that they are taking away, just right here in this tweet.
All right. Please support our show by supporting our sponsors. And as all of us are trying to get through Trump's America, we are very careful about the sponsors we choose. That's why I'm glad to tell you that this episode is sponsored by Dags Mayon. And Dags Mayon are the most comfortable lounge clothes and pajamas you could ever imagine. If you're hot and cold at night, keep the ideal sleeping temperature with these highly breathable pajamas. They're lightweight and exceptionally soft, 4 times better at drawing sweat away from the skin, 6 times more breathable than cotton, and 2 times softer than cotton. Pumps, tell our listener how much you love yours.
I love these pajamas. Number 1, they have great pockets, which I have to have pockets. Number 2, I'm hot at night all the time. I am not hot in these pants. And last weekend when I was traveling, I flitted around in the hotel lobby getting coffee with these pants on, and they were so cute, and you would have never known they were pajama bottoms.
And listener, the balanced sleepwear from Dags Mayon are 100% made in Europe with the highest standards in terms of workers' well-being and environmental protection, and that's very, very important to us. Ready to upgrade your sleepwear? Discover the science and comfort of Dags Mayon. Their sleepwear is crafted to regulate body temperature, wick away moisture, and provide ultimate comfort all night long. Don't just take my word for it. Experience the difference yourself. Visit dagsmayon.com and use our code IHIP15 at checkout for an exclusive 15% off your first purchase. That's code IHIP15 at checkout. DAGSMEJAN. Sleep smarter, sleep deeper with Dags Mayon. Next up, we have the Secretary of Agriculture, and she seems to be solving problems left and right in Trump's America. Here she is on Fox News talking about the high cost of eggs.
I think the silver lining in all of this is how do we, in our backyards, we've got chickens too in our backyard, how do we solve for something like this? And people are sort of looking around thinking, wow, well, maybe I could get a chicken in my backyard. And it's awesome. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think everyone who isn't a farmer right now wants to be. So you're in the right department, Brooke.
Perfect. You hear that, you lazy dipshits that watch Fox? Go get some chickens. You think your HOA might be mad? Fuck it. Who cares? We elected a convicted felon. Get chickens, let them run around in the house. Live in New York, don't have a yard, put them in your kitchen. Everybody just get chickens. That's the reach around that Trump's America offers people. I mean, is this a joke?
I saw this and I about died. How tone deaf is the Secretary of Agriculture telling people, you don't like the high price of eggs, get chicken. Like you said, I would say at least half of the people that live in the United States don't have backyards. They don't have anywhere to put chicken. And your job is not to tell people to get chickens to solve problems. It is to solve the pricing problem and to eliminate the inflation on eggs. And this woman, I could not believe how tone deaf she is. Not that I'm surprised by Fox News anymore, but just shut up. You are not helping people and offering solutions.
I think that is just a great example of MAGA right there. Like, you've appointed these dipshits, these crackheads into these very serious positions where typically you have experts, and MAGA opposes expertise. This is the most corrupt administration this country has ever had. There's no law and order. They are intentionally tanking the economy. Elon Musk is ripping off taxpayers left and right. And I think this administration, this is the final chapter of this experiment. And this is what happens when you value capitalism and you value money over human beings. This is the late stage capitalism, and now we're just going straight into oligarchy. But I want to leave you all with a quote by political scientist Marcel Dursis. Kylie, please put this up on the screen. Democracies can survive a lot, but they collapse when soldiers, police officers, and intelligence agents no longer serve the state. That's sort of the absolute worst case scenario. And what you have is we elected a criminal who was found guilty in a court of law. Half of America didn't seem to care. He's appointed crackheads to the FBI, a Russian asset in Tulsi Gabbard to the National Intelligence Office. And we can just go down the list. Some WWE dipshit whose husband is a sex offender to intentionally dismantle the Department of Education. So the corruption, this is trickle-down corruption. That's what MAGA is. It's trickle-down corruption, and it is going to be titty baby city for all of these triple Trumpers, because the stock market is crashing. Your public schools are going to be shit. The economy is already shit. And Biden passed the baton, one of the strongest economies, according to Rupert Murdoch's Wall Street Journal editorial board, and he's already tanked it in 7 weeks. All right, guys, please stick with us. Please subscribe to our channel. We're trying to get to 1 million subs, and we will see you all later.
Thank you, Todd. Good morning, everybody. Obviously, I'm here to talk about my friend Bridge Colby. I think he'll make a great policy lead at the Department of Defense. It's why the president nominated him. And I just wanted to be here to give a word of encouragement, a word of approval, and just lend my reputation to Bridge's confirmation, because I think he's a really important person for us to have at the Department of Defense. We have gone for too long letting our industrial base get degraded, allowing our troops to not even have the munitions that they need to fight the wars of the future. President Trump really believes in peace through strength, but a core part of peace through strength is ensuring that our troops have the weapons that they need in order to fight the next war, if God forbid it necessarily comes. So Bridge is an important part of that defense policy. I think the Senate will confirm him, and I'm glad to be here and speak on his behalf. Happy to take a few questions if you guys have them.
Does possible aid for Ukraine leave Ukraine vulnerable right now,
give Russia an advantage?
Look, what the president has said very clearly about our Ukraine policy is that he wants the Ukrainians to come to the negotiating table. We want the Ukrainians to have a sovereign and an independent country. We think the Ukrainian troops have fought very bravely, but we're at a point here where neither Europe nor the United States nor the Ukrainians can continue this war indefinitely. So it's important that everybody come to the table, and the president is trying to send a very explicit message. The Ukrainians have got to come to the table and start negotiating with President Trump.
Do you still have hope for the mineral deal? Do you believe that the mineral deal can still be reached with Ukraine?
Yeah, I certainly do. And I think the president is still committed to the mineral deal. I think we've heard some positive things, but not yet, of course, a signature from our friends in Ukraine. But look, the mineral deal is a really important part of the president's policy. Number one, the American people have got to get some payback for the incredible financial investment we've made in this country. A lot of the aid that the Europeans have sent has come in the form of money that is getting repaid to them. Well, it's really ridiculous and frankly an insult to the American people that the Europeans are getting a better deal than the American people. The president is just trying to ensure that the American people get a fair deal while simultaneously ensuring we have access to some minerals and resources that are very important for the economy of the future.
If Zelensky changes his posture, his focus, his gratefulness, as you guys have talked about, would there be a consideration of bringing the aid back on, or is that an indefinite pause, a long-term pause? Do you see it?
No, look, the president has been very clear. He wants the Ukrainians to come to the negotiating table. I think when the Ukrainians come to the negotiating table, everything is on the table.
What about the pressure on Russia?
President Zelensky?
Look, I think the most important thing, a lot of people have made this about public statements. President Zelensky needs to say that he's committed to the peace, or President Zelensky needs to apologize to the president. The public stuff doesn't matter nearly as much as what are the Ukrainians doing to meaningfully engage on what a peaceful settlement would look like. We need the Ukrainians privately to come to us and say, this is what we need, this is what we want, this is how we're going to participate in the process to end this conflict. That is the most important thing. And that lack of private engagement is what is most concerning to us.
So far, it looks like a lot of pressure on Ukraine, but not much pressure on Russia. Do you expect to do maybe more sanctions on Russia or any other steps to pressure both sides if you want to have them on a negotiation table?
Well, I don't think that's right, actually. I mean, we still have a number of sanctions that are placed on the Russians. We do believe that the Russians economically are struggling because of this conflict. We do believe that it's in Russia's best interest, but also Ukraine and the United States' best interest to bring this conflict to a close. So we believe in applying pressure to everybody to stop the killing, because that's what the president's policy is, and that's what's in the best interest of the American people.
President, you characterized it as a deal being a long way away. You just said if the Ukrainians came privately. I know. Get things moving. What are we talking about timeline here? Like, how fast can we get things back on
President Trump said that, or President Zelensky said that?
I believe that President Trump had characterized it as being a deal being a long way away.
So I know that President Zelensky said that, but what I think the president has said is that
I'm trying to get Zapata out
the
before
Russians can't continue this thing forever, the Ukrainians can't continue it forever, and most importantly, the United States can't continue it forever. Look, there are a lot of details to be worked out. There are a lot of questions about territory, about everything else. We want to have that conversation. We're not saying that we're committed to one pathway or another. We're just saying you can't even bring the peace to the forefront if the Ukrainians aren't willing to negotiate in good faith. And right now, they haven't been able to, haven't been willing to. Hopefully that changes.
Do you think that European peacekeepers are a non-starter for the Kremlin? Do you think that could realistically be a part of the solution, or no?
I won't speak for the Kremlin. I don't know what is a non-starter or not for the Kremlin. I know that obviously, and we appreciate this, the British and the French have offered to step up in a big way. That's very, very important. But fundamentally, the question of what's a non-starter for this or that party, that's part of the negotiated settlement we have to come to. We can't even really start that negotiated process in earnest until the Ukrainians, led by President Zelensky, come to the table.
What do you need to see from Canada in terms of...
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
Mr. Colby has said in the past that the U.S. could tolerate or contain a nuclear armed Iran. How is that consistent with the president's maximum pressure policy?
Well, number one, the president's been very clear he doesn't want to tolerate a nuclear armed Iran. And I don't know what Mr. Colby has written in the past, but I'll say that every single person that we nominate to a position is going to have at least one thing that they disagree with the president about. That's okay, but the president's policy is extremely clear. clear. We cannot tolerate nuclear proliferation, especially in Iran. That will be the policy of the administration. It has been, and it was during the first Trump administration.
What do you need to see from Canada to roll back these tariffs?
Look, the president's going to have conversations with the Canadians. We need to see real engagement on the fentanyl issue, on the drug issue. That is fundamentally the underlying element of these tariffs, is we think the Canadians have not been serious about stopping the drug trade. Now, people will sometimes say, well, if you look at the numbers, the Mexicans send way more fentanyl into the United States than the Canadians do. The Canadians have allowed a lot of fentanyl to come into the country. It's not a defense to say more has come from Mexico, because way too much has come from Mexico too. Great. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Donald Trump has ordered the U.S. to suspend all military aid to Ukraine. The stunning reversal came just days after Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance berated Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office in a shocking confrontation that was broadcast live around the world. On Monday, Trump suggested Zelensky, quote, won't be around very long if he refuses to make a deal with Russia.
President Zelensky supposedly made a statement today in AP. I'm not a big fan of AP, so maybe it was an incorrect statement, but he said he thinks the war's going to go on for a long time. And he better not be right about that. That's all I'm saying.
Trump's shutoff of arms shipments prompted shock, anger, and condemnation across Ukraine and much of Europe. Germany's likely next chancellor, Friedrich Merz, called attacks on Zelensky a manufactured escalation. French Prime Minister François Bayrou said Zelensky's treatment was, quote, marked by brutality, a desire to humiliate. And the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk called on European nations to massively increase military spending. Stock prices of European weapons manufacturers soared Monday. Ukrainian officials have pledged to do all they can to keep the U.S. as an ally and reiterated they remain open to a deal on rare earth minerals. Meanwhile, the Kremlin welcomed Trump's suspension of arms to Ukraine, saying it would push Kyiv to the negotiating table. Global stock markets plunged as Trump's 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada and 10% tariffs on China took effect today. At midnight, Canada announced it was imposing 25% tariffs on $30 billion worth of U.S. goods, with an expansion of tariffs planned in 3 weeks. China imposed 15% tariffs on U.S. imports of chicken, wheat, corn, and cotton, and 10% on other U.S. goods, including soybeans, meat, produce, dairy products. Beijing urged the U.S. to abandon its bullying stance and engage in talks instead.
The United States should engage in consultations with China on the basis of equality, mutual respect, and reciprocity to address each other's concerns. However, if the U.S. harbors ulterior motives and insists on waging a tariff war, trade war, or any other kind of war, China will play along to the end.
In addition to hitting the affected industries, consumer prices are expected to increase for a wide range of products, including cars, electronics, gas, and grocery items. Meanwhile, the world's biggest semiconductor chip maker, Taiwan's TSMC, announced another planned $100 billion expansion of its manufacturing operations in the U.S. for a total investment of $165 billion. Cryptocurrency prices briefly spiked Monday after Trump announced plans for a U.S. crypto strategic reserve that includes Bitcoin, Ether, Solana, XRP, and Cardano. Critics say cryptocurrencies are too unpredictable to be a safe choice for a reserve asset. Israeli forces launched fresh attacks on the Gaza Strip Monday, killing at least 2 people in a drone strike on the southern city of Rafah. Relatives who gathered to mourn the dead condemned Israel for once again violating its ceasefire agreement in Gaza.
How do they say there is a truce? Where is the truce while they are killing people? He went to see his house next to Alamina Station, and they killed him.
Separately on Monday, an Israeli helicopter attack in Khan Yunis left 3 Palestinians injured. Israel's latest ceasefire violations came after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reimposed a total blockade on Gaza, hours after the first phase of the ceasefire deal expired. Palestinian officials condemned the renewed siege, saying the use of starvation as a tool of war is a serious violation of international humanitarian law. The cutoff of aid drew condemnation across the Arab world and from countries including Canada, Germany, Spain, and Turkey. On Monday, the U.S. State Department said Trump's Mideast envoy, Steve Witkoff, is headed to the region to broker an extension to the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire deal or to advance to the second phase. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces shot and killed a young Palestinian man earlier today as they raided a building in the city of Jenin. He's at least the 27th person killed in Jenin and its refugee camp since Israel's military launched what it calls Operation Iron Wall more than 6 weeks ago. Meanwhile, Israeli authorities announced the death of 40-year-old Jenin resident Khalid Abdullah in an Israeli prison where he'd been held for months without charge. The Palestinian Prisoners Society says his death brings the publicly disclosed number of Palestinian prisoners killed in Israeli custody since October to 61. The group reports thousands of prisoners face severe violations, including torture, starvation, sexual assault, unsanitary conditions, and the deprivation of medical treatment. The leader of the Democratic Republic of Congo has ruled out direct talks with M23 after the Rwanda-based group seized eastern cities, including Goma and Bukavu, in an advance that killed at least 8,500 people. On Monday, the United Nations said M23 fighters abducted at least 130 sick and wounded men from 2 hospitals in the city of Goma last week. Meanwhile, the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports more than 500 patients with the contagious viral disease Mpox have fled clinics in eastern DRC. Africa CDC warns the fighting is worsening an Mpox outbreak that's killed 180 people and sickened nearly 3,000 so far this year. Back in the United States, the former head of the Social Security Administration's warned interference from the Trump administration could result in beneficiaries missing payments within the next 3 months. Martin O'Malley told CNBC, quote, ultimately, you're going to see the system collapse and an interruption of benefits. I believe you'll see that within the next 30 to 90 days. O'Malley added that, quote, people should start saving now, unquote. His warning came after the Social Security Administration notified workers of significant workforce reductions in the days ahead as billionaire Elon Musk and his Doge operation look to slash the agency. On Friday, Musk blasted Social Security as a Ponzi scheme in an interview with podcaster Joe Rogan.
Well, I mean, the government's one big pyramid scheme, if you ask me.
Yeah, well, you can tell me better than anybody.
Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time.
Fresh protests erupted around Washington, D.C. on Monday, condemning President Trump and Elon Musk's deep cuts to the federal workforce. In Silver Spring, Maryland, hundreds of people rallied in front of the offices of NOAA, that's the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, days after the Trump administration laid off 650 NOAA workers nationwide. This is Mike Tidwell, director of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network.
I'm here with about 1,000 people at least, demanding that all dismissed workers at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration be reinstated immediately and no further cuts are made. NOAA is critical to safe seafood that we eat, to weather forecasts involving dangerous hurricanes. A million different ways NOAA is a critical part of our lives, and we need to keep this agency strong.
Over 1,000 people protested the NOAA layoffs in Boulder, Colorado, as well. Senate Republicans confirmed Linda McMahon as head of the Department of Education Monday in a 51-45 vote. Trump and McMahon have threatened to dismantle public education. Washington Democratic Senator Patty Murray spoke out against McMahon's confirmation from the Senate floor.
We need a Secretary of Education who will put students first, not billionaires, who will stand up for our kids, every single one of them, even if it means standing up to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And Madam President, on each of these accounts, Linda McMahon fails to make the grade.
President Trump's acting U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C. has demoted at least 8 senior federal prosecutors who worked on January 6 Capitol insurrection cases. Ed Martin, who's backed Trump's lies about the 2020 election, reportedly moved some prosecutors to entry-level jobs and compounded internal turmoil at the Justice Department. Last month, Ed Martin declared he and other federal attorneys are Trump's lawyers, in direct contradiction to his oath of office to be an independent, Constitution-abiding officer. The ACLU has filed a lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's planned transfer of 10 more immigrants to Guantanamo Bay. If successful, the case could lead to a broader halt on Trump's transfer policy, which legal and rights experts say is unlawful. The Pentagon sending over 5,000 more troops to the U.S.-Mexico border, including a Stryker Brigade combat team. This despite border crossings having sharply dropped in recent weeks. In other immigration news in Tacoma, Washington, dozens of imprisoned immigrants ended a 3-day hunger strike after ICE promised to address worsening conditions at the Northwest Detention Center. It was the 4th hunger strike since the start of the year. And hundreds of protesters rallied in California's East Bay over the weekend to oppose Trump's proposal to reopen the Dublin Women's Prison as an ICE detention center. The prison was dubbed Rape Club due to rampant sexual abuse by prison staff. This is activist Aimee Chavez, a former prisoner who survived sexual abuse at the facility. She was a plaintiff in a class action lawsuit against the Bureau of Prisons.
Nobody understands that the severity, the trauma, the abuse that we went through is inhumane. Me as a U.S. citizen went through trauma, sexual abuse, mental abuse, verbal abuse by the officers that were told to take care of us. We were not taken care of. We did not get medical treatment. If you put immigrants in this ICE detention, let's be real, nobody cares about them. Nobody cares about immigrants. What kind of help are they going to get? We're going to repeat the story. We're going to repeat the story of abuse.
To see our interview with Aimee Chavez, go to democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
The State of the Union is tonight, and of course, convicted felon Donald Trump is promising something big, and he's the biggest liar on the planet. Let's talk to one of our favorite congressmen, Brendan Boyle, to see what the Democratic response to this first State of the Union in Trump's second term is going to be. Congressman.
Yeah, great.
Okay, I just need to... Okay, please do not scratch me more than you already have. I just need to concentrate for a second. I know, pal. I know. Gotcha. I gotcha. I know. Okay, and now we just got to do some eye drops, okay? This is what you actually need. You don't actually need the other 2 medications, really. Okay. Now the other eye. We're good. We're okay. Okay, good boy. Please stop scratching me. It hurts very badly. Here. Come on. Come on. Good boy.
Great to be back with you.
Hi, how's work?
Oh, everything's going just well in the Capitol. We have made America great again. The economy is doing phenomenally. It's not like prices have spiked in the last 6 weeks. The market's doing just really well. I mean, except for being down 5 to 10%. And, we've never been more popular with our allies. Although, on the other hand, Vladimir Putin now likes us. But besides that, things are going great.
So how is it when you see these Republican Congress people that you work with and knowing that they want to completely realign 80 years of blood, sweat, and tears in building democratic alliances, they want to throw it all away for a weakly positioned Vladimir Putin? His economy's in tatters. His military is completely depleted. Why on earth are we going to partner with him over the European Union, Canada, Australia, and Japan and others?
Yeah, last week was unfortunately a humiliating couple moments as Americans. The first at the UN, when we voted alongside Russia, North Korea, and Iran, and against every single Democratic ally. Followed a couple days later by Friday and that disgraceful performance by Trump and his vice president, J.D. Vance, who, as we know, now says 180 degrees different what he used to say just because he wanted to become vice president and Donald Trump's chief lackey. Truly humiliating moments, but ones that have actually real ramifications in the world. As you pointed out, 80 years from 1945 to 2025, this is the world that we've lived in. The reason why this has been the most peaceful time in the history of the continent of Europe is because of the United States. In the 20th century, we lost millions and millions of American soldiers on European soil.
Exhibition at the Getty Museum in Los Angeles called Lumen, the Art and Science of Light. And the wording of that subtitle is critical. Catherine Fleming is president and CEO of the Getty Trust.
Art and science may at first blush look like things that don't go together, but actually they do. These are both modalities of thought or of expression that are concerned with some of the most profound and basic questions.
In fact, Lumen and 7 other exhibitions at the Getty are just part of an enormous project that encompasses more than 70 museums, galleries, and public spaces all over Southern California, featuring some 800 artists, all brought together under the title PST Art, Art and Science Collide. The Getty took the lead and provided some $20 million in grants to institutions large and small to curate their own exhibitions.
To have all of these different entities working on a common theme, but in their own way. There's just the theme, and then all of the people who are participating approach it from their own vector, and I think that's what makes it so incredibly rich.
There was a wide range of responses. Among them, the Natural History Museum takes a new look at old ways of exhibiting the natural world, commissioning contemporary artists to reframe dioramas. At the Huntington, an exhibition called Storm Cloud shows how the Industrial Revolution changed life and how artists and writers captured the environmental and other impacts. Self-Help Graphics and Art, a community art center, presents Sinks, looking at land contamination in present-day Los Angeles.
All of these things sort of reflect a zeitgeist of fear that we have drifted too far away from the world of which we're a part, and a hope of showing a way to reconnect to it.
At the Brand Library and Art Center in Glendale, a direct connection between artists and scientists from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory for an exhibition titled Blended Worlds, Experiments in Interplanetary Imagination. Collaborations that bring together science and art to see the world make that worlds a little differently. As in this work conceived by sculptor David Bowen, working with scientists and JPL data systems architect Rishi Verma.
One of the questions we had, maybe the seed of a question, was how do we bridge a gap of 140 million miles between Mars and the Earth? And if we were to bridge that, what would that look like? What would that feel like?
The result is called Telepresent Wind, a sculpture in which we see earthbound grass stalks from the plains of Minnesota swaying in the wind of Mars, or at least from tiny motors using data of actual wind speeds on the surface of Mars, gathered by the Perseverance rover. Verma's job to transform and analyze data gathered from Mars. Bowen's to bring the data to life.
I would call it like a hybrid mashup. I wouldn't say that this is, like, obviously there's not grasses like this growing on Mars, right? So we're taking something familiar, we're taking this very unfamiliar landscape and kind of mashing it into this hybrid of something you would never see
but hopefully has sort of a familiarity to it that kind of helps you think, oh, that's what the wind is doing.
I've been so used to looking at the data in terms of numbers and printouts and graphs on the computer, and here was the data alive in front of me. So it was absolutely a magical experience.
That's pretty cool, huh?
Definitely.
Yeah. So if you look at this, is this art or science?
This is definitely art.
Definitely art.
Yeah.
It's definitely science to me. I'm sorry, David.
Agree to disagree. No, I was too strong. I think it's a mix. I'll own that. Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of it. It's that it's these different disciplines coming together.
Yeah.
Also in the pretty cool realm, a solo exhibition called Open at Mocha Geffen of work by Icelandic-Danish artist Olafur Eliasson, a leading contemporary figure who often uses light, shadows, and elements of the natural world as materials.
It looks like a big sun, but it's cluttered with trash. In that way, it's also about exploration, exploratory, like investigating something. What does it mean to actually look at something? And in that way, I think art and science, they can go hand in hand. When I make a kaleidoscope with mirrors that people can almost disappear in, it's a little bit of a science experiment, if you want.
It's also a way of grasping something that can feel very abstract and far away, like climate change. These paintings were made through mixing paint with large pieces of glacial ice. As the ice melts, it paints its own work.
It's interesting for me to say to people, well, here's an opportunity to maybe explore the boundaries of what you normally see. What is imagination? Are we good at imagining things? Sometimes things are hard to understand, like the climate crisis. It was difficult to understand the climate crisis. Well, maybe we should work a little bit on our imagination to better understand, well, what is on the periphery of what I can actually imagine in order to deal with it.
With so many exhibitions across such a large region, PST art is likely impossible for any one person to take in as a whole. But there's plenty of opportunity to choose your science, your art, your combination of both, old, new, and into the future. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jeffrey Brown in Los Angeles.
And be sure to tune in later tonight. We will be here with live coverage of President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress.
President Trump is off to an astonishing start and has Congress in his corner.
What we're doing is delivering on the mandate that the American people gave us.
But Democrats are pushing back.
It's unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American.
We are going to fight in every way we can.
What are the president's next plans for the American people? A PBS News special, President Donald Trump's address to Congress, Tuesday, March 4th, 2025 at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 Central.
You can watch that right here on your PBS station or tune in to our YouTube channel, which has continuing coverage starting right now through the presidential address. And that is the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. On behalf of the entire NewsHour team, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
President Trump is off to an astonishing start and has Congress in his corner.
What we're doing is delivering on the mandate that the American people gave us.
But Democrats are pushing back.
It's unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American.
We are going to fight in every way we can.
What are the president's next plans for the American people? A PBS News special, President Donald Trump's address to Congress, Tuesday, March 4th, 2025 at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 Central.
Oh, it's at 9.
Hello and welcome to PBS News' special digital coverage of Donald Trump's address to a joint session of Congress. I'm Dima Zain. Tonight marks the second time the president has stood before Congress laying out his vision for the country and his administration at the start of a new term. This address comes after a whirlwind of actions from the White House aimed at overhauling the U.S. government and its functions. As we await tonight's speech and the Democratic response, we're going to zero in on the details and impacts of President Trump's policies and actions so far. Up first, tariffs. Since entering the Oval Office, President Trump has promised sweeping tariffs on some imports and countries and actually imposed such tariffs on others. Economics correspondent Paul Solman takes a closer look at how tariffs have been used in the past, what effect they have had, and their potential effects on our economy now.
Tariffs. Taxes on imports to the U.S. collected at 328 ports of entry across the country. Here's a look at some of the reasons President Trump gives to hike them.
Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
Reason one, to raise money from foreigners instead of taxing Americans. President Trump insists tariffs were once the great revenue source for the United States, and it's true.
Right up till the Civil War, tariffs raised 90% of the revenue for the federal government. But the federal government was very small. Spending was like 2 to 3% of GDP. So there wasn't much to fund except for the debt and the current expenditures, and the tariff did it.
Today, government spending is almost a quarter of GDP. How much do tariffs bring in?
Today, it's only about 2% of federal revenue comes from the tariff. It's just been swamped by corporate taxes, income taxes, Social Security taxes, and things of that sort.
But the point is to replace those taxes. So how much more money can higher tariffs raise?
If you look at total federal revenues in a typical year, they're over $4 trillion. Almost $3 trillion of that is a combination of the individual income tax and the corporate income tax. Whereas we think the maximum you could get out of tariffs, if you really push them to the highest level you could go, would be in the neighborhood of $800 billion, right? So that's not going to come anywhere near what you need to even replace the individual income tax, let alone the corporate tax, payroll taxes, and other types of tax on income.
A second reason, tariffs to protect American industry from foreign competition, a la the future 25th president of the United States, William McKinley.
So William McKinley, as chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, ushered through a piece of legislation that became known as the McKinley Tariff. It was passed in 1890, and it had revenue effects. It was designed to protect domestic industry from foreign competition. And in particular, he, as representing the state of Ohio, was interested in helping out the steel industry, which was located in his district.
President Trump has promised to help out various industries nowadays, citing McKinley.
President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent.
However, when McKinley became president in 1897,
it wasn't this massive boom. We had a sort of a mini depression in 1893 that lasted for several years. And as president now, McKinley said, gee, if we could export manufactured goods and farm goods to the world, we could pull out of this recession and do much better. And he changed tack. In fact, he said the age of exclusion is past. He also said commercial wars weren't productive. And so he was much more outward-oriented president than he was as a member of Congress.
Plus, there's a problem with tariffs, counter tariffs, which both Mexico and Canada threatened before today's delay.
Canada will be responding to the U.S. trade action with 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods, such as American beer, wine, and bourbon, fruits and fruit juices, including orange juice, along with vegetables, perfume, clothing, and shoes. It'll include major consumer products like household appliances, furniture, and sports equipment.
Okay. We'll come back to this. Yeah, it's a State of the Union, just technically. It's not.
We have some breaking news coming in. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau speaking right now after the U.S. slapped Canada with 25% tariffs. Let's listen.
So today, the United States launched a trade war against Canada, their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. Canadians are reasonable, and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it
Bro's rhyming
is at
now?
stake. At the moment, the U.S. tariffs came into effect in the
Zapata found
early
the
hours
dust.
of this morning,
Or Bishi found the dust. He do a
and so
roll.
did the Canadian response. Canada will be implementing
Don't roll out.
25% tariffs
Don't roll
against
so hard that you fly out of there.
$155 billion worth of American goods. Starting with tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods immediately, and tariffs on the remaining $125 billion of American products in 21 days' time. Should these tariffs not cease, we are in active and ongoing discussions with provinces and territories to pursue several non-tariff measures. Measures which will demonstrate that there are no winners in a trade war. Now, just like I did a month ago, I want to speak first
Sounds like that
directly
will fuck
to
Canada
the American
too, is
people.
what he's implying.
We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. As of this morning, markets are down, and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government has chosen to put American jobs at risk at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because of materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada, or both. They've chosen to raise costs for American consumers on everyday essential items like groceries and gas, on major purchases like cars and homes, and everything in between. They've chosen to harm American national security, impeding access to the abundant critical minerals, energy, building materials, and fertilizers that we have and that the United States needs to grow and prosper. They've chosen to launch a trade war that will, first and foremost, harm American families. They've chosen to sabotage their own agenda that was supposed to usher in a new golden age for the United States. And they've chosen to undermine the incredible work we've done together to tackle the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that must be wiped from the face of the earth. So on that point, let me be crystal clear. There is absolutely no justification or need whatsoever for these tariffs today. Now, the legal pretext your government is using to bring in these tariffs is that Canada is apparently unwilling to help in the fight against illegal fentanyl. Well, that is totally false. Let's look at the facts. Our border is already safe and secure. Far less than 1% of fentanyl flows and less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States comes from Canada. But we acted because we know we can always do better. We responded to concerns, including from the President, by implementing an ambitious $1.3 billion border plan. A border plan that includes generational investments in new AI and imaging tools to stop the flow of fentanyl in its tracks, stronger coordination and information sharing with American agencies, along with the deployment of drones, helicopters, and additional personnel to keep our border secure.
You done?
Now, a month ago, as part of an agreement with the United States that paused the tariffs, we made further commitments. We appointed Kevin Brasseau as our fentanyl czar, a man who dedicated his multi-decade career in law enforcement to combating organized crime networks and drug trafficking. We designated 7 drug cartels, sick, evil groups who cynically profit off the pain and suffering of people on both sides of the border, as the terrorist organizations that they are. And just yesterday, we launched a new joint operations partnership supported by a $200 million investment between Canada's security and law enforcement agencies. A partnership that will enhance the coordination of information and intelligence in order to thwart
how
criminal
Claudia
gangs
fucking owned him,
involved in the illegal
that he also
fentanyl
needs to
trade.
be a man about this.
And critically, our actions are working. As the U.S. Customs and Border Protection just acknowledged, there was a 97% drop in fentanyl seizures from January compared to December, to a near zero low of less than half an ounce seized in January, even with all the further enforcements and actions we've taken at the borders. In sum, we stepped up. We engaged closely and constructively with the President and his administration. We did everything we promised. We stuck to our word. And we did it because we believe in working together to protect our citizens. Now I want to speak directly to one specific American, Donald. In the over 8 years you and I have worked together, we've done big things. We signed a historic deal that has created record jobs and growth in both of our countries. We've done big things together on the world stage, as Canada and the US have done together for decades, for generations. And now we should be working together to ensure even greater prosperity for North Americans in a very uncertain and challenging world. Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do. We two friends fighting is exactly what our opponents around the world want to see. And now, to my fellow Canadians, I won't sugarcoat it. This is going to be tough, even though we're all going to pull together, because that's what we do. We will use every tool at our disposal so Canadian workers and businesses can weather this storm. From expanding EI benefits and making them more flexible to providing direct supports to businesses, we will be there as needed to help. But Canada, make no mistake, no matter how long this lasts, no matter what the cost, the federal government and other orders of government will be there for you. We will defend Canadian jobs. We will take measures to prevent predatory behavior that threatens Canadian companies because of the impacts of this trade war, leaving them open to takeovers. We will relentlessly fight to protect our economy. We will stand up for Canadians every single second of every single day because this country is worth fighting for. Les derniers mois ont été stressants et honnêtement épuisants.
All right, while the Prime Minister is speaking in French, I want to bring in CNN's Paula Newton. She's joining us from Ottawa, CNN White House reporter Elena Treen. Paula, I've covered U.S.-Canadian relations for many, many years. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, right on the border with Canada. Our family used to go to Canada, to Ontario, Crystal Beach. Every summer we had a home there, so I spent a lot of time growing up effectively in Canada. I have never seen this U.S.-Canadian relationship deteriorate as seriously as it has right now. The Prime Minister of Canada saying the U.S. has declared a trade war against Canada. Have you ever seen this U.S.-Canadian relationship as bad as it is right now?
Absolutely not, Wolf. And I echo, your thoughts. In my entire lifetime, Wolf, in terms of what you speak and that very close friendship between Americans and Canadians, I have never seen anti-Americanism reach this height in my entire lifetime. And I want to note, Wolf, that was the Prime Minister, the man who will not be Prime Minister much longer, probably a matter of days. And it was really Justin Trudeau unplugged, saying that he could speak to the American people themselves in a blunt, forceful way, because he doesn't have anything to lose now politically. And I do note that he basically said, Donald, addressing him directly, you are a smart man, but echoing the words of the Wall Street Journal, this is a dumb thing to do. He also made it clear, though, to Canadians, Wolf, that look, he's not going to sugarcoat it, and this will be tough. Wolf, what's interesting here is that so many people across Canada are echoing what the Prime Minister has said. We've had leaders of provinces say that they're actually breaking up with America. And make no mistake here, Wolf, this will hurt Canadians. This will really bite. But it will also hurt many Americans as well. In terms of what happens going forward, Wolf, this is escalation. And Justin Trudeau is putting the United States on notice that there will be escalation. Key, though, he did speak to those strategic industries. When we talk about critical minerals, we've heard so much about how many Ukraine has. Canada arguably has some of the largest deposits of critical minerals in the world. They were willing to certainly open themselves up to even American companies that wanted to come in and try and exploit that and try and clear some of the regulatory hurdles. It's clear the Trump administration was not interested. Well, if this is a decoupling, not just from Canada, but certainly many, many Western allies, and Europe right now, who've also been put on notice about tariffs in April, are taking note. What happens next? We continue to see the fallout. We do hear that more measures, including what we've discussed weeks ago about things like U.S. alcohol coming right off the shelves in Canada. That's just one example of something that will hit Republican states like Kentucky that will not be able to sell much of their bourbon into Canada at all. But there is so much more here at stake. Key is energy, both oil, but also natural gas and also electricity. And Canada on the table right now has a threat of putting an export tariff on that, which will instantly make
Paula,
energy
hold on for a
much more
moment, because the Prime Minister has started taking some questions from reporters. He's speaking about Vice President Pence right now. Vice President Vance right now. I want to listen.
Show very clearly that in terms of taking action on fentanyl, we are doing everything that is necessary, and not just for the United States, for ourselves as well, as Canadians are suffering as well from the scourge that is illegal fentanyl. We have laid out extensive plans, actions, cooperations, including as recently as the past days in Washington, and they have always been very well received. And the numbers bear that out. I think in what President Trump said yesterday, that there is nothing Canada or Mexico can do to avoid these tariffs, underlines very clearly what I think a lot of us have suspected for a long time, that these tariffs are not specifically about fentanyl, even though that is the legal justification he must use to actually move forward with these tariffs.
The United States has announced it's suspending aid for Ukraine. The Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada, and saying that basically this idea that the reason for these tariffs is because of fentanyl is a false pretext. And he talks about all the things that Canada has done to crack down, and that less than 1% of fentanyl that was seized at the U.S. border was from Canada. Elena, it struck me, you're at the White House, and I'm wondering, he talked about how he hasn't talked to Trump yet. He hopes to. He tried to appeal to him directly, saying Donald. And he said, you're a smart man, but this is dumb, saying that he agreed with the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, we heard it.
Is there any reaction from the White House, Elena?
from the moments that we've heard him say that, not yet that I've heard, Paula. But look, this is something, or Pamela, excuse me, this is something that I think is definitely going to receive a reaction from the president and the White House. This is some of the strongest language we have heard yet from the prime minister. A couple of things that really struck out to me from what he has said. He said that they have stepped up, that they have been engaging repeatedly in conversations as recently in the last couple of days with the Trump administration, that they are doing everything that they can. As you mentioned, I think the point where he was addressing Donald, he was addressing the president directly by name, using that harsh language, going on to say, you know, we've worked together, we've had a relationship for several years, we've done big things together, we should be working together now. All things that we have heard, you know, him say and maybe more nicer or friendlier terms before, but now you're hearing a very direct, harsh language from the prime minister. Look, I mean, from what the president said yesterday and what has been kind of clear is he said yesterday that he doesn't believe there's any more room to negotiate when it comes to what Canada and Mexico are doing. He has said very clearly that he believes they aren't doing enough on fentanyl. You heard the prime minister argue that he doesn't believe that's actually what these tariffs are about. And then today you've heard a lot of Donald Trump's cabinet members, people like Howard Lutner, the Commerce Secretary. You've heard Peter Navarro, a key trade advisor to the president, argue that if they do see some real changes in stemming the flow of migrants and fentanyl from coming over the border, that perhaps these tariffs will be called off. But clearly, this is a huge deterioration with allies that we have had. And one thing, of course, I think the real change that we could see is in the reaction that the president and the White House has to how the United States economy is being impacted already over the last couple of days, the last 2 days. We've seen the stock market drop some 1,300 points. We're seeing different companies like Target saying prices are going to increase. That is something as well that will ignite some sort of reaction from this White House.
Yeah, we see the Dow Jones Industrials down now. Just today, 788 points, at least so far, now 790 points. We heard the Prime Minister, Elena, cite the Wall Street Journal editorial in today's Wall Street Journal, usually a conservative editorial page. The headline is "Trump Takes the Dumbest Tariff Plunge." And it writes this: "We've courted Mr. Trump's ire by calling the Mexico and Canada levies the dumbest in history, and we may have understated the point. Mr. Trump is whacking friends, not adversaries." And you know, it's interesting because this U.S.-Canada relationship, which has always been so strong, so powerful, has now deteriorated to where this is going on.
It's stunning. And he talked about the fact that this is exactly what our adversaries want, to see this deterioration of an alliance that has so much history, Wolf.
I want to bring in retired U.S. Army General, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Wesley Clark. He's joining us right now. General Clark, thanks so much for joining us. Let me first of all get your reaction to Prime Minister Trudeau's condemnation of what the Trump administration is doing here.
Well, I think he's exactly right when he says that it's not about fentanyl. What is it about? What is it about when you want to sever the relationships with your closest ally? You know, you're worried about Chinese and Russian ships in the Arctic, and so we're going to have a breach of our work with Canada. It doesn't make sense. And so when you try to understand this, it doesn't make economic sense, doesn't make strategic sense. It's just a break in the way that the U.S. operates. And yes, the market's going down, Wolf, because when you look at something like this, it's not just about the tariffs. It's about the credibility of the United States. It's about the trustworthiness of the president. It's about what kind of leadership he brings to the United States. There were issues in the election. People knew this, but people were concerned about the economy. Let's look at the economy.
But
I'm concerned about what's happening in global affairs and U.S. security. And when I see what's being done to Canada, a nation that's always been our ally, when I was NATO commander, I couldn't have gotten any stronger support from any nation than I did from Canada, as strong as the support I had from the United States. And yet, here we are isolating Canada and isolating the United States really from our nearest neighbors. It's a real threat to U.S. security. It's not about fentanyl. It's about how to keep America safe, and this isn't the way to do it.
It's hard to believe that this is going on. General Clark, the Wall Street Journal, in that editorial today, Trump takes the dumbest tariff plunge. They also write this: Mr. Trump is whacking friends, not adversaries. Do you agree with that?
I do. And you know, well, if I was talking to some other analysts this morning, some very smart people on the inside, I think some people working in the administration really understand that President Trump's being played by Mr. Putin. But I don't know if President Trump really understands that. After smashing our relationships with allies, and I'm sure this will make President Putin really happy too, after doing this and enticing Putin to come to the table, what are we going to say to him? He's going to ask for more and more and more. What's it really about? And so I look at this as a severe departure from a normal pattern of United States national security processes. We're bipartisan. We're nonpartisan in national security. And President Trump has come in here and wants to turn the table upside down. He wants to somehow cozy up to Mr. Putin and disregard and insult and separate the United States from our allies. This is not going to end well.
Yeah, it's a pretty, very, very serious situation unfolding right now. U.S. credibility with allies on the line right now. General Wesley Clark, thank you very, very much. And
European allies forge ahead with their own plans to bring about peace in Ukraine after President Trump's public dispute with Ukrainian President Zelensky. On the eve of President Trump's first address to Congress since returning to the White House, our newest poll reveals most Americans think he's rushing change with little regard for the consequences. And journalist and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Ressa discusses the state of democracy in the U.S. and lessons learned from the autocratic Duterte regime in the Philippines.
You have to decide the world you want to live in. You have to decide whether rule of law exists. You cannot normalize impunity.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by...
On an American Cruise Line's journey along the legendary Mississippi River, travelers explore Civil War battlefields and historic riverside towns. Aboard our fleet of American riverboats, you can experience local culture and cuisine and discover the music and history of the mighty Mississippi. American Cruise Lines, proud sponsor of PBS NewsHour.
The ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And friends of the NewsHour, including Leonard and Norma Chlorfine and the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation. The William and Flora Hewlett Foundation. For more than 50 years, advancing ideas and supporting institutions to promote a better world at hewlett.org. And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Welcome to the NewsHour. President Trump today continued his pressure campaign on Ukraine, insinuating that President Volodymyr Zelensky should step down if he doesn't want a peace deal. That follows their unprecedented clash in that Friday Oval Office meeting. Western leaders have been scrambling to help mend the relationship, but also make plans to maintain support for Ukraine if the U.S. walks away. Nick Schifrin reports.
In the White House today, President Trump kept up pressure on Ukraine's embattled president.
I just think he should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them through thick and thin.
He was even harsher on Truth Social, writing, "America will not put up with it for much longer," a response to this statement by President Volodymyr Zelensky yesterday.
An agreement to end the war is still very, very far away, and no one has started all these steps yet.
Maybe somebody doesn't want to make a deal. And if somebody doesn't want to make a deal, I think that person won't be around very long. That person will not be listened to very long. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
Today's rhetorical criticism highlights the substantive divide during Friday's Oval Office meltdown. Ukraine doubts the very diplomacy with Putin the U.S. is prioritizing.
What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Tonight, Zelensky stuck to his guns that diplomacy requires security guarantees.
The baseline scenario is to hold positions and create conditions for proper diplomacy. We need peace, real fair peace, not endless war. And we need security guarantees.
And the war stops for no politics. This weekend, a Russian drone struck a residential apartment building in Kharkiv, one of countless Russian attacks on Ukrainian civilian targets.
We are at a crossroads in history today.
In London this weekend, Prime Minister Keir Starmer
And we all need to step up.
led Zelensky and European leaders in an emergency summit that, in Starmer's words, assembled a coalition of the willing. Europe is developing plans to deploy French, British, and perhaps Eastern European troops into Ukraine to help enforce a ceasefire that French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot today said could be for 1 month and not include ground combat.
This ceasefire in the air and at sea and on energy infrastructure will enable us to attest to the good faith of Vladimir Putin when he commits to the ceasefire.
But that's just one possibility, and European forces could not deploy without U.S. logistical and intelligence support.
The discussions we've had today, particularly the coalition of the willing, is on the basis that this is a plan that we will work with the US and that it will have US backings.
It's also not clear Ukraine would support a ceasefire before agreed security guarantees.
Zelensky's point was that unless there are enforceable security guarantees backed by a credible deterrent force on the ground in Ukraine, Putin and Russia cannot be trusted.
Bob Hamilton is the head of Eurasia Research at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, who's visiting Ukraine this week.
When the survival of your nation is at stake, it's not unreasonable for President Zelensky to insist on at least some assurances of security guarantees before he signs up to a ceasefire agreement, particularly one that he's not involved in negotiating.
Ukraine and Europe must also confront the possibility of losing U.S. military assistance. Ukraine would struggle to replace American air defense and Western artillery. But with more funding, it could rely more on domestically produced drones that are already causing the majority of Russian casualties.
If those funds were provided by foreign countries, Ukraine could upscale its defense industrial production fairly quickly to double or triple it if it had the money.
For all the pressure that President Trump and his allies are maintaining on Zelensky, today the president said the economic deal that Zelensky was supposed to sign on Friday before the meeting in the Oval Office went off the rails is still alive, depending, Jeff, on what Zelensky says and does.
Meantime, Nick, what are you learning about what Zelensky is discussing with his fellow leaders in Europe?
Zelensky spoke to Baltic leaders this afternoon, and a senior European official who was on that call told me that that Zelensky sounded contrite about what had happened on Friday, and that he understood he needed to mend the relationship with Donald Trump. From the Western European perspective, we heard why in our story right there from Prime Minister Starmer, that European troops could not deploy into Ukraine without U.S. support, intelligence, and logistics. The U.S. officials who are in favor of maintaining support for Ukraine had hoped that that economic deal would be signed on Friday as a way to convince a skeptical President Trump not only to continue support for Ukraine, but even invest in Ukraine's drone industry, which, as we said, is super important. So whether he's willing to do that, whether, frankly, President Trump is willing to keep the same number of U.S. troops in Europe, well, all of that tonight, Jeff, lies in the balance.
Nick Schiffrin, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Stephanie Tsai with NewsHour West. An update on our top story. The NewsHour has learned tonight the Trump administration is pausing all future deliveries of military assistance to Ukraine. A White House official said the U.S. was reviewing its aid to ensure it is, quote, contributing to a solution. In other news, lighter winds in North and South Carolina are helping crews fight wildfires that caused evacuations over the weekend. Officials in South Carolina banned almost all outdoor fires today, including campfires, after the state's governor declared a state of emergency yesterday. In North Carolina, the state's Forest Service reported more than 200 wildfires today, though most of them were small. Officials across the region warned of poor air quality because of smoke from the blazes. In Illinois, the man accused of killing 7 people and injuring dozens more at a July 4th parade in 2022 pleaded guilty today. 24-year-old Robert Cremo III withdrew his earlier plea of not guilty just minutes before his trial was set to begin. He faced 21 counts of first-degree murder. Survivors of the mass shooting in the Chicago suburb of Highland Park said they were stunned by today's developments.
Ain't that just looked delicious?
It was a shock.
I could probably give this
to hear
person.
the words that he was changing his plea. I think every single time I see him, it's stressful. I think it's upsetting for everyone in our community, and I think just knowing that this plea has been entered and we will not have to see him again is what we all need to move on.
A law firm representing dozens of survivors says efforts to pursue civil justice continue. That includes suing the gun maker of the semi-automatic rifle used in the shooting. Sentencing for Cremo is scheduled for late April. The Senate this evening confirmed former pro wrestling executive Linda McMahon to lead the Department of Education. It was a 51-45 vote along party lines. McMahon was small business administrator during Donald Trump's first term. In this new role, she's expected to dismantle the department itself. The education secretary post was one of the final cabinet positions left to fill. Pope Francis suffered a new health crisis today. The Vatican says the 88-year-old pontiff was put back on non-invasive mechanical ventilation after suffering 2 new episodes of acute respiratory failure. Pope Francis has been in a Rome hospital since February 14th. The Vatican says he remained alert and cooperated with medical personnel today, but that his outlook remains guarded. This has been the pontiff's longest absence from public life in his 12-year papacy. In the Middle East, ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas are at a standstill after phase 1 of the truce expired over the weekend. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is pushing for what he says is a U.S.-backed plan that would extend the ceasefire through Ramadan and Passover. But Hamas accused Israel of trying to sabotage the existing agreement after it halted all food, fuel, and other aid into Gaza. Meantime, in Israel, 1 man was killed and 4 others injured in a stabbing attack in the northern city of Haifa. Police say the suspected assailant was an Arab citizen of Israel who was later killed by a security guard. Police in Germany say at least 2 people are dead after a driver rammed a car into a crowd of people today in the city of Mannheim in southern Germany. Emergency crews rushed to a pedestrian street in the city center around noon when many workers were on their lunch breaks. Authorities say a 40-year-old German citizen is in custody. They did not immediately call the ramming an attack, though cars have been used as weapons in Germany several times in recent months. And in Washington, D.C., teammates, family members, and U.S. figure skating stars have been honoring the victims of January's mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport. Among the performers at yesterday's event was Maxim Namov, who wept on his knees following a moving tribute to his parents who died in the crash. Others included men's world champion Ilya Malinin and national women's champion Amber Glenn, who also broke down after her performance. 28 of the crash victims were members of the figure skating community. The event's host says the benefit raised nearly $1.2 million to support families of victims. Still to come on the NewsHour, Amy Walter and Tamara Keith break down the latest political headlines. A lunar lander successfully touches down in a new feat for privatized space exploration. And the notable moments from last night's Academy Awards.
Oh boy!
This is the PBS
Better
News
fuck
Hour
it.
from the
I
David M.
guarantee
Rubenstein
you-
studio at WETA in Washington.
I'm gonna
and
skip
in
that
the West
because
from
I
the
guarantee
Walter
I'll get
Cronkite
a
School
claim,
of
even though it's
Journalism at
PBS
Arizona
that's
State
buried in.
University.
As President Trump gets ready to address Congress for the first time since re-entering the Oval Office, our latest PBS News NPR Marist poll offers a new look at what the American public thinks about the actions his administration has taken in these first 43 days. Lisa Desjardins is at the super screen to walk us through the numbers. Hey there, Lisa.
Hi.
All right, so big picture, what do the American people think about the president and the changes he's making?
Let's start with that top figure, the approval rating. Where are Americans that we asked about that right now? 45% approve of the job Donald Trump is doing as president so far. I'm going to write that number down. I want you to remember that 45%. Now, more Americans disapprove, but just barely. Why is this 45 number significant? This is Trump's approval rating up and down over time. Here we are right now at 45%. This is the largest approval rating he has experienced in office as president, much higher than where he ended during his first term. Now, another thing we asked folks about, all of these actions that Trump is taking, do you think that they are for the good mostly or
So now the
not
approval
for the good,
rating's
for the
high?
bad
I thought
for
it
this
was
country?
low.
Do they make things better or worse? When we asked that question, 45%, that same number said, we think these actions make things better in this country. Now, it's not a coincidence that those numbers are the same. 45% generally like the job he's doing, think it's for the better. What's driving that is a single force, Republicans. Of those, when we ask people who they think if Trump is doing a better job, 88% of Republicans think what Trump is doing is for the better for this country, versus just 12% of Democrats. These two groups live in completely different worlds, almost different planets. Independents, a minority of them also believe Trump is doing a better job. It is Republicans who are really pushing Trump's numbers to go higher right now. Now, at the same time, this poll was taken before the confrontation in the Oval Office with Vladimir Zelensky, but Lee Maringoff with the Marist poll says what Trump is doing is he's flooding the zone with controversial actions.
We're just seeing a lot of things happening
Oh my God.
with
They're adopting
little
the
time
Bannon
for the
rhetoric.
public to digest. The net effect of it all is there's a sense on the part of the public that, some things are moving just a little too fast, and they're not totally convinced that things are moving in the right direction.
Well, let's talk about the pace of change, because the president has signed something like 76 executive orders. He's fired thousands of federal workers, slashed and frozen government spending. What are people saying about that?
Right. We wanted to get deeper into these unprecedented actions. And we asked, do you think President Trump is rushing things, not considering the consequences, or are his actions something that need to happen in order to get government on track? Here's how people answered that question. Most people, 56%, said they think Trump is rushing. He's not considering the impact of his actions. That's the majority. However, it is a significant group, 43% in our poll, who said they think what Trump is doing is necessary to keeping government on track. Our producer, Matt Lothman, called some of the people who answered our poll. One of them was a Republican in Texas who told us he does think he likes what Trump is doing on immigration, but also in general.
He's trying to keep his promises. We have to correct the destruction that has happened to our country and our society over the last 4 years. You cannot turn all the years of damage in 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 months. It's much easier to destroy things than build them.
What about all those cuts? The cuts to federal funding and all the mass layoffs? We asked people about that as well. We saw a similar figure here. Most people, 55%, said all of these cuts are doing more harm than good. Now, this is a number Trump really has to watch as far as the future goes on Republicans. We spoke to an independent voter in Michigan who said, and he works in general contracting for the government, said what he's experienced in this first month, he's seen just chaos.
Everything is going at breakneck speed to dismantle a system that's been standing tall and working for the American people for, decades. They're performing surgery with a sword and a blindfold. And they're just moving at this breakneck, chaotic speed. And it's unnecessary.
Well, how do those polled view Elon Musk, who is in many ways the face of the Trump administration effort to scale back the size of government and fire federal workers?
Right, holding the sword. Now, what's the approval rating look like for him? 39%. Of course, that is lower than Trump's approval rating of 45%. But what we've seen in the past month or so, 2 months, Republicans are warming up to him more, not Democrats or independents.
And Lisa, we saw some Republican members of Congress in recent weeks face a real onslaught of anger from their constituents in those town hall meetings. How are those polled? How do they view Congress and our system of checks and balances?
This is now a question at American dinner tables. How is the Constitution holding up? So we did ask, do you think checks and balances, that system is working now? Right today, 56% in the last week or so believe no, our checks and balances system is not working. But what is dramatic here is what a change this is from December when we asked the same question. Look at this. In December, 66%, 2/3 said, yes, checks and balances, it's holding up. But that is a complete flip now where a majority of Americans say, no, we don't think checks and balances are holding up. We spoke to an independent voter in Texas who told us she has a message for her Republican congressman on how they should handle and work with Donald Trump.
They should be taking him to task, and they should be calling amongst themselves and start voting on things and start taking control of the things they actually have control of. But everybody's too afraid of offending a constituent that they're just letting him run amok because they're also afraid of him and that they won't get voted in again.
One last important and unusual question that we asked. Do you think Donald Trump will abide by court orders? Will he follow the law? Right now, Jeff, a majority of Americans, 58%, incredibly, believe that the current president of the United States will not follow the law and abide by court rulings. Jeff?
Lisa Desjardins, our thanks to you as always.
You're welcome.
And you can read more details from our poll. That's at pbs.org/newshour. And for more on the latest political news, including the fallout from President Trump's meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky and analysis of that PBS News poll, we're joined now by Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter and Tamara Keith, NPR's senior White House correspondent. With a welcome to you both. All right, Tam, so according to this PBS News NPR Marist poll, Americans are divided about President Trump's job performance. And in this latest poll, 56% of Americans say the president is rushing to make change without considering the impact of his decisions. That includes 2/3 of independents and 11% of Trump voters. What stands out to you about this?
The 2/3 of independents, because independent voters are sort of the canary in the coal mine for approval of what the president is doing. And when you are winning independents as president, you're doing well. When independents are moving away from you, that's an indication. Because at this point, partisan views are so set in stone that Republicans will automatically say that Trump is doing great, and Democrats will automatically say that he is doing terrible. So you look to the independents. And in this case, 2/3 of independents say that the president and Doge are rushing too much to make change. That is certainly, like a yellow flashing light for the White House.
And Amy, on his handling of the economy, our poll found that 42% think President Trump is changing the economy for the better, 46% think for the worse. But perhaps more telling, 56% of people expect grocery prices to actually go up over the next 6 months. And that's with those extensive tariffs set to take effect tomorrow. You wrote recently about the warning signs for Republicans on the economy. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I use the same term that Tam did, which is sort of the flashing yellow lights here for Trump and for Republicans. Look, we've seen a couple of things in these last few weeks. The first is a drop in consumer confidence that's being captured in a number of different surveys. And then we see, like this Marist poll, that the president's overall approval rating on the economy is in more negative territory than positive territory. And that's not usually where Donald Trump is. If you go back and you look at the Marist poll from the summer of 2018, which was the last time that this poll asked about these issues while Trump was in office, so there wasn't any data from 2017. But at this point in 2018, opinions about Trump overall were much lower. Opinions about his handling of immigration, his handling of foreign policy, much lower than they are now. But his opinion on the economy, how well he was handling the economy, much higher back in 2018 than it is today. And I think a lot of it is driven by the fact that there are so many voters out there, especially independent voters, who voted for Donald Trump with the really emphasis on his ability to lower prices and to focus on the economy. And that's one other number that has been showing up. This one was a CBS poll from this weekend. 80% of voters saying inflation is the top issue for me. And yet only 29% think that Donald Trump is focused on that issue.
Tim, meantime, it would appear that the fallout from President Zelensky's calamitous visit to Washington, that Friday Oval Office meeting, the fallout from that continues to grow. President Trump and his top advisors continue to criticize Zelensky, his outlook on the war, his demeanor. They're suggesting that he might need to resign. They're also saying that he doesn't necessarily want peace. The rhetoric from the White House in many ways mirrors the rhetoric from the Kremlin, trying to paint Zelensky, not Putin, as the warmonger.
Yeah, and President Trump was asked about that today and didn't really engage on the question despite being asked and hearing the question. He does not seem to be concerned about Moscow being very happy with the rhetoric coming out of the White House. But the White House was clearly very happy with how that meeting went, with the blow-up, with all of the attention that it generated. Because if they weren't happy with it, we would have seen President Trump. We would have seen him over the weekend. We would have seen him today. But instead, he has been quiet. He has not wanted to step on that news cycle. And then what you've seen is Republican allies of the president going on Sunday shows, otherwise going out and backing him. And there's a reason for this in part. The public has gradually, over the last several years, in part because of Trump and other Republicans, and in part because Russia has done a decent job of getting its views into the American bloodstream, the American public has really soured on Ukraine in this war.
Amy, on that point, I mean, the same partisan attacks that sought to rehabilitate the January 6th rioters, you could argue, could also tear down President Zelensky. How fixed are Americans' views on the war in Ukraine?
Well, I agree with Tim that they are really driven by partisanship more than anything else. So they're fluid in the sense that where partisans will go with wherever their leaders are going. So back in 2022, for example, an equal number of Democrats, Republicans, independents supported Ukraine as the war was breaking out. But as we moved into 2023 and 2024, especially as Trump was critical of Ukraine, was more supportive of Putin, and as then President Biden going to Ukraine, increasing aid to Ukraine, you saw Democrats' support pretty much stay where it was at the beginning, but Republican support crater and independents going down as well. And so I do think, look, the challenge with foreign policy in general when it comes to American voters, some do, but most don't have hard and fixed opinions, especially about the state of the, where the European line should be drawn or not. And so they are really following the folks that they trust either within a party or, in many cases, whatever information source they're using to get most of the information, and they just will go along with that. And when that side shifts, they shift with it.
Should we expect to hear more from President Trump on this when he addresses the joint session of Congress tomorrow? What are you watching for?
Yeah, so I asked the White House for a preview. They sent me a Fox News exclusive that they had given to Fox. But yes, peace around the globe is on the agenda, pushing Congress to pass border security funding and generally pushing Congress to do his agenda, talking about the economy and what he's done. And also, we can expect him to talk about his accomplishments in the first month and a half in office. This is the way the White House has described it. I talked to a former White House official from the first administration who said he expects President Trump's message to be get on board or get out of the way.
Okay, Tamara Keith and Amy Walter, thanks as always. Nobel Peace Prize laureate and investigative journalist Maria Ressa has long fought for global press freedom. Her book, How to Stand Up to a Dictator, detailed her experience running the news site Rappler under the increasingly autocratic regime of President Rodrigo Duterte in the Philippines. She recently sat down with Amna Navas to discuss parallels she's seeing between the Philippines and the U.S. under President Trump. It's part of our new series on democracy, which focuses on the laws, institutions, and norms that have shaped this country and the challenges they face today.
Maria, welcome back to the NewsHour. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So there's been a lot of concerns you've seen about President Trump's continuing attacks on the press and concerns about a loss of press freedom. I want you to start by just comparing what you lived through, what you documented, what you covered under Duterte with what we've seen in the first several weeks of this second Trump administration so far.
It's exactly what we've lived through, except accelerated. It's incredible how fast it's going, and part of that is organization, right? But what we did in the Philippines is within 6 months, the Constitution of the Philippines is patterned after the United States. We have 3 branches of government and a powerful executive. But within 6 months of the election of Rodrigo Duterte, of him taking office, all of the checks and balances had collapsed. He was an all-powerful, the most powerful leader the country had ever known. And critical to that, crucial to that, is silencing the press and the justice system, the court system, right? And I think that's what we're beginning to see right now.
Let me ask you about a few individual things we've seen. You've obviously seen the president go after specific news networks. He's also opened a probe into PBS, we should note. He's also blocked access for the Associated Press, known as the AP, for their refusal to call it just the Gulf of America as he wants. They call it the Gulf of Mexico and say he wants to change the name. Now, the AP, we should note, serves thousands of news organizations. They have a reporter in every single state house in America, hundreds of countries, rather over 100 countries across the world. What does it say to you that he's going after the AP? What's at stake in their lawsuit against the president here?
It's not just press freedom that's at stake, right? And again, let me ground it first in what happened in the Philippines. Our president then went after the largest newspaper, the largest television station, and then online, we were the largest. We were number 3. But go big, go fast, take them down quickly, make an example. I was the example of a journalist. I had, oh my gosh, a long career. I had headed the largest network in the Philippines after almost 20 years with CNN. And then when the charges came, so first social media, the attacks came bottom up. You say a lie 1,000,000 times, it becomes a fact. And it was that journalist equals criminal. 2 years before I was actually arrested, they trended that, the network that was created online, so the propaganda. Then a year later, we had the first criminal charges, 21 of them, and then by 2 years later, by 2019, I was arrested. And then it was 10 criminal charges in a little over a year.
Maybe Trump
Look,
will enlighten us a bit. Yeah, I'm sure it'll
what
be
you're
enlightening.
seeing is death by 1,000 cuts of democracy. This is exactly what I had written about in the book. And originally, I was speaking to Filipinos, but it is a cautionary tale for every democracy where technology is the spark that allows populism to become authoritarianism and to shift over. I think we're seeing this now.
So if the press is under attack here, Maria, as an observer watching this all unfold, what do you make of the way that the press has responded? In particular, the fact that there's been a major news organization in ABC that's already settled a lawsuit with the president. It's reported that CBS would likely do the same. What do you make of that?
Don't voluntarily give up your rights. Right? I mean, again, I'll give you our example in the Philippines, where the newspaper gave up, the television station gave up, it lost its franchise or license to operate, and guess what? It never regained it, even after the time of Duterte. Little Rappler with about 100, 120 people. We stood up, and it was difficult, it was frightening, but we're still here, right? A point in time when I faced over a century in jail, but I'm still here. And after 2021, I had lost some of my rights. I wasn't allowed to travel, for example, but now here I am. I'm in New York City teaching at Columbia University, right? So I guess what I'm saying is, hold the line is the phrase we used because it's connected to the rights that you deserve as a citizen. And if you do not hold the line at this crucial moment, this is the moment when you are strongest. You will only get weaker over time. And it isn't just the journalists, because journalists are the front lines in this, but the question is to every single citizen in America. It's the question I threw in the book, how to stand up to a dictator. And that question is simple. What are you willing to sacrifice for the truth? Because if you don't have facts, you cannot, and I've said this over and over since 2016, without facts, you can't have truth. Without truth, you can't have trust. Without these, we have no shared reality. You can't solve any problem, let alone existential ones like climate change. You can't have journalism. You can't have democracy. And in a system like that, only a dictatorship wins.
Maria, you're drawing the comparisons here based on your lived experience, of course. But there are folks who will say, look, the U.S. is not the Philippines. Trump is not Duterte. Our democracy is not the same as the one that you lived in. What do you say to that? The idea that this is somehow immune, our system, from the same things that the Philippines fell prey to?
I think I have two ways to respond to that. The first is, it isn't just the Philippines. There is a dictator's playbook, and you can look first at Russia. Actually, even before that, Turkey, Hungary, Russia, right, with Putin taking office. And the first step is really to get elected. Once you're elected, to crush the systems of checks and balances, and then replace them with your own. We're starting to call them the broligarchy because it's far more potent. The tech guys are more potent than just normal oligarchies. This is political largesse, political patronage. You have to decide the world you want to live in. You have to decide whether rule of law exists. You cannot normalize impunity. And if you don't, over time, we normalize that and you lose more and more of your rights. But here's a positive note. Rodrigo Duterte's term ended. He had one 6-year term. He did try to extend, and perhaps if the military had supported him, I wouldn't be here. But we now have another president, and those 10 criminal cases that I've now won 8 of those 10, and 2 left. I still have to ask the Supreme Court for approval to travel, but we're here. It's alarming to see it happening all over again.
We should point out, Maria, that the majority of Americans say they don't even trust the media right now, that we've seen a decline in that trust over years, and many people like to see the president go after the press in the way that he does. They will hear this conversation and say, good, I'm glad he's doing what he's doing. What has the independent press ever done for me? What would you say to them?
The role of journalists in a country, in a democracy like the Philippines, like the United States, is to hold power to account. And I believe that is why, you're not going to have an influencer or a content creator stand up to a dictator. You're not going to have someone have a set of principles, of standards and ethics that actually pushes against their own self-interest. We're seeing all of these begin to fall, but here's the thing. Part of what triggered that is the technology, the public information ecosystem we live in. Journalists and news organizations have been under attack from the very beginning. So your lack of faith in that is a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
The way we practice it, you lose democracy.
Maria Ressa, always such a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you so much for making the time.
NASA's partnership with the private sector took another key step forward this weekend with a successful moon landing.
Y'all select the landing. We're on the moon.
The Blue Ghost lunar lander, measuring only about 6 by 11 feet, stuck the landing safely early Sunday, making it the first commercial spacecraft to do so after others tried but crashed or tipped over once they got to the moon. Blue Ghost is built by the private company Firefly Aerospace It's carrying a number of experiments for NASA and is part of a larger effort to have private companies make deliveries for larger missions. Miles O'Brien joins us now. Miles, it's always great to see you. So what is the significance of this Blue Ghost landing?
Well, Jeff, it's a big accomplishment for a small private enterprise to land on the moon. This is not easy stuff. As they say, rocket science is hard. This is part of the overall Artemis program and is truly a highlight in a program which is facing a lot of trouble. Artemis, of course, is the Return to the Moon campaign over several years. These missions, and this is one of about 11 or so in the coming years, are designed to scout out the surface, determine the radiation environment, try to figure out what to do about that difficult lunar dust, which can be very sticky and sharp, and also learn how to navigate and land successfully. They were able, interestingly, to use the Earth-based GPS system to get a fix. So that actually portends well for navigating in the future. So a glimmer of hope in an otherwise troubled program.
A glimmer of hope indeed. How much of a boost is this for Artemis?
Well, it helps, and it puts Artemis
I always
minds.
get them to all come play with
But at the center of Artemis is a giant, what some might call, white elephant of a rocket. It's now coming in at about $90 billion. I'm talking about the Space Launch System. And it's had a very long and slow and continually delayed effort to get into space. At this point, NASA is projecting a moon landing in 2027, but that's probably pretty optimistic. So this is a program that is looking like it is a ripe target for the Doge world.
Well, it raises the question, what is Elon Musk's stance on Artemis, especially since he has his own private spaceflight company, SpaceX?
He's not a big fan. But interestingly, he does have a key part to play in Artemis. His Starship would be modified and used to actually do the last bit and land on the lunar surface. But the Space Launch System itself, he's described as inefficient, a jobs program, not a results program, and he said he wants to go straight to Mars. The moon is a distraction. So that lends itself to a lot of speculation right now that Artemis could very well be on the chopping block. But we'll have to wait and see. The future administrator, the potential administrator, I guess we would expect him to be the administrator, Jared Isaacman, the billionaire who is slated to do that, has hearings, and at that time we'll hear a little bit more about his thoughts on it, but he also calls it a very expensive way to go. So we'll see what happens, but this could be, these missions, these CLIPS missions, could be the real highlight of Artemis when all is said and done.
Miles, is that a widely held view that Artemis is inefficient? I mean, is this program really in trouble?
Oh my God!
Well, when
yes.
you look at a rocket that is that
Artemis
far over
is
budget
a
and
fucking
that delayed,
joke,
and
bro.
The key point here, Jeff, is that the rocket they're building is based on old shuttle and basically Saturn V technology. It goes back many decades. It was supposed to be faster and cheaper, but what they're building is turning out to be very expensive, and it is single use. And of course, what SpaceX and Elon Musk have been focused on all this time are reusable rockets. And that obviously over time drives down the cost tremendously of getting to space. And that Starship, although it's not flown a perfect mission yet, has flown about a half a dozen times, and it flies a lot cheaper than the Space Launch System, which right now is, it's unclear when it will fly next.
Miles O'Brien, our thanks to you as always.
You're welcome, Jeff.
And we'll be back shortly with a look at last night's Oscars. But first, take a moment to hear from your local PBS station. It's a chance to offer your support, which helps to keep programs like this one on the air.
Overnight, President Trump imposing new tariffs targeting our largest trading partners, Canada and Mexico. Trump adding a 25% tax on all goods coming across the border from Mexico and Canada, and an additional 10% tax on Chinese products. The Yale Budget Lab estimates that the tariffs could cost the average household up to $2,000 annually. Canada responding with a 25% tariff of its own on American goods.
We are ready should the U.S. decide to launch their trade war. We will be ready. We are not looking for this. We're not seeking this. There's a level of unpredictability and chaos that comes out of the Oval Office, and we will be dealing with it.
Economists warn those tariffs are paid for by American businesses, and those costs are then passed on to American consumers by raising prices. That means it could end up costing you more to buy many household goods, including electronics, food and beverages, and oil and gas.
I suspect by Memorial Day, we will all feel the effects of the higher prices on all these different products that we import from China, Canada, and Mexico.
The auto industry is also expected to take a hit, with the average new car cost increasing by over $3,000.
I think you didn't fucking click a layer when exporting this,
So what they
y'all.
have to do is build their car plants, frankly, and other things. In
No
the
way.
United
This
States.
is fucking
Trump
amazing.
says
I
the
can't
tariffs
believe
are
this.
needed.
I can't
He
believe
says the
this is
US
still
getting ripped
uploaded.
off
Nobody
by bad
noticed.
trade deals that cost American jobs. And he claims Canada and Mexico aren't doing enough to stop illegal immigration and fentanyl shipments, even though less than 1% of the fentanyl in the U.S. comes across the Canadian border. U.S. farmers could soon start to feel the pinch after China announced overnight it will impose additional tariffs of up to 15% on U.S. goods, including chicken, wheat, soybeans, and beef. Nicole D'Antonio, ABC News, Washington.
Now, a big moment tonight.
That
on
wasn't
Capitol Hill,
PBS.
where President Trump will
That
make
was
his
just
first
some, I don't know,
address
some
to
affiliate.
this term to a joint session of Congress. Now, this is a live look there this morning. Jess Arnold is live at Capitol Hill to walk us through what we can expect in tonight's big speech. And Jess, good morning to you. The president has a lot to talk about because there's a lot that's happened since he took office.
That's right, Wisdom. Of course, top of mind for a lot of people is that recent meeting with Ukraine's president that became very contentious. And then just yesterday, the U.S. paused their military aid to Ukraine. Again, following that meeting, President Trump issued over 50 executive orders addressing everything from birthright citizenship to IVF. So that will likely be something we hear discussed in the speech. And of course, this federal worker fallout. Everyone is waiting to hear what he has to say about the Department of Government efficiency. Of course, there were more cuts just yesterday with the Trump administration canceling over 200 contracts with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. So that is top of mind, and it is inspiring some of our local lawmakers with how they are planning to attend this joint session tonight. We have Virginia Senator Mark Warner, who's bringing a former National Park Service ranger who used to work at the Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania National Military Park and was suddenly fired last month. So they're bringing these guests as their special guests, some fired federal workers, another lawmaker who committed to doing that, as well as his fellow Virginia Senator Tim Kaine, who plans to bring a man who is a disabled veteran and was fired from the FAA during these layoffs. Other Democratic lawmakers, though, plan to just boycott the speech entirely and not even attend. Now, there are multiple protests that are planned leading up to the speech outside of the Capitol. At noon, there will be a March for Liberty from the Lincoln Memorial to the Capitol. They say until they are tired, so they plan to be out here as long as they can. The group called Refuse Fascism is setting up in Upper Senate Park at 4 p.m. to protest what they call the president's fascist regime. Now, we're also hearing from Time that multiple Democratic women plan to protest the president's speech by attending, but wearing pink to signal the impact that his policies are having on women and their families. Now, others plan to celebrate the president's second term here and are eagerly awaiting this joint address. Now, some are hosting watch parties. We know of one that's in Fairfax City that the Northern Virginia Tea Party is hosting. That's at Kelly's Oyster House and Bar, and that one begins at 8 p.m., so an hour before that speech is scheduled to start. Now, with some of these protest plans, we have law enforcement that has been stepping up security around the Capitol. You can see in this footage here that they are bringing back those high fences around the Capitol. They'll have more patrols out, and of course, that often means road closures for all of you, anyone who has to commute around this area. So to walk you through what you need to know when it comes to those road closures and how it impacts your drive, I want to bring in Lindsay Nance. Lindsay.
Hey, good morning, Jess. The biggest impact is going to be around the Capitol. So portions of Constitution and Independence Avenues will close, along with First Street on either side and East Capitol Street. Some of these smaller closures went into effect around midnight last night, but other main roads like Constitution and Independence Avenues won't close down until around 5:30 this evening. All roads will remain completely closed down until the event ends tonight. So in my opinion, your best bet is going to be to try and take Metro to avoid some of these downtown delays. But if you do have to drive, you've got H Street to the north if you need to head east or west. You also have M Street throughout southeast. If you need to head to or from D.C., you can either take North Capitol Street or South Capitol Street, depending on where you need to go. Liz?
All right, Lindsay, thank you very much. You can stream President Trump's address live tonight at 9 on WSA 9 Plus. Download it for free and watch on your TV if you just want the big highlights. We have all of those, plus reaction from elected leaders here in the DMV tonight on the news at 11.
So in D.C., the Senate voted today to confirm former wrestling executive Linda McMahon as the Secretary of Education. She'll now lead a department that President Trump has vowed to dismantle, and educators here in the island say they're afraid of the looming changes and possible funding cuts. Chelsea Davis has the story from Kahului.
Funding has gotten to the point where schools can't function.
Justin Huey started teaching at King Kamehameha III Elementary School in Lahaina in 2006. After the school was destroyed in the 2023 fire, he relocated to Kahului Elementary and teaches special education there.
Majority of kids here come from low income, and this is their one opportunity to get a really solid education moving forward in life.
The Hawaii State Teachers Association says the federal education department supports nearly 20,000 Hawaii students with special needs, with almost $38 million in funding every year. 2.5 weeks ago, HSTA leaders joined hundreds to protest against education cuts at the Capitol and fight against dismantling the U.S. Department of Education and efforts to cut vital services for Hawaii's public school students. But Huey fears depending on the federal government is a losing battle. Because the federal funding environment is so uncertain, local teachers are wondering if state leaders will step up to help. The Hawaii Department of Education officials say roughly 11% of the department's budget comes from federal funding. They said while they have not yet seen any direct reductions of major federal K-12 education funds to Hawaii, there are significant threats. They also said they're closely monitoring the federal orders and consulting with the governor and the attorney general to assess any legal implications. Requests for comment from the Hawaii Board of Education and State House Education Chair Representative Justin Woodson went unanswered on Monday. Huey says he hasn't gotten answers from them either.
Are they going to continue to have special education? What are they going to do with the positions that are funded, that are federally funded, which are EA positions, some teaching positions, and special education positions?
People are panicking, especially those who are the most vulnerable. Parents who have children who they need these special supports in order to take care of their children, to give their children what they need to function in society. And really, that's what they're taking away. They're taking away the opportunity to have them be prepared for what's going to come tomorrow.
Reporting in Kahului, Chelsea Davis, Hawaii News Now.
There's some really significant breaking news to tell you about on the FBI front. The head of the New York field office, James Dennehy, has retired under intense pressure. He had tangled with the Trump administration over their demand that the names of all FBI agents who worked on or touched any January 6 cases be handed over. In a letter to staff earlier this month that we covered on this program, Dennehy had written this, quote, "Today we find ourselves in the middle of a battle of our own, as good people are being walked out of the FBI and others are being targeted because they did their jobs in accordance with the law and FBI policy." He added this, quote, "Time for me to dig in," end quote. That list of names was eventually handed over. Two sources tell NBC News that Dennehy was given a choice to retire or be fired, and he chose to retire earlier today. Let's bring into our coverage former top official, the Department of Justice, former FBI General Counsel, MSNBC legal analyst Andrew Weissman, also joining us at the table, the co-founder and CEO of Rappler, the leading digital media and news organization in the Philippines, the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021, the author of, quote, "How to Stand Up to a Dictator, The Fight for Our Future." Maria Ressa is back. She's also a board member of the Committee to Protect Journalists. Someone who's talked us through these times, and we're gonna get to the journalism front, but we start here at the FBI. A big blow.
Big blow. This is somebody who, just like we saw in the prosecutor's office in New York, the prosecutor's office in Main Justice, the prosecutor's office in D.C., it's useful to remember, this sort of resistance started at the FBI. And this is sort of the next rung below the director and the deputy director. All of the assistant directors, the heads of the field offices, of which this fellow is the largest field office in the Bureau. This is sort of the crown jewel. I say that not just as a native New Yorker. I mean, it really has the most people, has the most work. It is the core of the terrorism program is here. And this is somebody who basically had to be forced out by the Trump administration because he was, by all accounts, saying, you know what, I was trained to believe in facts and law. So it's, again, another sign of where we are. It's really important to see this as part of that larger story as to what's going on in the administration writ large, but it's certainly within the Department of Justice. I cannot stress to you, Nicole, how unusual this is. The only other time I can think of anyone of note leaving the department because of being asked to do something that they viewed as against the law or just not supported by the facts was in the first Trump administration. But that was a small group of people. This is full bore. And to me, that is just exactly representative of the difference between where we were in Trump 1.0 and where we are now.
And what would Kash Patel and Dan Bongino want that Dennehy couldn't have given them if he'd run that office?
Somebody who was going to be fact-based and law-based and was saying that out loud. Remember, this is exactly what Denise Chung, the head of the criminal division, was saying to her boss and to the Deputy Attorney General's office, which was the facts do not support it and the law does not support it. And what's remarkable is that is a firing offense. Just to remember what Mr. Dennehy, Special Agent Dennehy's position was, it was that there is nothing wrong with having worked on the investigation of people who participated in the January 6th insurrection. We all saw that. It's worth noting. This isn't misconduct. It would be a dereliction of duty not to have done those cases. And the idea, just remember, this is a public servant with a long career, not just at the FBI, but in the military, who is sitting there saying, I can't stomach this. I mean, it's remarkable.
But he didn't. They're printing. This is real news, real breaking news in the making. When it makes me stammer, I can see the story coming out the printer. He's putting out publicly that he was forced out. I want to read to you from his resignation message. Eddie, you have that? Thank you. This is how it happens. Sorry, not so glamorous. In his retirement message to colleagues, former head of the FBI New York field office says he was forced out. Quote, I've been told many times in my life when you find yourself in a hole, sometimes it's best to quit digging. Screw that. I will never stop defending this joint. Full message, all. Quote, late Friday, I was informed that I needed to put my retirement papers in today, which I just did. I was not given a reason for this decision. Regardless, I apologize to all of you for not being able to fulfill my commitment to you to serve as ADICNY. What's that?
Assistant Director in Charge. They're one of three people, the largest field offices in the country, New York, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles. I can't stress enough how big and important a job is. But for sort of the director and the deputy director, I mean, this is the most important position in the department.
Let me read his message in full then. As I leave today, I have an immense feeling of pride to have represented an office of professionals who will always do the right thing for the right reasons, who will always seek the truth while upholding the rule of law, who will always follow the facts no matter where they lead and be unapologetic about it, who will never bend, break, falter, or quit on your integrity, who will always handle cases and evidence with an overabundance of caution and care for the innocent, the victims, and the process first, and who will always remain independent. With that, here is my final top 10 list. Top 10 things I'll miss about the FBI. The commute to work, not. The investigations, doesn't matter what squad you are on, the work is the best in the world. The intensity. You have to be in it to realize what I mean. But we all know how significant what we do is. The FBI brand. Do not fret. Those 3 letters still mean something. And there's only a select group of folks in this world, past and present, who can say they're with the FBI. Be proud of that. The camaraderie within our own bureau family and with all law enforcement, local, state, federal, and international. There is no better fraternity in the world. The opportunity to put on a suit and tie to conduct interviews in the morning, throw on some street clothes to conduct surveillance in the afternoon, debrief a sensitive source at a safe house overnight, and then get up early for a SWAT arrest the next morning. Then rinse and repeat. The badge, what it took to earn it and what it means to carry it. The independence. We will not bend. We will not falter. We will not sacrifice what is right for anything or anyone. 2, the impact. Our work helps shape foreign policy, community awareness, international relations, wartime decisions, and public safety every single day. Number 1, all of you, every single one of you who has earned your position within this phenomenal organization. I've been told many times in my life, when you find yourself in a hole, sometimes it's best to quit digging. Screw that. I will never stop defending this joint. I'll just do it willingly and proudly from outside the wire. Wow.
He said joint.
Nicole, when you were in government and I was in government, when you were seeing leaders, what you had sort of front and center was looking at people like this and figuring out, how do I support their mission? And how do I sort of get out of their way, and what do they need operationally? And that statement sort of gives you a sense of
pretty cool, like on those days when it's super warm and you can ski in jeans. It's kind of fun. I thought it was always cool when people got to ski in jeans. I didn't know that was uncool. I learned that from the sign. So protests work. I was educated. It's also more of like a Colorado thing, because Vermont's always so cold.
It's really terrible. Yeah, I think we want to show energy. I think that I would go to, look, the head of the Republican House campaign committee today said no more town halls for Republican House members because they're worried about too many people showing up at the Republican town halls. I think another option is to just show up outside their offices if they're not going to hold town halls. Important to be respectful, of course, and follow the law. But yeah, we should be showing up all over the place, and I think when people see that there's energy and opposition, you know, it's infectious, and that's how we keep up the fight.
And Beezer would like to know, Beezer from the Discord, are you planning to get into more Twitter fights with Elon, Mr. Favreau? It's quite quality content.
Look, as many as I can handle. He clearly has time. It's so weird that this guy really is tweeting like most of the time. Like when I went to bed after he had responded to my first tweet, and I wisely made the decision not to respond at night, late Saturday night, and then I woke up the next day, he had been tweeting the whole time. He only slept like 2 or 3 hours
John, he's running 4 companies and destroying the government at the same time.
He has like 14 kids.
It is like genuinely like amazing. Like I mean, he's not doing a good job.
You gotta
of
hand it to him, I guess,
really.
right?
I mean, it does just seem like it's also like it's not sustainable. Like he's got to be
putting the mannequin.
Yeah, he's burning that candle at both ends for sure. You know, and a little in the middle.
He's not gonna make it to Mars at this rate.
Yeah.
John, the Discord.
My shit's like caught.
I've heard that throughout my life. I do have French Canadian roots.
Okay.
So I don't
Their
know.
audio is way lower.
My dad
than
doesn't
that
sound
game.
like that. My dad has the
No.
most Boston accent ever.
Super love that. Someone else said
Oops.
love it skis and jorts.
I would ski in a jort.
Actually,
I would
that was
ski in a
maybe the
jort.
type.
It'd be nice to ski in a fucking jort.
Way to get into the Discord. Yeah, love it.
Yeah,
Utilize
just
it
the
here.
way people like kind of, you know, bound the possible on fashion. You know, it's like wear whatever you want. Oh, you can't wear jorts. Jorts are uncool. Why? Because someone on the internet told you? Have your own ideas.
All right, Frazzled Buzzard wants to know what concessions would the Republicans have to make in order for the Dems to consider voting to continue funding the government?
go.
I mean, they were originally talking about putting some guardrails around Doge. I don't really know how that works. Like, I don't know how you get a concession that is real from an administration that is like constantly breaking the law.
Right. It's just like there are already guardrails they're breaking. The Constitution is one of them. The laws that they're not enforcing is one of them. The court orders that they're kind of through a kind of performative incompetence not actually executing on is a guardrail. So it's like, how do you, like, no, we really mean it this time. We really mean it this time. So it's just hard to know.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, you know, you heard from Senator Schiff earlier, like, there is some thinking that maybe just letting them own this, because they've already, like, half shut the government down, and maybe they want the government shut down. And so I could see a strategy where you just...
would you say play dead?
Well, not play this, but like make them own it and be like, I'm certainly not going to go fund the government, but like...
Well, so...
I know this is what's...
I mean, we can talk about this for hours, and I'm sure we will over the next 10 days. The one pushback I think what Senator Schiff said is it is possible where they could want to open up part of it, but we control that too. Right,
because they still need 60 votes no matter what.
In every shutdown that's ever happened, what the Republicans try to do is they try to open it piecemeal, and they make you vote on defense and Homeland Security.
And Veterans Affairs.
And then you have to hold the line there because they want to isolate the other less politically, or I don't think they're less politically, I mean, that's how they view it, but we would control that. The question ultimately is if you go down that path, what is the legitimate substantive victory that makes having gone down that path worth?
Right, and is it basically undoing all the Doge cuts that we believe are illegal, that maybe there are court cases about, maybe you take the court cases they're not following? I don't know.
And it's like, what does that mean? Because ultimately, we did resolve those when we passed the laws to begin with. And there's still some weird 18-year-old crypto guy who has got to push the button that sends the money out the door.
Oh, and by the way, or they have to have people in the jobs that aren't on furlough or stuck at home because they've been illegally fired to actually execute putting these things back online.
Yeah, you got to think about, like, what is the optimal outcome of a government shutdown, in the sense that, like, what would Trump and the rest of them agree to, or what would they feel forced to do or pressured to do that they are clearly not feeling forced or pressured to do right now?
Right, and by the way, like what we're describing, right, like the concession is doing what Congress has already said, right? Like the concession is executing the law. I think sometimes the consequences of a shutdown get conflated, the political and then the practical, because people combine, oh, well, this is a different kind of government. They can do whatever they want, with what Dan's talking about, which is like kind of shutting down at piecemeal. The question is like, what kind of damage could they do through a shutdown that has nothing to do with coming back from Congress, but just like using it as Schiff said, to basically can dismantle more quickly the parts of the government they were planning to dismantle anyway.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
Someone in Discord is wondering if the speech tonight will just be Trump responding to the Elon "What are 5 things you did this week?" message. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good take.
I would hand it to him. That would be
very funny.
And they just walked off.
And he just got out.
Yeah.
Made some money on crypto. Fucked up the Dow. Yelled at some people about that.
Yelled at some Ukrainian guy in my office.
Yeah, there's some. I heckled a Ukrainian comedian for a while.
My poll numbers went up in Russia.
Snoopy Starling does want to know what you're looking out for, expecting to hear tonight, especially regarding the Ukraine and the U.S. role on the world stage.
I've never listened to the foreign policy section of a State of the Union. I'm not going to start tonight.
That's when I get an egg roll.
We call that the pee break.
Well, we mentioned that they could potentially announce
Whoa,
this
climbing.
minerals deal was signed today, but we don't know about that. I mean, I imagine he'll just reiterate his same
bullshit from the last couple of days on Ukraine.
It is wild, though, if you sit back and think about it, that over the last month, but particularly on Friday, the president completely reordered 75 years of American foreign policy. And it feels like in a normal world, you'd want to take some time and kind of explain your rationale for that decision.
Yeah, is that going in the accomplishment bucket?
Yeah.
Is that going in the challenges?
I don't think there's going to be a challenges bucket in the speech.
No, I would expect the speech to start with him just, this is the greatest month
most
ever that any president's ever had. And we've done an amazing thing. Here's all the things we just like. I think it's going to be heavy on accomplishments for like the first half hour.
How did you see it? You got a big salad in there?
Since Joe Biden, since FDR.
Well, it's funny because I think part of it, like, it's like so anticlimactic for obviously it's because it's Trump, but also like he's been out there in this first month more than any president has ever. Like Donald Trump has done more interviews, answered more questions, been in front of cameras more in this month than any president has ever in history been in front of cameras. There's no precedent for it, and so like we've heard him constantly. Right, he said everything about everything that there could be to say, but he's going to get to be in front of a bigger audience, people that haven't been paying as close of attention.
Also, he hasn't had a chance to say it with the soaring rhetoric that he's known for.
Yeah.
I mean, this will be interesting because it's pretty hard to fuck up a State of the Union.
Yeah.
It's just like you're up there, half the room is going to applaud it no matter what you say.
The Insta poll afterwards says 70% of the public thinks your speech was great.
But it is the one thing that I think that I've learned from all the State of the Unions that we worked on is it's very easy to succeed in the moment in the State of the Union. It's much harder to have it have a lasting impact, either politically, substantively, to lay out your political strategy, to set sort of the tone, to begin to meet the public where they are on certain issues. It's like Trump is going to go in there and declare this the return of the golden age, and you have polls today that show that the majority of the country thinks the State of the Union is not strong, right? That we're on the wrong track. The wrong track numbers are not that much better than they were when Biden was president. And he's clearly not going to address that.
Okay.
Not going to meet the moment.
No.
And we have a guest, Senator Wayne.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Senator.
Hey,
Senator, how are you?
I loved the opening talking about his speech, and I thought maybe he was going to say, it's been the most beautiful opening for any president.
Yeah. So you're not going tonight. What's that all about?
Well, I just decided that Trump is just stomping all over the Constitution. And what I want to do, and this is what my constituents want to do, is we'll show them what grassroots democracy looks like from Oregon. I'm sitting at my desk in the Dirksen building. We're going to talk about what they care about, which is Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and the cost of living, and they don't want to hear a lot of Trump's lies and hate.
Senator, you've been focused for your whole career on privacy and combating government surveillance and government overreach, especially when it comes to data collection. How concerned are you after the last month or so of watching Tulsi Gabbard's comments since she was installed at the DNI, and the news that not only were we going to have Kash Patel leading the FBI, but that a man with a head from Minecraft named Dan Bongino is going to be the deputy over there?
I'm concerned about all that. I'm even more concerned about what's going on at the IRS and Social Security. Social Security is basically the treasure trove in America of personal information. And the prospect that all these 22-year-olds have it, and they claim they were going to use the data for personal disclosure or anything, I'm not convinced.
So you have a three-piece suit on. It's a cool choice. Is it because it's cold, or is it a fashion thing?
It started out cold, now it's getting hot and hotter.
We've been talking about the potential shutdown. How are you thinking about this? Like, obviously, they're going to need Democratic votes, at least in the Senate, if they end up getting a funding bill through the House, which is still a big question. But if it comes to the Senate, they're obviously going to need they're like 7-8 senators. And are you guys thinking about making demands, what you want out of the shutdown fight, how you're going to approach it?
I'm still in the camp that you don't win if you're shutting down the government. And I think that the ball is really in their court. Look how much trouble they're having just around the tariffs issue. I mean, we're seeing a softening of the economy. We have jurisdiction over trade, and the numbers just look terrible, and we're going to see a lot of retaliation, it seems to me, by our allies, and they're going to have to explain what they're doing to get the economy on track, and I think the pressure is on them to make a good deal and something that works for the country.
What are the kind of reassurances you would need to see, right? Because, they are doing a bunch of illegal things. They're ignoring what Congress has said in the past. Like, what kind of reassurances would even be possible to make you think that through a CR, right, you'd be able to curtail what Doge and Musk is doing?
Well, first of all, you said they're doing a bunch of illegal things. I think they're on a spree, one after, another, and this is not going to be a trust but verify kind of situation. We are going to lock them down and have real specifics and guardrails and the opportunity, for example, to do audits. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Whistleblower Caucus. One of the things that's happened recently is we're starting to use more of them. On my website, we invite people to join us as watchdogs. This is not going to be something where we just wave at them and say we've got a deal.
How do you stop leaks from the Whistleblower Caucus?
Whistleblower caucuses, we go out and recruit the LeBron James of whistleblowing. We've got some really good people, and it's one of the reasons that we've had so much success.
I think Senator, point taken on, I think a very legitimate dispute among Democrats about how to handle the shutdown. But for a lot of people, Democrats out there in the country who are looking at this and they're seeing these, as you said, this illegal spree of activity, just agencies that matter like USAID, CFPB being just torn apart at the whims of the world's richest man. And they're demanding on the Democrats to do more to fight or to fight harder. How do you respond to that impulse? What do you think Democrats should be doing to fight harder?
Let me give you an example. I'm taking on Elon Musk on Social Security. He said that Social Security the other day was a Ponzi scheme. And I think he has no idea what he has stumbled into, because at every coffee shop in America, we ought to tell him that's absolutely nonsense. They've got a 99.7% track record of delivering the benefits on time. And I will tell you, what I think Musk is doing is laying out a strategy for privatization. And America didn't want to go there with George Bush, and they aren't going to want to go there with Elon Musk.
Have you tried tweeting at him?
Yeah, we've done a lot on Social Security. We've been pointing out that the amount of data that you can get, and particularly these 22-year-olds, if somebody got it in the wrong hands, we'd have the mother lode of identification scandal.
I know you're taking questions from constituents. What have you been hearing from your constituents about what's bothering them the most about this last month? What issues are really breaking through for them?
Well, I think it's the issues where the second word is bill. I'm going to hear a lot about medical bill. This Medicaid disaster that Donald Trump is contemplating will come up, I'm sure. And particularly, I was director of the Great Panthers for a number of years. I don't know how the country is going to pay the nursing home bill with what Musk and Trump are talking about. So those will be the kinds of issues we hear a lot about. And we'll also hear a lot about the fact that the country is really angry that we're basically setting aside our checks and balances system.
Senator, you've been through your career pushed hard for medical marijuana legalization and the legalization of psychedelic research. What do you think the status is of those efforts during the Trump administration? Is there any chance that more of the libertarian strain of the Republican Party might allow for something to happen?
Well, Trump has been all over the map on those issues, but there is no question in my mind that libertarian politics is appealing on a number of issues. I was the first United States senator to support marriage equality. This was about 10 years before everybody else, and I said one thing. I said, if you don't like gay marriage, don't get one. And I think that is going to be a bigger part of American politics, and a natural for Democrats to move there.
Has it been helpful having an advocate for ketamine so close to the center of power?
I think I'll pass on that one.
Senator Wyden, thank you as always for joining Pod Save America, and good luck taking questions.
Okay, audio warning, because I'm launching
at the State of the Union.
XCOM in the fucking launch. Actually, no, it will be heard because it'll come through desktop audio.
All right.
It'll be loud as fuck. So
what else we got? We got some other questions.
It'll take a while because they take a while to launch. So
what would surprise you guys if it happens in his speech?
In a few minutes, audio warning, basically.
Democrats on something?
Any kind of humility?
Yeah, humility.
Yeah. Cries.
Good writing.
Good writing.
Yeah,
That would
Stephen
surprise
Miller
me.
not writing the speech would be helpful.
An admission of fault, any previous mistakes, any lessons learned, any kind of growth as a human being?
I think there's a chance that J.D. Vance stands and claps at the wrong moment. And he's like, sit, J.D. Sit, and he throws him a treat.
Yeah, maybe.
How would you know if he's sitting or standing?
That's a really good point. I hadn't thought about that.
Because he's short?
Yeah.
This is the one thing that really triggers it. Love it doesn't like
Being
this.
short is worse. You're not as powerful because we used to be fucking apes.
Elon Musk is wearing a suit tonight and got into the motorcade with both Trump and Melania on the way to the
last minute edits.
I wonder if JD got in the motorcade.
Absolutely not.
I know there's a lot of let's try to divide Trump and Elon from it. Let's try to drive a wedge between them. I kind of like driving a wedge between JD Vance and Elon. That's my new thing.
Okay.
Because I think,
no bad ideas. Let's do it.
I feel like JD Vance is trying really hard to be at the big kids table.
Can I just ask what's the end game there?
Just personal.
Okay, as long as you
yeah.
have decided that that is a fun thing for you in this dark time, you should embrace it.
Yeah, because those two I dislike somehow more than Trump right now. JD Vance, Elon Musk.
I dislike JD Vance more as well.
Right now, which is unsettling to me. I agree.
What number is Trump?
Three.
Yeah. Well, I think for me it's like part because like on some level we that being inside Trump's mind is in some sense like a terrible prison, right? And does this make me feel bad for him at all? But I just know that he's living a nightmare every day, and that he's a broken person, and so he's just careening through life. Like Vance knows better. He's doing a performance. He's the best little boy in the world. And
best little boy in the world.
Which, if you know what I mean, no, it's because he's the best little boy in the world, and he's going to do everything to make Daddy proud. But and then Elon is his own pathologist. But they're so smart and so evil.
We're just watching the floor right now. Should we do cable commentary
on
the floor?
Oh, here's JD right now.
There he is.
Coming in.
There he is. There he is, like a pig in shit.
There's
John
Thu. Even older.
Yeah, really. Did you guys watch JD Vance on Hannity, I believe?
No.
He was so giddy to recap his role in the chaos in the Zelensky meeting.
Very proud of himself. Look at him, pig in shit. There's Marge. Where's her MAGA hat?
There's Chuck Schumer.
There's Chuck.
Dick Durbin poking up the
been indicted yet.
Icy glare.
John doing so tall.
Should we take another question?
Sure. No, I think this is really good. Is this
So-
not good enough content? Us remembering
Works on
people's
cable,
names.
does it?
From Annie, why don't Democrats more openly advocate for progressive agendas? If they embrace the far left as strongly as the GOP has embraced the far right, could they mobilize movement from the base?
No. No, I do. I think what parties win when they mobilize popular agendas that both their base is passionate about and can win over people who are more moderate, who don't pay as much attention to politics. And I think Republicans did that on immigration. Clearly, the most extreme parts of their immigration agenda resonated very well with their base, but also by talking about the chaos at the border, they got more moderate voters in the middle, right? And so I do think that for the Democrats, there are plenty of policies that I think we would describe as progressive that I think are very smart policies to advocate for. Higher minimum wage, expanded healthcare, right? These are policies that both I think progressives get excited about, but also we know that more moderate voters get excited about.
I think the one way to look at the 2024 results is that Donald Trump won despite his right-wing MAGA positions, not because of them. He won because of inflation and immigration. And on immigration, most people had no idea what he was actually talking about. When he talked about mass deportation, you saw this in a lot of focus groups. What people thought he was referring to was criminals and migrants who recently crossed the border.
Yep.
Not people who've been in these communities paying taxes, working for upwards of a decade, who have spouses who are American citizens or children who are American citizens. Yeah. And so his campaign appeared mainstream, or more mainstream to a lot of people, which it obviously was not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also I actually think Joe Biden, who I think is kind of instructive on this, because how is it possible for Joe Biden to shift to the left on a number of really important issues? He did it by having a lot of credibility as being someone
the average person
is
is
pretty
stupid.
mainstream, and that gave him the political space to shift left on issues like everything from trans rights to student loans and a bunch of other issues. And I think the question for me is not how should Democrats, how should Democrats move to the left? It's more like, how can Democrats build up credibility with a broad swath of voters in order to kind of have the space to make the case for some of the places where we would like to see them shift.
You win by campaigning on issues that are the most salient to voters. That may sound obvious, but Donald Trump won despite a very unpopular position on pardoning January 6th convicts, which he talked about all the time. But because inflation and the border were more important to voters, they looked past that position on January 6th that they didn't like to vote for that. So I think that's a lesson for Democrats only, in that there are some issues that we may not be on the side of public opinion on. We can take the positions we believe in, so long as the bulk of our message and energy is focused on the issues that people are going to vote on.
Yeah, I think that's right.
All right, let's do some betting. How long do you think the speech will be? And let's use Price is Right rules.
Do we have any background information on previous length of speeches? If you don't have it handy,
No,
I
don't.
I can do it. You guys.
Let's just do an over/under. It's 70 minutes.
Well, he gave the
over, I think.
Yeah,
Over.
I think over too. I think he's gonna really ham it up there.
Yeah.
Doesn't he hold the record?
Yeah, I was about to say two records. He has at least 2 records.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so
no, that was for the convention speeches.
Yeah, that's true.
His
right.
he has 2 of the longest convention speeches ever.
The longest one was
Bill Clinton.
1 hour and 22 minutes from Trump in February of 2019.
And before that is Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton's longest was 124. Oh no, Bill Clinton did 128.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Crazy.
All right.
Jesus
95?
Christ. No, that
Absolutely
was 2000.
crazy.
Oh,
He was just like, I don't care.
Second semester senioritis there.
He's like, what are you gonna do? Vote me out?
Right, yeah. That's way too long.
There's Elon.
And there's Elon, yeah. Trump's last one was
Here comes the ear rape.
118. 118.
Man, that's
So I'm going over 70.
Yeah, I
God,
think
70
so.
is way too low. Fuck. Wish casting for
70.
myself.
So where do you get? What's
Honestly, Biden's last was 107. Good for Joe.
Yeah, it was late.
We're off.
I'm gonna say 86.
86. Okay.
Right rules?
Yeah.
It's sort of unfair to do Price is Right rules with no like order when you get to go
well.
actually. When you get down to the podium on Price is Right, you go first because you're the first one there, and you build up. You get seniority.
Given the
That
high
was my
stakes
ad.
of this
This is
bet,
my
I understand your complaint.
Call out a number.
1 hour and 21 minutes.
Space those out pretty good. So 70, 84.
70 my over/under. 102.
So you go. You just say
That's
1
a
minute.
pick.
Just say 1 minute. You're the lowest. Say 1 minute.
I don't want to play that way.
Well, then I'll win.
No one cares.
What if
about
it's 61? You just fucked yourself.
Oh, there's Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh
Oh my gosh. Okay.
and someone else.
That's exciting.
I think that's Riley Gaines.
Who's that?
Oh, God.
Very angry Ivy League swimmer.
Oh, right.
That bodes well.
Do you think if Kamala Harris had won, that could have been us? There's 3 podcasters right
Yeah,
there.
no, I'm sure that it
Zero
would have been
chance.
us for sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely not
Texting
everyone
my-
else before us.
Texting Midas Touch, see if we get tickets.
We do know Brian Tyler Cohen.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, is
that
that?
would help us.
Yeah, Brian could get us.
How many
in.
was
I'm
from
yeah,
PBS there?
for sure.
I'm Molly Jung Fast +1.
Yeah, riding Brian's coattails.
Adrian, you got any more for us?
Why do we talk about winning political strategies based on issues when
Whoa,
nobody
fascist
cares
symbols.
or knows about the issues?
There's a lot of nihilism in the comments.
Yeah.
man.
I
I don't think that's
Sorry.
right. I think people do care about the issues. They
Is it?
I mean, yeah.
Here's what
The
I think.
people that don't really pay attention
Well, if they
to
care about
politics-
the issues. They may not care about policies as much as we would.
Correct. Yes.
That's fair.
Yeah, I would say, look, I think the truth in that is like when people are like, oh, what could the Democrats do tonight? And like, should they stand up and turn around? Should they throw a grogger around like it's Purim? You're like what?
Okay.
You know, anybody Jews know when you say Haman's name, you throw the grogger around.
Oh, that was a question, I think, in solid prep for Schiff.
But yeah, which we unfortunately we didn't get to the Purim questions for Senator Adam Schiff. But like, yeah, like right now it's like pretty demoralizing how little power Democrats have and how hard it is to make people care about things. Like the fact that Donald Trump throughout 75 years of alliances and foreign policy, and it doesn't really seem to reach a lot of people it should reach. Like it's part of a huge problem, but like that doesn't mean this slow grind of like trying to make the case doesn't ultimately matter. It isn't what we ultimately have to do. It just isn't as rewarding as you'd like it to be.
There's something between hoping that your policy blueprint is going to carry the day and just thinking that it's all vibes.
Right.
Right. Like there's.
Right.
Look at that fun conversation. Mike Johnson and J.D. Vance.
Look at that. Look at that. Two guys that.
So then my son's
Right, I was about
masturbation
to
data
say.
came through on Wednesday.
These are two guys who thought a
Then
lot
again
about
on
not looking at
Thursday.
porn on their phones.
Look, there's Adam Schiff.
There he is.
Yeah,
From
wow.
our stream to the Senate floor. Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
From our lips to God's ears.
Jasmine.
A.K. Muskie on the Discord wants to know, what should we look forward to in Slotkin's response?
I bet she'll talk about costs, affordability.
Sure.
It's just, of course.
Doge will come up, probably.
Doge will come up. She does have a extensive national security background, so I'm sure she'll talk about the Ukraine situation.
I would just say that this is an impossible job.
Yeah.
That she has. So we should level set expectations. It is very hard to do.
The best have been forgettable. The worst
have been memorable.
Yeah, that's right. If you're sitting here and you remember who delivered it, like we all know Katie Britt delivered it last time because she was terrible.
That was so good. God, I forgot
that's
about
right.
that. That was a really good one.
Marco Rubio just drank some water and now he's sitting on the couch hoping he dies.
Yeah.
Alyssa Slotkin. We're wondering if he's already dead.
Alyssa Slotkin is great. I really like her. Loved campaigning for her. She's a great senator. But if what you're looking for involves something in her speech, go to Netflix. Look forward to something more enjoyable.
I do have I have a question from the Discord that I just want to offer John Lovett. I don't know why I'm doing this. We're cutting this right afterwards. If you had to
This
pick
is live, John.
No, I'm saying we're cutting the live stream before he can talk.
Okay.
If you had to pick one philosophical thought experiment that describes tonight, what would it be? And please explain it in excruciating detail.
You basilisk dick. You fucking asshole.
Savannah.
You get nothing.
Thanks, Savannah.
You get nothing from me. You get nothing from me. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I wanted to ask Ed Markey if he'd seen the new Red Sox doc on Netflix. The Comeback.
Or the
10-part
Celtics one.
Just out. Already?
I think episode 1 is out.
Have you seen it?
I think it's just out.
I say this with all due respect to the great Celtics. It would pain me to watch it.
Okay.
I understand that.
It's out of jealousy.
Havana D wants to know, do we think Democrats being disruptive during the speech will work in their favor?
No.
No.
It's you're not on a level playing field is the problem. You have one guy who's got the mic, and he's talking, and he's got he's and you got a whole bunch of people. And I believe this too when a Democratic president is up there and Republicans try their bullshit. Like it can disrupt the speech and maybe disrupt the president's flow for a little bit, but inevitably everyone's like, well, the guy was trying to speak. Why'd you do that for?
Yeah, people don't love hecklers. Like, one person has the microphone and you don't.
We're not doing crowd work here.
I mean, if we remember, I think it was 2 years ago, Biden's best moments were
mixing it up with
Republicans. Because the rest of the speech...
Obama had good moments mixing up with Republicans when they heckled them. Like, this is just what happens, you know?
It's because the rest of the speech is so scripted and pretty boring and very rote. And so if there was an off-the-cuff moment, it's going to break through in a way, and it's probably going to break through to the advantage of the person standing on stage with a microphone.
Right. And also, you got to keep objectives in mind. What's the objective, right? The objective is to make Trump less popular and make Republicans less popular and remind people why they don't like Republicans. So I don't know how you do that by heckling Donald Trump.
The argument, if you were to take the pro-heckler side of the argument, it would be you're trying to rattle him into doing something insane and screwing up
we
his
don't have
whole
enough
night.
of that from him.
Yeah.
He's always so calm and steady.
Well, I mean, this is not my case.
Oh, I know. I appreciate it.
I'm carrying the water of the hecklers.
Look, I know you're a big heckler.
I am in league with the people with empty egg cartons tonight.
You've got your pocket constitution.
Yes, and I'm going to wave it.
And your pocket eggs.
Is that if he were to have a moment that, like, this is the moment where he becomes president, as we've seen in previous ones, so a moment where he seems unhinged is theoretically better. Now, are you really going to be able to achieve that? Whether you had success of that, I'm not so sure. The challenges of this were mentioned while we were sitting here waiting for one of our guests. C-SPAN listed the ways in which Democrats were protesting.
I know.
And included some were wearing white, some were wearing black, some were wearing scarves and ties in the colors of the Ukraine flag.
Those are just clothes. Those are just different colored clothes. That's just for people wearing clothes. Yeah, like I this is why it's like, I don't know. Whatever power we have right now, it's about, hey, the American people are on our side, which is why the town halls have been so powerful. Why I think even Senator Wyden saying I'm staying out of it, I'm gonna talk to my constituents, right? Like where Elise Slotkin is gonna be doing her speech, I think is important. But you don't really when you stand up and yell, you're alone. No one can hear what you're saying, right? It's not like you're driving a message. You're just a heckler, and you don't have a lot of power in that moment. So I think it doesn't work for me.
Also, I think that Donald Trump turned in a pretty insane performance in the Oval Office last week with Zelensky, and immediately people were like, "Oh, he got him. He was great." Like his scores are going to be like it's a huge win
anyway.
anyway.
Going to say that anyway.
Yeah.
And it's just like the context setting here is, we feel so impotent because he's able to run roughshod over our government, and there is no magic button. There's nothing we can say, nothing that Senate Democrats can do that can immediately stop that from happening.
That's
but
the
there
tough
is
part.
no real actual evidence that people are loving this. In fact, there's a lot of evidence that they're not. His approval rating is down. He is much less popular than any other president at this point in the presidency, other than Donald Trump the last time. All the polling on Doge is terrible, right? And then when you add Elon Musk's name to anything about Doge, it makes it even less popular. There are, in a Pew poll today, the number one concern for people was the influence of corporations and rich people in our government.
I got
which has
tough news for them.
Well, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why they're worried about it.
Yeah.
Right? And we always want. We went through this in 2017, and we want political accountability delivered to Donald Trump right this second.
Yeah.
And that the time when we're going to be able to do that in its fullness is in 2026. And what is happening now is the build up to allow that to happen.
I also think, to take the other, if there are hecklers and people are like, "Oh, they were rude" or whatever else, that's not really going to matter either.
Who
That's not
gives
gonna,
a
like
shit?
no, it doesn't matter. It's not gonna.
Oh, we got a heckler. Oh no,
No,
she's
no,
announcing.
that's
Just kidding.
Is this the cabinet? Who's this?
You know, I forget.
Are these ambassadors?
I don't really recognize much of the cabinet this time around. I don't think.
Oh, not
except
a
for the
cable news
except for the
viewer, I
Fox,
guess.
I was gonna say,
except
yeah.
for the Fox hosts.
Yeah.
You get those. But.
If you weren't on Fox or The Real World in the mid '90s, I don't recognize you.
Right, if you weren't on Rogal.
Imagine if you were in a coma, and then you woke up and you turned on television and you saw Sean Duffy.
I know.
And you're
Working
like,
for
what the fuck?
Working for Donald Trump.
Yeah. How long was that?
Ex-lumberjack
What happened?
competitor.
Anything else? Anything else, Adrian? Before we sign off here,
How do you all get through evenings like this?
with each other.
And have a
And
have
all
a
of you.
drink.
And all of you.
Some Chinese food, a stiff
Yeah.
drink.
Again, hoping someone heard us on the alcohol.
Yeah. Get some.
Yeah. So
drinks
alcohol,
going.
each other, and I don't know. Anything else?
Hope.
Did I say Elise Slotkin? Alyssa Slotkin.
Did you say
I
Elise?
think I may have said Elise.
We'll go back and cut and edit it.
Edit that. Hey, just remember that.
Thanks for highlighting.
So on Love It or on Love It or Leave It this week, we were talking about Yellow Jackets, and we were talking about the basically cannibalism has come up, and we were talking about a thought experiment.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
I'm bringing it back.
Yeah, we do have 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I'll need all of it.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
But so what
Love
we
to
were,
get some food before the speech.
so we're talking about how if in the Andes, right, in that movie Alive, they started eating the passengers who had died, but obviously those people couldn't have consented to it, right? But it's an emergency, and then it's like, well then, but like we recognize that you need to consent to donate your organs, so shouldn't we also have to kind of consent to be eaten? What? I'm not saying it's a great question. I'm just saying it's something we're talking about.
Wow, I didn't know that was going to go there.
But then you
Well,
think, well, no,
anywho.
of course, an emergency. So why would you need consent? But then isn't every
But you're
person
already
in
dead.
need? Well, right. But
But
I'm
aren't
saying,
you just volunteering to be the first one killed in that situation?
Elijah, is this good content?
and then it was like, where do you start? I think you start with the quads.
Oh my gosh. I think you go to the butt. There's Brett Kavanaugh. He likes beer.
Speaking of
Do you mind doing one more toss to
They
the
all decided to
Discord?
put.
one more toss to the Discord. Look, there's Ed Markey. Ah,
There's our guy.
look at that.
There's our guy. Gen Z's own Ed Markey.
Adrian, one last question, and thank you, Adrian, for all these great questions. And thank you, Discord.
No, not CNN, PBS. They tricked me. Fuck CNN. PBS gang, PBS gang.
I am not a determinist. I don't think any of these things are guaranteed to happen. I don't think it was guaranteed to happen last time. I don't think there was some, big cycle in the skies or God or something that was saying, oh, there will be a progressive era here. I think it happened because a smallish number of young people around between 1900 and 1910 decided, like, you know, Frances Perkins right here, she decided then she was going to help change America. It was not inevitable. It is not inevitable this time, but it could happen. That's why I'm saying the distinction between will it happen. I don't know whether it will happen, but I know it could happen because it did happen.
And that will be the focus of many of our stories this year. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Judy Woodruff in New York.
That's it for our digital coverage ahead of Donald Trump's address to a joint session of Congress. We turn now to PBS News' special broadcast coverage of the president's speech. I'm Dima Zain. Thanks so much for spending your evening with us.
This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
And welcome to PBS News Live special coverage of President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress and the Democrats' response. I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. The first 6 weeks of President Trump's second term have seen an administration moving at warp speed. He has cut tens of thousands of people from the government workforce, deported thousands more, upended U.S. alliances, and signed dozens of executive orders, many of which are being hashed out in court right now.
The president is on Capitol Hill tonight to tout what he has done and to lay out his plans of what's still to come. We're looking now at live video from inside the House chamber. That's where the president will be speaking just moments from now. And of course, his Republican Party has unified control of that government with majorities in both the House and the Senate. But the president will address a country that's deeply divided. In just a moment, you're going to hear the traditional announcement from the House Sergeant at Arms, and President Trump will make his way down the aisle. On Capitol Hill tonight is our White House correspondent, Laura Barone-Lopez. So, Laura, tell us what the overall message is that the White House wants to get across tonight.
Well, the White House is saying that their message tonight is about renewing America, and we do have some of the excerpts based on the prepared remarks that the president is expected to give. He's expected to blame his predecessor, Joe Biden, for the price of eggs, and he's going to say that one of his major focuses is on defeating inflation. That despite the fact, Amna, that the president just instituted some new tariffs on Canada and Mexico that both conservative and liberal economists alike say will increase the price for consumers in the country, especially on vegetables and fruits and other goods. The president is going to also say, though, that one of his highest priorities is to provide relief to Americans, to workers across the country, even though, again, we have been hearing from a number of workers across the country, especially federal workers, in the past few weeks, saying that they've been stunned by being fired, by the cuts that are being made by Elon Musk across the board. And speaking of Elon Musk, he is in the chamber tonight, Amna.
It's our White House correspondent, Laura Barone-Lopez, on Capitol Hill tonight. Laura, thank you. We'll check back in with you in just a few.
And our Capitol Hill correspondent, Lisa Desjardins, is in the House chamber tonight. Lisa, we can hear you. We can't see you because you have what is a coveted position just above the House rostrum there. So you have eyes on the floor. Give us a sense of what you're seeing, and also let us know what you've been hearing from lawmakers about their expectations for this speech this evening as we watch the First Lady, Melania Trump, make her way to her seat there.
That's right. It is my great privilege to be in this position. And you're right. The crowd is now, the Republicans on their feet, cheering for First Lady Melania Trump. The Trump family is near her in that same box. We do not see Barron Trump, but the rest of the Trump children are here. And Elon Musk, as Laura reported, is here. I have to say, he's almost hard to recognize because he's wearing a suit, a tie, and no hat. He is not in his seat. He is standing in the aisle right now. He also received applause when he walked into the room tonight. Now you'll notice
That's why he hates the AP as well. That's when you know, like when you listen to PBS and they talk about things like
that is their bright form of protest tonight and solidarity with one another. This room really is two different planets between Republicans.
The fact that they are neutral,
Democrats
like
almost in mourning over this moment.
Lisa Desjardins, our thanks to you as we watch members of the cabinet make their way in, led by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Let's bring in our panel for the evening. With us in the studio to help with context and analysis tonight, we've got Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter, David Brooks, columnist for the New York Times, Jonathan Capehart, associate editor for the Washington Post, and Tiffany Smiley, who is a Republican candidate for Congress in Washington State. Tiffany, we'll start with you because you worked with President Trump during the first term on VA reform. So give us a sense of how he can set a framework for what has really just been a breakneck pace these first 6 weeks as he and Elon Musk and their allies set to really reorient the federal government.
That's right, and it's absolutely needed because he was handed an economy that wasn't working for the American people. We were on the verge of World War III, so it's been amazing to watch him work so fast and so hard for the American people, and really he's delivering on the promises that he campaigned on in sharing, from securing our border to getting our economy back on track. He's really delivering on those promises, and, look, media is having a hard time keeping up with him. And, the American people might think, maybe they don't like some of the ways that he is delivering on this, but there's no easy way to accomplish these monumental tasks. It has to be done. And President Trump does a really good job of painting a vision of a better future. And that's what I think he will focus on in his speech, is really showing the American people that there is hope and we will renew America and we will get it back.
Seeing live picture there as members of his cabinet continue to make their way into the chambers.
Don't crash.
DA Chief Lee Zeldin.
You best not crash.
Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem as well. Amy Walter, as we watch everyone file in and take their seats in anticipation of the president's remarks now, we mentioned he's speaking to a deeply divided country.
Yes.
We do have some latest poll numbers that speak to how people feel about what they have been seeing so far from President Trump and his second administration. Tell us about the audience outside that chamber tonight.
Outside who's watching. He has a very good story to tell, especially for people who voted for Donald Trump. They've definitely got a return on the investment very quickly. He has followed up on many of the promises that he made on the campaign trail. For those, though, that either didn't vote for him or voted for him but weren't necessarily as excited about some of these things that he's doing today, whether it's DOGE or maybe some of the things on the border, what they were really expecting was to see more done on the economy, that the price of stuff was going to go down. So I think for the audience outside of this, what he's really going to need to do is to explain how indeed he is going to bring inflation down, how tariffs are going to help regular consumers with the cost of stuff, and that there's a plan going forward. The other thing I think that's really fascinating, we have a divided country, we have a divided Congress. I don't know the last time that a first-term president came into a Congress who he is really not, he doesn't need to use them as much. Normally, presidents come into the Congress, they say, here's what I want to do in my first term.
Right.
He can come in there and say, I've already done pretty much everything I've wanted to do. I'd love it if you guys helped me with a couple other things. He's got the tax bill and more money for immigration reform. But he is coming in basically saying the executive authority here has been really the thing that I will continue to use, and I don't know that I need you guys that much.
And the driving force of a lot of the action we've seen so far, right?
Yeah, he's addressing a Congress that he's largely sidelined.
He's either sidelined or they have not put up any opposition to him.
Yeah. David Brooks, it strikes me that President Trump is addressing the nation tonight having jettisoned some 80 years worth of American foreign policy. He is really setting the U.S. on a realignment of the post-World War II alliance. Is there anything that he could say tonight? Amy was talking about how she expects him to explain to the American public what he's doing. Is there anything he could say on that front that would allay some of your concerns?
Yeah, I'm expecting an apology to Vladimir Zelensky. We've been a country that has been internationalist since World War II. And it's always been about breaking down barriers and lowering walls, lowering trade barriers. And this is a president who ran an office in 2016 on bragging about a wall. And in the second term, he's built walls around us versus our allies, versus Canada, versus China, or versus Mexico. And so there's a lot of walls going up. What I'm looking for in this speech is, why is he doing tariffs? Like, there are a lot of possible reasons he could be doing tariffs. He wants to get the Canada crack down on some immigration or drug importation, or maybe he thinks the Canadian auto industry should all move to Michigan. Like, there are a lot of different reasons, and they have radically different implications of why he's doing the policy. And so he's done a lot of policies that are a little of this, a little of that. I would just love to know what the thinking is behind it. Like, what's the strategy here? Because it really makes a difference to how businesses will have to operate, consumer confidence, economic instability. If there is a plan here, it may be a good plan, it may be a bad plan, but I'd love to know there's a plan.
Jonathan, speaking of strategy, for Democrats in the room, and we know a few lawmakers have said that they are boycotting, they're not attending tonight. We spoke earlier with Pramila Jayapal, and she mentioned that Democrats will be dignified. They will be silently protesting in their seats as they listen to the president speak tonight, those who've chosen to be there in the chamber. You have tens of millions of people potentially watching this tonight, people who are looking to see how this party will be in opposition to the president in some unified way. Is this the right response for them in this moment on this night?
Yes, because this won't be the only opportunity for them to respond. This is the biggest stage that the president will have to address the nation since being inaugurated. He has done a lot of things that have angered and upset not just the Democrats in the chamber, but people around the country. And I think there are a lot of people within the Democratic Party who are looking to members to reflect the anger and the frustration. And I think we'll see a range of reactions, from sitting silently. I wouldn't be surprised, and it's been reported that some members of Congress have said that they will walk out if he says specific lines that they do not like. I think that is more than appropriate, infinitely more appropriate than yelling "you lie" to the President of the United States, as happened to President Obama during his first term. You know, there is a lot of frustration with. Look, I'll give the president his props. He has done a lot in the 6 to 7 weeks he has been in office. That doesn't necessarily mean that they were the right things to do. And we're looking every day, thousands of people, not just in Washington, but across the country, who are losing their jobs. These are not faceless bureaucrats. These are people from safeguarding the nuclear stockpile to letting us know whether there are hurricanes and storms coming. These are people who are dedicated public servants who love the jobs that they do, and they're being wiped away. So I don't know if the president's going to address those concerns. I do expect a lot of crowing and a lot of chest beating, which is his right. But I also expect this to be a festival of meanness, because that is what I have grown accustomed to when hearing Donald Trump speak.
Tiffany, in our latest PBS News NPR Marist poll, 56% of Americans said that since taking office, Donald Trump has rushed to make changes without considering their impact. Could he do more to help bring the American people along in this process, to explain to folks, you know, why they are dismantling certain government agencies, why they have fired the government workers they've chosen to fire, so on and so forth?
Yeah, and look, I think he will start to lay that out tonight for the American people. But we have to remember, when he was in office in 2017, starting his term, he learned a lot. And then he had 4 years to think about how to solve these problems. And I know that he realized you sort of have to rip the Band-Aid off. There's no easy way to do it. Everyone, even Democrats, talk about reducing the government and reducing spending, but no one's actually willing to do it until Trump came along. And I think this has been the most successful first 43 days of any American president. He is moving fast, he's moving furious, and that's what it takes. Change is good. Government hates change. They don't like it, and so Trump's delivering on every level.
Let's listen in now, live on the House chamber floor.
Who's this faggot?
see there President Trump has entered the chamber. He's making his way down the aisle, followed by members of the Republican leadership and other lawmakers. We'll go live to his remarks, of course, as he begins. But as he makes his way down the aisle, our own Lisa Desjardins has a key vantage point in the chamber. Lisa, tell us about what you see up in the room right now, and also weigh in on some of the conversation we've been having here about some sentiment among Americans that perhaps the administration's moving too fast, approval ratings dipping slightly for the president. Is that something Republicans you speak with are cognizant of and feel that could make them vulnerable?
This is a very hot and cold moment for some Republicans I talk to. This is a moment of victory, celebration, electricity for them. But for some of them, especially in districts where there are a great deal of federal workers or districts where there are farmers worried about tariffs, there is a slight note of caution. No one seems too worried yet. But talking to senators and House members about this speech, they want to make sure that Trump can appeal to the widest group of Americans possible tonight, especially in those swing districts. They are worried that perhaps some of their constituents may think he's going too far. That idea of a festival of meanness, as Jonathan said, they're worried that Americans might perceive something like that, even in this great moment of celebration and victory for them. I'll tell you, as I look at the president entering the chamber, I want to say that those along the aisle have been there for more than 5 hours trying to get, it's the senators entering the chamber, trying to get that key position to be in place as the cameras show them and the president. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a key Trump ally, is wearing a MAGA red hat. I believe it says Trump was right about everything. So, and then you see Democrats to the side, their hands folded, almost as if there's not an event going on at all. Next to them, Republicans openly celebrating.
And Lisa, we should say, as the president was making his way in, we saw a member of Congress, Melanie Stansbury, the congresswoman from New Mexico, holding a sign that said, "This is not normal." Amy Walter, how do Democrats navigate this current moment where they feel the need to push back against Donald Trump but don't want to be seen defending the status quo?
That's right.
After an election where the
status quo was rejected.
Resoundly.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Not only the status quo, but the fact that Democrats are now seen as really the party of the establishment and more of the elite class, which is not a benefit in this day and age. And in fact, I saw some polling recently. A Democratic firm came out with polling that found independent voters now believe that Democrats as a party more closely represent CEOs and business than represent middle class and working class voters. So there is an identity crisis going on with Democrats. But when you're in the minority party, especially the minority party in the House, there really is nothing you can do. You can object, but there is not much more you can do to make your policies and your frustrations evident.
Let's listen in live now as President Trump addresses a joint session of Congress.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. 6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
It's funny that he gets two hype men behind him, because I remember like it was funny with
I returned
Joe
to
Biden's
this chamber
speeches.
tonight to report
Kamala
that
Harris would be
America's
clapping, and then
momentum
Mike
is
Johnson had to
back,
be like,
our
"No,
spirit is back,
I
our pride
disapprove
is
of
back,
everything
our
you're
confidence is
saying."
back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes.
Can't say that.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the
Wow.
House and to
Wow.
cease any further disruptions.
This guy is the guy who's potentially leading the impeachment, by the way. The guy who's standing right now.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What is happening?
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
He's yelling, "You have no mandate."
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Joe Biden had more deportations, so yeah. So it turns out advertising the app turns
they
things
heard
into a
my
clusterfuck,
words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
Yeah, you literally helped disease happen.
Every day my
I could do this
administration is
stuff.
fighting
I
to
won't.
deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I've stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Yeah, you did, buddy.
And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska.
What was the whole deal with it?
We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We
It's
believe
crazy
that
how there's
whether you
fascist
are a
symbols
doctor,
behind them, huh?
an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race
Why
or
would
gender.
he bring up air traffic control?
Very important.
Was it burned earlier, so it's not a good message for the
You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
Whoa! Good looking lady there next to Matt Walsh.
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. Eggs! The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down, Secretary. Do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
Okay.
My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
It's a party in the USA. Whoa!
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, GOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving
Bro
public
said
procurement
Uganda.
in Serbia. $47 million
love
for
Uganda.
improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. We know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation. And we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100
Oh
to
my
109
God, you guys,
years old.
you guys, they still have. Why include this when we all know that's fucking wrong?
People from ages
Just leave the wrong shit out. Nobody will comment on it. Literally, everyone will forget all the shit you were wrong about because you're already assaulting the zone, as they say. Just leave it out.
3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229 one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments, and grocery prices, protect
maybe
our seniors, and put more money
put two and two together there to figure out that's impossible.
Families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the Green Card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax cuts. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
I mean, those are fine. Those are good policies. Start by paying your taxes.
And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America.
As in Teslas. As in Teslas.
And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today.
We brought the boom.
The top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a
Social
date
Security
which
is
will
not
hopefully
taxed.
go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens.
Trump is
This
like me, spending money he doesn't
friend and
have.
foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day was cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA.
I mean, this is just expanding Biden's policy, so this is probably a good policy
And we're
here.
not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, and they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to.
Okay, but the CHIP Act is one of the best policies of the Biden admin. Yeah, he is literally participating in it while criticizing it.
Will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer.
Yeah! He's corny for farmers.
We'll now be
over
selling
here.
into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh.
You love his pillow.
And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce.
You can
Our
kind of
First
see
Lady
it.
is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is a terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all
I
done.
want to
Everybody,
thank
Border
you.
Patrol,
Thank you
ICE,
for being a friend.
law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement.
Do we?
Have to.
Do we have to?
Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Lakin Riley.
Oh my God! Here we go.
The best in her class, admired by everybody.
So
went out for a jog
it
on the
wasn't.
campus
He didn't get
of
hit.
the University of
what
Georgia.
we think is he didn't get hit with
That
the
morning,
bullet itself.
Lakin was
So
viciously
we've known
attacked,
about this
assaulted,
effect
beaten,
since like World
brutalized,
War
and
One.
horrifically
but,
murdered.
Like, a bullet will
Lakin
cut
was stolen
like,
from
a
us by a
significant
savage illegal
amount
alien
around it.
gang
so
member
the
who was
brass
arrested while
itself
trespassing
probably didn't
across
even contact
Biden's
his ear.
open southern border.
It was just
and then set loose into the
literally
United
it was
States
the air
under the
itself
heartless
that gave him a
policies of that
tiny
failed
cut on his ear.
Administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He
Or
had
not the
then
brass,
been
the lead. It would have been lead. Brass
arrested
is
and
in the
released
casing.
in a Democrat-run sanctuary city. A
But we've
disaster
observed it happen all the
before
time
ending
in
the
war.
life of this beautiful young
abrasions that happen not from the bullet
With
itself,
us this
but from the
evening
air
are
around the
Lakin's
bullet.
beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren.
That's why people like the injury was so small. That's why people were so sure that it was glass, and like you can see the bullet in one of the photos. It's extremely close to his ear. Like, sure, he could have done
Last year,
some
I told Lakin's grieving parents that we
wrestling
would
fucking
ensure
blade
their
on his
daughter
ear and cut it himself.
would not
Like I
have
could
died
see,
in
I
vain.
could see that being
That's
possible,
why
but
the very first bill I signed into law as
I don't think him almost
your
getting shot
47th
really did
president
anything to help his
mandates
election
the detention
chances.
of all dangerous
And,
criminal
like,
aliens
the
who
people died.
threaten public
It's
safety.
it's a pretty
It's a very
crazy
strong,
thing to just
powerful
fake.
act. It's called the Lakin-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Lakin Hope Riley.
Stop clapping for yourself, Donald.
Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed
The shot was a pretty
new
pretty
president.
good shot. I mean, he only had seconds to do it. Like there was literally a cop chasing him up there. With the seconds he had, it was a pretty close hit. And the reason why it was possible is because
Joe Biden
Trump didn't
didn't
pay
just
bills
open our
on
borders, he
ACs
flew
for all
illegal
his rallies,
aliens
so
over
nobody
them
would allow him to host it
overwhelm
because
our
he's
schools,
like
hospitals,
he
and
ends up
communities
costing
throughout the
venues
country.
money.
Entire towns like
So
Aurora,
his security was
Colorado, and
shit because he was in the middle of a
Springfield,
fucking
Ohio,
field.
buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter. And earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures.
The odds, I would say the odds of receiving that type of injury.
Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice
rim
President,
of the ear
if you
specifically
would,
being
may I
cut
have
as
the order?
well. Like, the question is how I don't have the fucking research paper and shit on how significant like the air tear around the bullet is, but I would assume that the air tear that the bullet has is significantly larger than the bullet. Especially if you put in the entire diameter and not just radius. So I would say
Thank you very much.
it's almost more likely to have that type of injury from a near miss.
Murders were members of the
like,
Venezuelan
the most
prison
likely thing
gang,
would
the
be
toughest
no injury
gang they
from a
say in
near
the world,
miss.
known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took, and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman.
U.S. uniforms always
The
look so
territory
bad.
to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast.
Get it to
you
me.
won't even believe it.
Do you understand how much crazier that is than just air cutting somebody?
And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns.
It would still be active rounds going towards them, too. That's insane. And we have photographic evidence of the bullet that
In
hit
recent
the
years,
we can literally see the air
our
trail.
justice
like
system
the
has
picture
been turned
itself shows
upside
the air
down by
rip that the bullet
radical
has,
left
and it doesn't
lunatics.
tumble, which means it didn't
Many
impact anything to
jurisdictions
make it tumble.
virtually
It was
ceased
only cutting
enforcing
air.
the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi, good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less
Also, because
dangerous.
we have the photo
The
of the
problem is
bullet
the bad
whizzing
guys
past
don't
his
respect
ear,
the law, but
you
they're
can
starting to
literally
respect it, and they soon will respect
like
it.
time it in
This
real
also
time.
includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and
It's because
women are
there's like,
unbelievable
you have
people, and
exact
we'll
time
never
codes
forget
on
them.
those photographs.
And
And you can
besides that,
literally
they voted
time
for
it in
me
real
in
time
record
to show
numbers, so I
that
have
like
no choice.
the reaction he has to putting his hand on his ear is just, it's not something that's possible to fake.
1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests, and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer
That's a
Diller's
terrible
service,
name.
and
Killer?
When I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually.
There's a thing called AI these days. Oh, my God,
His widow's name
bro.
is Stephanie, and she is here
It was
tonight.
the Associated
Stephanie,
Press
thank you
who
very
took
much,
the photo.
Stephanie. Thank you very much.
We did a whole ballistic forensic. We did a
Stephanie,
whole
we're
audio
going to make
analysis
sure
on
that
the
Ryan knows
bullets and
his
stuff,
dad was
able
a
to
true
identify
hero,
which bullets
New
came
York's
from where just
finest.
by audio analysis
And we're
from all
going
these
to get
different
these
angles. AI
cold-blooded
cannot
killers
do
and
that.
repeat
AI
offenders
cannot
off our streets,
synchronize.
so we're going to do it fast.
You know how I know?
Stop it.
Because I've been doing it for
They get
10
out
years.
with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
What's wrong with his head? He special needs? This is, the way he's picking him up is so fucking funny, bro.
But in 2018, DJ
Like a
was
fucking
diagnosed
doll.
with brain cancer.
There you go.
The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer actually a number of times. The police love him.
I mean,
the
it's
police
not
departments
like
love him. And tonight,
Obama
DJ,
had
we're
grenades
going
thrown
to
at him
do
and nobody
you the
gives a
biggest
shit.
honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
I mean, it's cool. Good for him. The fucking immediately the fucking Biden dog comes out and bites the kid.
Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you.
Wow, she looks evil just by looking at her.
Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to
cut off all the penises.
That engage
We're going to harvest the
sexual
schlongs
violation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
I guess none of you like my joke about Barron biting that fucking child when he became a Secret Service agent. Okay, I see that.
Thank you. Jason,
Not Barron.
You're going to be on
What
the
is
long
Major?
gray line, Jason.
Major Biden.
As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland.
Oh my God! Of course he
made in the USA.
He would call it Golden Dome.
And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right? Right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships.
I guess.
We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice
snake bites.
place
It's
to
snake
work.
meat.
They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong.
Uh-oh.
Well, Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it, he got
Was that a
100
veiled
votes.
threat there?
You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes, and I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America.
I mean,
we
that's-
need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich.
I thought he was
together,
being nice,
we
but
will
then he
take
started
Greenland
doing
to
the
heights
thinly
like
veiled
you
threat
have never
thing
thought
again there.
possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as you can be under those circumstances. Their child brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Oh my God. Literally just literally them clapping suddenly. Didn't he just say they would never clap for me?
2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I wanted to stop.
They're pretty old.
Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malfine that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally.
Oh my God, bro.
That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity,
the Gay Bridge,
broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age, these workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities, these warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty, and it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
President Trump touting what he called the swift and unrelenting action taken by his administration these last 6 weeks, saying his administration is just getting started. Let's go to our Lisa Desjardins, who is in the chamber. Lisa, and for our viewers, we should say you have this vantage point just atop the rostrum there. You were able to see things that we couldn't during the speech, especially the moments of Democratic protest. We saw Texas Congressman Al Green at the beginning of the speech heckle the president. He was removed by the House Sergeant at Arms. Give us a sense of what you saw and your reactions based on the speech and the conversations you've been having with lawmakers throughout the day.
Well, what we witnessed here was an unprecedented speech for a number of reasons. One, by my count, that was the longest presidential address to Congress we've seen since 1964 at least. But the moment where Al Green stood and interrupted and refused to leave is something that none of us have ever seen in this chamber. I have to go back to Civil War times to see something like that. He was removed from the chamber. He was not the only Democrat that was removed from the chamber. 2 others were removed later, I've confirmed. And then we saw rolling protests with signs. Some of those signs, as you probably saw on TV, had to do with Elon Musk, saying Musk steals. Others having to do with Medicaid or protecting veterans. Others had signs they were handwriting themselves. One, Rashida Tlaib, the congresswoman, had a sign that she was writing throughout. At one point on the immigration section, for example, saying, "What about the immigrants who worked for you?" So Democrats tried not to boo. There was booing. Their plan was to not boo, but that did happen. But instead, they were trying to register their protest, both these are signs. But I think they will be remembered for Al Green standing up. On the other end, I want to say I was watching Kash Patel, who's sitting very close to me, the new FBI director, known for his ardent support of Donald Trump. He barely clapped during the entire speech. He gave the impression of sort of someone trying to be outside of the partisanship that you felt in this chamber. Republicans, as you could see, elated with this speech. It was the longest speech, as I said, one of the longest in history. But usually you see them nodding off, losing track, and I did not see that tonight. Everyone was paying, on the Republican side, very close attention. You won't be surprised that Democrats left a suit the moment it was over. There was a mass Democratic exit from the chamber.
President Trump continues to make his way out of the chamber there, greeting a number of Republican lawmakers as he leaves. Stay with us. We should know, too, we'll bring you the Democrats' response in just a few moments as well. I believe our Laura Barone-Lopez, our White House correspondent, is also still with us. She is also on Capitol Hill tonight. Laura, as you listened along to the president's remarks there, a number of points we've heard several times, certainly core central parts of his campaigns over the years as well, on issues of immigration, some of the anti-transgender messaging as well. Also notes about Russia's war in Ukraine and some economic plans moving forward. What stood out to you as someone who covers this White House around the clock?
Well, as you noted, Amna, a sizable part of the speech was devoted to the president talking about his immigration plans, notably what he says he wants to launch the largest deportation plans that the country has ever seen. We should note, though, that currently the pace of deportation flights right now for this administration are very similar to the number of deportation flights under the prior administration. One of the other things that stood out, Amna, was also how much the president talked about Elon Musk and Doge. That's the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. And he claimed that Doge has, quote, found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. The Doge and Elon Musk have not provided any evidence of fraud to date. And in fact, their wall of receipts online actually has a number of math errors. And just recently, they erased some $400 billion in savings that they said that they had found. And the president also repeated false claims about FEMA. He said illegally sending money to house migrants in New York City in hotels. That's not true. That money was allocated and voted on by Congress. And as many of these things that Doge is cutting and slashing, this is money that was voted on by Congress, sometimes in bipartisan ways. And so the president and Elon Musk have repeatedly claimed that the things that they are cutting is fraud, but have provided no evidence. And they are clawing back this money, which some constitutional scholars have raised could very well be in violation of the Impoundment Control Act, Amna.
And Laura, we also heard the president in his speech decry fraud in the Social Security payment system, suggesting that there's somebody who's 300 years old who was on the dole there. That's been debunked. Remind us of what the truth is there.
That's right, Jeff. So when it comes to Social Security, the president claiming that there are millions of people who are dead that are getting payments is just not true. Is there error across Social Security? Yes, there is. According to the Inspector General in a recent report out last year, there's about less than 1% of improper payments made by the Social Security Administration, and a lot of those payments are overpayments to people who are alive, so not to millions of dead individuals who are still taking Social Security payments.
Laura Barone-Lopez on Capitol Hill for us tonight. Back here at the table, let's get some takeaways from our panel, who, of course, are still with us. Tiffany Smiley, kick us off here. A number of messages you heard there delivered by the president. I will say it was probably bipartisan support for one of his earliest sentences when he said, "The first few weeks of my presidency have seen swift and unrelenting action." No one would disagree with that. How successful that action has been, I think there's debate over that. But what did you take away from the president's remarks?
You know, I had the pleasure of being in attendance in 2017 for his very first joint address. And I have to say this felt different. He has an energy and a vigor and a fight about him that he's moving forward swiftly and quickly. It's almost as if he, like I said when I opened the show, he learned in the first 4 years because he ran into roadblocks consistently in trying to get his agenda across, and now he's just blowing through the roadblocks. He's found a way to deliver for the American people very quickly, very fast. He addressed, his wins. He came and he talked briefly about DOJ, not a whole lot, but he also came with receipts. In listing out where the waste, the fraud, and the abuse is. I think the line that really stood out to me, and it was at the beginning, and it set the tone for the whole speech, was when he was saying, the media, and I'm paraphrasing here, but the media and Democrats kept saying, we need more legislation to secure the border, we need more legislation to secure the border, and he simply said, all you needed was a new president. And that is strong. And he laid out the future, what we can expect. He touched on tariffs. He admitted that there's going to be some pain points. I think he understands that you can't get America back if you don't put pressure on manufacturing, if you don't put pressure on Mexico and Canada to help us secure our border and stop the flow of fentanyl that's coming in and killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So I thought it was bold. I thought it was strong, courageous. He also addressed common sense policies that are back for the American people. So it was moving.
We're set to hear in a few minutes from the newly elected Michigan Senator, Alyssa Slotkin, who's going to provide the Democratic response. It was interesting, though, Amy, how President Trump used those early moments of Democratic protest against Democrats to suggest that they were somehow obstructionist and that they were somehow against the many things that he views as popular, like immigration.
Like immigration, which it is. His moves on immigration have been, I don't know if the word embrace is correct, but they're seen more positively than many of the things that he's doing. Cutting government waste is popular. Many of the things that he talked about with DEI or banning transgendered athletes, also popular. But the thing that I just keep coming back to is what we talked about at the very beginning. David and I both made this comment about wanting to hear more about the economy and how this is actually going to work. For all of the tumult that these tariffs have caused initially, and we don't know how long they're going to last or what it's going to look like, precious little time was spent on how this is actually going to work. Tiffany's right. He said something about there'll be a little disturbance. It won't be much. Tariffs are about protecting the soul of our country. But given the amount of time and energy he spent on outlining many other of his priorities, it sure seems like this could have gotten a lot more.
We've got less than 2 minutes to go before we hear from Senator Slotkin there. So, David, let's give us your quick takeaways. If we can't hear from you now, we'll come back on the back end. Go ahead.
First, just politically and then substantively. Politically, I think there's a reason he's dominating American politics right now. It was a good speech from a political point of view. Lots of good moments. If you're a normal person, you read all the stuff he's doing, you think, that sounds good to me. And so politically, I thought very good. Democrats, I think, look bad. They look bad sitting there. They look worse when they protested. So Yeah, not great. Then quickly on substance, then we'll get to Jonathan. You talked about the Social Security lies. Like South Korea allegedly has huge tariffs. We struck a trade deal with South Korea in 2008, and they have no tariffs on our manufactured goods and teeny tiny tariffs on a lot of other stuff. So a lot of what he says is just not true, and that could turn out to hurt him, because if you have a guy who doesn't know what he's talking about, presumably there's some negative consequences there.
Jonathan?
Disagree that Democrats looked bad. I actually think Democrats looked better than I thought they would. I thought they were smart to sit there and show their displeasure with what the president was saying. Congressman Green being ejected from the chamber, the man was acting on his convictions. Politically, sure, fine. The president's reflecting the people who voted for him. But honestly, I thought it was dull, boring, and a festival of meanness, as I expected.
We're going to have a lot more to talk about on the back end. For now, we're going to take you live to the Democratic response. That's from first-term Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alyssa Slotkin. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak tonight. It's late, so I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life, because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama, 2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional. You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight. It's a working-class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November. It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. Places where people believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better. It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. But it was never a big deal, because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season. Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy. So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share 3 core beliefs: that the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy, no matter how messy, is unparalleled and worth fighting for. Let's start with the economy. Michigan literally invented the middle class, the revolutionary idea that you could work at an auto plant and afford the car you were building. That's the American dream. And in order to expand and protect the middle class, we have to do a few basic things. We need to bring down the price of things we spend the most money on: groceries, housing, healthcare. We need to make more things in America with good-paying union jobs and bring our supply chains back home from places like China. We need to give American businesses the certainty they need to invest and create the jobs of the future. And we need a tax system that's fair for people who don't happen to make $1 billion. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down, and he hasn't laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. And one more thing. In order to pay for his plan, he could very well come after your retirement. the Social Security, Medicare, and VA benefits you worked your whole life to earn. The president claims he won't, but Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts? No oversight, no protections against cyber attack, no guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later? No CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Okay, so we've talked about economic security. How about national security? Let's start with the border. As someone who spent my whole career protecting our homeland, every country deserves to know who and what is coming across its border. Period. Democrats and Republicans should all be for that. But securing the border without actually fixing our broken immigration system is dealing with the symptom and not the disease. America is a nation of immigrants. We need a functional system keyed to the needs of our economy that allows vetted people to come and work here legally. So I look forward to the president's plan on that. Because here's the thing. Today's world is deeply interconnected. Migration, cyber threats, AI, environmental destruction, terrorism. One nation cannot face these issues alone. We need friends in all corners, and our safety depends on it. President Trump loves to say peace through strength. That's actually a line he stole from Ronald Reagan. But let me tell you, after the spectacle that just took place in the Oval Office last week, Reagan must be rolling in his grave. We all want an end to the war in Ukraine, but Reagan understood that true strength required America to combine our military and economic might with moral clarity. And that scene in the Oval Office wasn't just a bad episode of reality TV. It summed up Trump's whole approach to the world. He believes in cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and kicking our friends like the Canadians in the teeth. He sees American leadership as merely a series of real estate transactions. As a Cold War kid, I'm thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s. Trump would have lost us the Cold War. Donald Trump's actions suggest that in his heart, he doesn't believe we're an exceptional nation. He clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. Look, America is not perfect, but I stand with the majority of Americans who believe we are still exceptional, unparalleled. And I would rather have American leadership over Chinese or Russian leadership any day of the week. Because for generations, America has offered something better. Our security and our prosperity, yes, but our democracy, our very system of government, has been the aspiration of the world. And right now, it's at risk. It's at risk when the president decides you can pick and choose what rules you want to follow, when he ignores court orders and the Constitution itself, or when elected leaders stand by and just let it happen. But it's also at risk when the president pits Americans against each other, when he demonizes those who are different and tells certain people they shouldn't be included. Because America is not just a patch of land between two oceans. We are more than that. Generations have fought and died to secure the fundamental rights that define us. Those rights and the fight for them make us who we are. We're a nation of strivers, risk takers, innovators, and we are never satisfied. That is America's superpower. And look, I've lived and worked in many countries. I've seen democracies flicker out. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged. You can't open a business without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock at the door in the middle of the night. So as much as we need to make our government more responsive to our lives today, don't for one moment fool yourself that democracy isn't precious and worth saving. But how do we actually do that? I know a lot of you have been asking that question. First, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, but America needs you now more than ever. If previous generations had not fought for this democracy, where would we be today? Second, hold your elected officials, including me, accountable. Watch how they're voting. Go to town halls and demand they take action. That's as American as apple pie. Third, organize. Pick just one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Join a group that cares about your issue and act. And if you can't find one, start one. Some of the most important movements in our history have come from the bottom up. In closing, we all know that our country is going through something right now. We're not sure what the next day is going to hold, let alone the next decade. But this isn't the first time we've experienced significant and tumultuous change as a country. I'm a student of history, and we've gone through periods of political instability before. And ultimately, we've chosen to keep changing this country for the better. But every single time, we've only gotten through those moments because of two things: engaged citizens and principled leaders. Engaged citizens who do a little bit more than they're used to doing to fight for the things that they care about, and principled leaders who are ready to receive the ball and do something about it. So thank you tonight for caring about your country. Just by watching, you qualify as engaged citizens. And I promise that I and my fellow Democrats will do everything in our power to be the principled leaders that you deserve. Good night, everyone.
That was the Democratic response to President Trump's speech delivered there by first-term Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin. Jonathan, she's just one of 4 Democratic senators who won in a state that was carried by President Trump, and that delivering that response is as fraught a position as you can find. It can quickly become the stuff of Saturday Night Live spoofs.
Right.
How did she do?
I thought this is one of the best responses. I think responses are terrible, whether Republicans do them or Democrats do them, because they're always seemingly pre-written, pre-baked, and they don't seem to jibe with what you just heard from the President of the United States in general. But what Senator Slotkin did there, I thought, was really effective. She acknowledged the problems, the reason why President Trump got elected, acknowledged what she needs to do as a senator, what Democrats need to do. But overall, I think I think President Trump's speech spoke to the people who voted for him. As Tiffany discussed, Senator Slotkin's response spoke to the people who didn't vote for President Trump, spoke to Democrats who are hungry for someone to articulate the Democratic vision and version of what should be done. And her rules of the road, don't doom scroll, get out and do something, pick one thing. Democrats have been looking. I get stopped all the time. What do I do? What do I do? She just laid out for people what they need to do. And so I think for the first time, honestly, I was bored by the president's joint address. Senator Slotkin's address perked me up, maybe because I agree with 99% of what she said. I get that. But I do think when you put those two speeches together, you have a clear view of the clear dividing line in this country right now.
And David, we also heard her make this point that she's all for change, but change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us feel less safe. That's a direct quote. That could be a line that Democrats settle on. Do you see it that way?
Yeah, I thought her messaging was outstanding for Democrats. She did not sound like she was coming out of some progressive activist group in D.C. or some faculty lounge. She sounded like somebody from Michigan who worked in national security. And the line, can have change, but it should be responsible and not reckless, that's a good non-ideological line for them to take. She hit the main issues like economy, national security. So I agree. I thought it was the first sign that the Democrats are coming to a message that could appeal to somebody who voted for Donald Trump.
Except that was kind of their message it was their message in 2018, which was successful, but it was also their message in 2024 was he's too chaotic, he's too dangerous, this is too risky, and voters were like, yeah, I'm going to take that risk.
But there's evidence now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the question.
We're only 43 days in. Wait until Donald Trump starts to deliver results. And
that's going to be the question is, in a year, is this message, change doesn't need to be chaotic, is that going to hold? Or are we going to be, I kind of have a feeling we're probably going to end up where we've been for the last 8 years, Jonathan, to your point, which is 48% are going to say this is crazy and chaotic, and the other 48 are going to be like, this is great. And we'll stay in those two camps.
Tiffany, to that point, I mean, Alyssa Slotkin was laser focused on speaking to middle-class Americans there. Was that maybe a missed opportunity for President Trump, who spoke just for a few minutes about the economy and specifics there?
Yeah, but President Trump laid out also his plan for winning and what he has already accomplished for the American people, from securing our border. I know we keep saying that, but it's monumental what he has done in 43 days. Brought back hostages, signed the executive order to keep men out of women's sports. I mean, that's huge.
The economy
Who
was
is
the
this
number one
lady?
issue, right?
The economy is the number one issue.
lady
I
is
think we
not
just have to give
PBS
him
caliber.
more time.
I'm sorry.
He's clearly working on it. He started working on it on day one. We will start to see the economy come back. Senator Slotkin had a wonderful response. I thought she did very well. I think the Democrats need to be careful because she started to get into it where they start to fearmonger and they start to go down the Donald Trump line of he's scary. And they should be careful because when he starts delivering results, like we were saying, this could turn completely around. I think Democrats would be smart to find ways to partner with President Trump on something, whether it's Doge. I mean, last week, Harvard-Harris poll, 6 out of 7 believe in Doge. They like it. 7 out of 10 believe that there's waste, fraud, and abuse in our government. So perhaps they should find ways to work with President Trump, and it might help the party out.
What about that, Jonathan? Are there areas of commonality where Democrats could work with Republicans, assuming the Trump administration wants to work with Democrats?
I'm sorry, I'm just sort of blown away by the notion that Democrats bordering on the line of fear-mongering when we just listened to an hour or 45 minutes of fear-mongering from the President of the United States. I don't know if there are areas where Democrats can work with the President, but where he is right now, the answer is no.
44 days into this presidency, I think we can say a lot to see ahead. That, meanwhile, concludes our broadcast coverage of President Trump's address to Congress and the Democrats' response. Our deepest thanks to the entire panel at the table. And you can join us tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock Eastern when our digital anchor, Dima Zain, will host Lisa Desjardins and Laura Barone-Lopez for more takeaways and to answer your questions. You can find that on our YouTube page and on our social platforms. For now, I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. We'll also have a full wrap of all the day's news on tomorrow's PBS NewsHour. We hope you'll join us for that. Thanks for spending part of your evening, still the evening, not the morning just yet, with us. We appreciate it. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Good evening. My name is Latifah Simon, Congresswoman for California's 12th Congressional District in the East Bay. My district covers Oakland, Alameda, Berkeley, and Emeryville. It's the home of the Black Panther Party, the home of political courage, and it's the home of 21st century technology companies and life-saving medical innovation. If you travel through my district,
Zapata doesn't like the salad I made for him, but he's eating
of
regular
the big
food.
lie, and boy, did we hear that tonight. You say something that is grossly false, say it over and over again, and have right-wing social media blast it out endless times until people actually believe it. And then, rather than address the real issues facing the American people, the struggles that the American people are facing, we find ourselves wasting endless amounts of time discussing Trump's absurdities. Let me just give you a very few examples. Trump claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him and that he won by a landslide. Remember that? A lie. Trump claimed that the January 6th insurrection was a day of love. A lie. Trump has claimed that millions of undocumented people voted and do vote in American elections. A lie. Trump has claimed that climate change is a hoax originating in China. A lie.
Oh, fuck.
Trump has
I
claimed
guessed
that
wrong.
Ukraine started the horrific war with Russia. A lie. And tonight, just tonight, Trump claimed that millions of dead people between the ages of 100 and 360, I guess, were collecting Social Security checks. And that is an outrageous lie intended to lay the groundwork for cuts to Social Security and dismantling the most successful and popular government program in history. So let's be clear about that. Well over 99% of Social Security checks are going out to people who earned those checks. 70 million Americans. Nobody who was 150 years old or 200 years old or 300 years old is receiving Social Security checks. And on the lies go. Now, the purpose of all of this lying is not just to push his hateful right-wing ideology. It is not just to try to divide us up. It is more than that. It is a masterful effort, and you saw that tonight, to deflect attention away from the most important issues facing the people of our country. Issues that Trump and his billionaire friends do not want to address because it is not in their financial interests to do so. Trump gave his State of the Union speech tonight. But if you listen closely, that speech had very little to say about the State of the Union, about what is really going on in our country, especially for working families. Trump spoke for over 90 minutes, although I must confess it seemed a lot longer than that, and he almost completely ignored the issues that are keeping working people up at night as they worry about how their families are going to survive in these very tough times. And I will tell you exactly why Trump had very little to say about the real crises facing the working class of this country. Think back 6 weeks ago when Trump was inaugurated for his second term as president, just 6 weeks ago. Standing right behind him were the three wealthiest men in this country, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg. And standing behind them were 13 other billionaires who Trump had nominated to head major government agencies. Many of these same billionaires, including Musk, were in the Capitol tonight listening to that speech. In other words, it is there for all to see. The Trump administration is not hiding it. The Trump administration is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. Notwithstanding some of their rhetoric, this is a government that could care less about ordinary Americans and the working families of our country. My friends, we are no longer moving toward oligarchy. We are living in an oligarchic society. Now let's take a moment and try to escape from Trump's parallel universe, the universe that you heard tonight. And let's do something really, really radical. Let's actually take a hard look at the problems that Americans are facing. Today, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Unlike Trump, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. And
Trump
I know something about
Trump didn't have a
that
family?
reality. It means that every day, millions of Americans worry about how they're going to pay their rent, pay for childcare, pay for a doctor's visit.
Oh, who do a honka-chonk?
They worry about what happens when their car breaks down.
Bishy do a
and they can't
honkin'.
afford the $1,000 it costs to get it fixed. And what happens when they can't get to work because they don't have a car. They worry about how they can afford to buy healthy food for their kids when the price of food is off the charts. Funny? I heard Trump speaking for 90 minutes tonight. I didn't hear one word from him about the economic reality facing 60% of our people, or the enormous stress that they are living under. 90-minute speech, not one word about the economic reality facing American workers. But that's not all. Today in America, everyone knows that our healthcare system is broken. It is dysfunctional, and it is outrageously expensive. We remain the only wealthy nation on earth not to guarantee health care for all. Mr. President, you really want to make America great again? Then make sure that every American, regardless of income, can go to a doctor or a hospital and not worry about how
Imagine if
they're
Trump
going
just
to
did that.
pay the bills. President Trump,
Like, think about
healthcare
it.
is
Think
a
about it.
human
Like,
right.
Trump's base
I didn't hear one word from you.
is going to defend
Not one
anything he
word.
does.
A
So
90-minute speech,
if he
not
really
one
wanted to
word
be a
from you
loved president,
about
he
the
would just
healthcare
pass like a
crisis
crazy
that is
progressive
impacting
policy.
many millions of our people. Nor did I hear
But he
you
can't
say
because
why
ultimately
we
he's
pay by
fascist
far
and loves
the
rich
highest
people more
prices
than
in the world for
being
prescription
liked.
drugs, sometimes 10 times more than the people in other countries. And why 1 out of 4 Americans are unable to afford the prescriptions their doctors prescribe. Not one word about the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs. Mr. President, we have nearly 800,000 Americans who are homeless. Over 20 million of our people spend more than half of their limited income on housing. We have a major housing crisis in America. Everyone knows it, apparently, except you. Because in your speech tonight, I didn't hear you mention the housing crisis. Today in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had. 3 richest people in America, the folks Trump invited to stand behind him at his inauguration, now own more wealth than the bottom half of our society, 170 million Americans. Did anyone out there hear one word from the President of the United States on that enormously important issue, which gets to the very fabric of our society? So few, owning so
talking
much,
weird. Y'all
while
hear
so many
that?
people suffer. And here's something else the President forgot to discuss. Not only is our life expectancy 4 years lower than other wealthy countries, the bottom 50% in this country, the working class of America, on average, live 7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. Got that? In other words, being poor or working class in this country today is a death sentence. Did you hear any discussion tonight as to why so many of our people are living shorter lives than they should? During his speech tonight, Trump did not have one word to say about how we are going to address the planetary crisis of climate change. The last 10 years, as most Americans know, have been the warmest ever recorded, and extreme weather disturbances and natural disasters have been taking place all over the world, from California to India, across Europe to North Carolina. And yet, not surprisingly, Trump had nothing to say about climate change except, I guess, drill, baby, drill. Well, that's going to help a whole lot. Let's be clear. Not only did Trump fail to talk about some of the most important issues facing the working class of America, but the solutions, in quote, he proposed would only make a bad situation even worse. Yep, I did hear Trump talk tonight about some tax breaks for working families in terms of not taxing tips, not taxing Social Security, and not taxing overtime. Fine. But that is chump change compared to the benefits he's going to give to the 1%, and it doesn't tell the whole story about his tax policies. According to a recent study by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, if all of Trump's so-called America First policies are enacted, including his tariffs, which he spoke a lot about tonight, the bottom 95% of Americans will see their taxes go up, while the richest 5% in our country will see their taxes go down, way down. Tonight, in so many words, Trump urged Congress to pass his big, beautiful budget. Do you know what's really in it? This budget would cut Medicaid by $880 billion. Oh, I guess Trump forgot to talk about that. $880 billion cut in Medicaid. According to one estimate, it means that up to 36 million Americans, including millions of children, would be thrown off the health insurance they have. Hey, a 90-minute speech tonight, not one word about throwing millions of kids off of the health insurance they have. When you cut Medicaid drastically, it means that nursing homes that receive 2/3 of their funding from Medicaid will either have to shut down, lay off workers, or significantly scale back the services they provide seniors. Gee, I didn't hear that from Trump tonight either. It would be a devastating blow, these cuts to Medicaid.
Why he talking
for the
like
32
that?
million Americans who get their health care at community health centers. And it's not just Medicaid that Trump's budget would cut. It would also cut nutrition assistance by at least $230 billion. Now, I want you to think about that for a moment. And can you imagine? The billionaire class, people who can support their families, some of these guys have tens of billions of dollars, support their families for the next 10 generations, 50 generations. People who live in incredible opulence. People who own their own jet planes, they own their own private islands, they own their own spaceships, trying to get tax breaks by taking food out of the mouths of low-income kids. That truly is disgusting. What we are seeing is the Robin Hood principle in reverse, taking from the poor and giving to the rich and the very, very rich. And here is something else Trump has been doing. For the past several weeks, he and his good friend Elon Musk, who is up there in the audience tonight, have been throwing hundreds of thousands of federal employees off their jobs. Now, I know some of you are saying, well, that's too bad, but that's the federal government, not me, it's not me, it's just those guys who work for the federal government. But I want you to think about this. Think about it for a moment. If Musk and his friends can arbitrarily throw federal workers out on the street today, what do you think that Musk and his fellow billionaires will be doing tomorrow when artificial intelligence and robotics explode in this country? Do you think they'll give a damn about you and your families? No, they will treat you exactly the way they're treating federal employees today. You will be out on the street as well. But it is not only absurd domestic policies that we've got to fight. For the first time in our 250-year history, we have a president who is turning his back on democracy and allying us with authoritarianism. No, we must not abandon the people of Ukraine who were invaded by the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. We must always stand for democracy, not dictatorship. Let me be very clear. Regardless of where Trump is taking this country, here's what I think and what I believe the American people want us to do. They want us to end a corrupt campaign finance system. Well, golly gee, I didn't hear Mr. Trump talk about that tonight. A corrupt campaign finance system which allows a handful of billionaires to buy elections. It is beyond crazy that someone like Elon Musk can contribute over $270 million to help get Trump elected, and then he gets to run the government. It is absurd that any member of Congress who stands up to Netanyahu's brutal war in Gaza can expect to be opposed by millions of dollars in campaign contributions coming from AIPAC. The American people want us to end this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move to the public funding of elections. Democracy is supposed to be about one person, one vote, not billionaires buying the political candidates of their choice. And further, no, we should not be giving tax breaks to billionaires. That's not what we should be doing. We must demand that the wealthiest people in this country start paying their fair share of taxes. We must raise the federal minimum wage. of $7.25 an hour to a living wage of at least $17 an hour. We must make it easier for workers to join trade unions, grow the union movement, and prevent corporations from violating labor laws with impunity by passing the PRO Act, legislation that I will be introducing tomorrow. No, we are not going to cut Social Security. Quite the contrary. We must expand Social Security benefits and extend its solvency for the next 75 years by scrapping the cap that allows a billionaire to pay the same amount into Social Security as a truck driver. Too many of our seniors are hurting today for us to be talking about cutting Social Security. Over 20% seniors in this country living on $15,000 a year or less. Further, instead of making massive cuts to Medicaid, we must join every other major country in guaranteeing health care to all of our people through a Medicare for All single-payer program. We must also take on the greed of the pharmaceutical industry, get them to charge us what they charge other countries, reducing prescription drug prices by 50%. And at a time of a terrible housing crisis in Vermont and in every area of our country, we must build at least 4 million units of low-income and affordable housing, stop corporate landlords from jacking up rent prices, and establish a cap on rent. In a competitive global economy, we need the best educated workforce in the world. All of our young people must have the ability to get a higher education by making public colleges, trade schools, and universities tuition-free and canceling student debt. Yes, we can create millions of good-paying jobs by combating climate change and moving our energy system away from fossil fuels and into sustainable energy. You know, I heard a lot of talk about freedom tonight from Mr. Trump. Well, in a free society, we must absolutely guarantee that it is the women of America who control their own bodies, not the local, state, or federal governments. Now, I know, because I've heard from many of you, that there are a lot of people out there who are feeling angry and frustrated at what's going on here in Washington, D.C. And some of you may feel a bit hopeless. So let me say this. At this particular moment in history, despair is not an option. Giving up is not acceptable. And none of us have the privilege of hiding under the covers. The stakes are just too
But then, if I don't, the ghosts will grab my toes.
Let us never forget, real change only occurs when ordinary people stand up by the millions against oppression and injustice and fight back. That is the history of the founding of our nation, when brave men and women took on the mighty, invincible British Empire. It is the history of the abolitionist movement, the history of the labor movement, the history of the civil rights movement, the women's movement, the environmental movement, and the gay rights movement. Yes, I know. The oligarchs are enormously powerful. I deal with them every day. I know that. Yes, they have endless amounts of money. Yes, they control our economy, and they own much of the media. They have enormous influence over our political system. But from the bottom of my heart, I am convinced that they can be beaten. If we stand together and not let them divide us up by the color of our skin, or where we were born, or our religion, or the language we speak, or our sexual orientation. If we bring our people together around an agenda that works for the many and not just the few. There is nothing in the world that can stop us. We can win. We will win. Let us go forward together. Thank you all very much.
Okay. You know we're clicking this shit. You know when we see shit like this, we gotta click it.
Welcome back to the Savage Street Show. We have our political panel yet again, and if you recall, they're the ones who perfectly forecasted the election results and post the election in November. We had a pretty good session as well on the initial appointments that Donald Trump had. So first up, I have Ruth Papazian. She is an award-winning writer who became a political consultant to help centrist Democrats unseat the leftist ones. Welcome back, Ruth.
Thank you. I am thrilled to be with all of you tonight.
Oh, that's great. We have Ed Maslish, who ran for political office in New Jersey. And in 2016, he was a delegate for the presidential candidate at the time, Ted Cruz. Welcome back, Ed.
Thanks. Happy to be here. Good to see you all.
Okay, and we have a Roger, who is a philosopher and a political libertarian. He unsuccessfully ran for the U.S. House of Reps in 1976. Welcome back, Roger.
Well, I think it was very successful. I didn't win. That's the success. Thank you. Good to be here.
Thank you. That was the bio supplied by you, by the way. And last but not the least, we have David Harriman, who is a physicist and author, and he brings the perspective of Ayn Rand's philosophy to politics. Welcome back, David.
Oh, thanks for having me on.
Okay, let's jump in. Been a little bit more than 30 days. Started with a lot of executive orders. I think the first one was about restoring freedom of speech, but then there were three in a row on education, and I was absolutely thrilled by that.
How come two of the guys have fun? How come only two of the guys have fun? How come it's different font? And how come it's even located in different areas of the screen? Did they put it on themselves?
You were not expecting any that you were disappointed by.
Feel like it's Thanksgiving or Christmas dinner and everything looks good.
Oh, that's great.
And if I had to pick one that I thought was the best, it's a hard call because
is this live? Am I live? Yes. Are these people live? I don't know. Okay, now only one person has the text on him. Okay, he just took it off. Okay, I see.
Sounds really good, but those are really just directions to the executive branch that can be reversed going forward. It really needs congressional legislation. But what DOGE is doing, I mean,
I love the microwave in not one but two of these people's backgrounds.
How much fraud and abuse they're finding. I'm not even going to say waste, because I don't even think it's waste. I think it's fraud and abuse. Yeah. I think that that Musk and his team are exposing a vast money laundering program that's taking money from the...
Okay, well, that's enough of that.
The resistance acting more like Carrot Top tonight. The Democrats are plotting to crash President Trump's speech in a way with, I kid you not, some props. According to Axios, some liberal lawmakers will be bringing a lot of noisemakers, maybe eggs or empty egg cartons, pocket constitutions, and, of course, some hand clappers, which I'm not sure what they are. Others, however, will be keeping it more simple by just walking out.
We shouldn't be surprised if we see walkouts. We shouldn't be surprised if we see, the kind of coordinated effort in dressing a certain way to send a message.
Boy, I wish I was her brother. Am I right? Am I right?
See, people might even, verbally react to some of the lies.
Americans can expect Donald Trump to say many things that are false.
It's going to be a MAGA pep rally.
He's going to lie that he's going to be completely divorced from reality.
I did. It came back.
Does Chuck Schumer ever pre-read his copy? I'm like, he looks at it like it's like the Dead Sea Scrolls. I've never seen anything like this. All right, at least there will be no singing, we hope.
The wind don't negotiate. The fire don't negotiate. Oh no, the climate don't negotiate.
All right. And the leader of the resistance, Hakeem Jeffries, well, he is trying to get people fired up against Donald Trump. He's got this video out where he insists the American people are with us, with no supporters with him.
Are claiming that Democrats are sending paid protesters into their town hall meetings. We don't need paid protesters, bro. The American people are with us.
So are they with us? Are they with anybody? Are the American people making up their own mind, as Hakeem Jeffries telling us? All right, Dana, let's start with you. What do you expect tonight? I mean, sometimes there's Joe Wilson who yells out spontaneously. I don't think that was pre-planned. But now there's pre-planned disruptions?
Right, and I think it will not wear well. And I think that President Trump might like nothing more than to be the statesman at the podium while the Democrats make a fool of themselves. Like, that might just work in his favor very well. I mean, I said last week, the president is blessed with some really dumb opposition. And we'll see a little bit more of that later. But I think the problem is you kind of have a basic duty to show up. You got elected. You chose to run for office. So supposedly you want to be a part of this process. You were elected. You have earned the right to be there tonight. Yep. So just be there. And if you like what he says, applaud. If you don't have to say anything, or you don't have to disrupt, and then you can go back and do social media later or something. But he won the election, and I think they have a duty to be there.
I mean, Stephanie Diller, for example, will be the guest of the First Lady, whose husband was slain in Brooklyn, being taken out by a brutal thug. You wouldn't clap on that when you see her? You're not going to clap when you see Lake and Riley's family as they are over there to salute the sacrifice for this country? It looks like we have a lot of people not showing up, a lot of boycotts, Jesse. Bernie Sanders won't be there, and I don't know how you feel, but if he's
Bernie Sanders was there.
It's like the Academy Awards. When the celebrities leave, they just have someone to sit in their chair. So we're not going to notice anybody. And if any of these Democrats stage this big walkout, Trump's going to be like, go home to mommy. There he goes. He's going to make them look like idiots. But the base wants to know if Democrats are alive. What? They're like, hello. They're used to seeing people arrest Trump, censor him, throttle his agenda. They've seen nothing.
What are y'all
so they want to
I don't
see
understand
something.
What's going on.
And Hakeem doesn't want them to misbehave, but they have no respect for Hakeem. So they're
yeah.
doing something. Maybe it's
hey,
like
Jesse's right.
Gallagher with the sledgehammer and the watermelon, something big. Maybe cross-dress, light a fire. And the way they do that is to make money. Because if you have a video of yourself acting foolish and then walking out of the State of the Union, you tweet it out, you ask for $25, and you make $60,000. That's what this is really about.
Harold Ford, there's going to be people dressed up. I think women are going to dress in pink because they don't like Donald Trump. I don't know. There's going to be blue and gold for people for Ukraine. The Black Caucus is going to dress in black. Your thoughts about the costumes?
The Black Caucus is going to do what?
Dress in black.
A couple of things. Look, I get some of the gimmicks. There's a long history of unfortunate gimmicks in the Congress. Joe Wilson happens to be a friend. I think he probably regrets yelling out. You should show up. You should sit. You should clap when you want to clap, and you should not clap when you want to clap. But I think Dana's right. You have a duty, I think, to attend a joint session of Congress where the president, even if you didn't vote for the president, is going to show up. I think to be more effective in efforts like this, if they want to point out the leaders of the Democratic Party what's at stake here, all of them should have been back in their districts this morning at either a car dealership showing the cost of cars going up, a grocery store showing how prices are high, a coffee shop or a gas station, then come here and bring maybe some constituents, bring veterans. Jesse had a great idea, which I know is, which would surprise some. Had this great idea a few weeks ago.
Wow.
We had a great idea a few weeks ago saying veterans, when you talked about DOGE cuts, they should be prioritized. Democrats.
I had other great ideas
that was
between 3 weeks ago and today.
That was one of your great ones, I thought.
Thank you.
That was one of your great ones. If you really want to show how people, I heard from friends in Texas and Tennessee and North Carolina over the last few days, how the Social Security offices in those cities are closing, and many of those states are closing. Not just affecting the employees, but what it may mean for their constituents. Be substantive. Wearing a color, great. But the country has rejected that. Donald Trump won this race on issues. He won it on the economy and the border. And until we address those issues, there's no amount of wearing whatever color. There's no amount of walking out. There's no amount of reading notes or standing in front of the Capitol looking great, making a speech that's going to substitute for that. So I hope as they do the gimmicks, give me some substance as well. That's what the country wants.
Also, AOC is going to do her own Instagram address, Judge. And I'll add one other thing. It looks as though some Democrats will be bringing fired federal employees to say, look what you've done.
Right.
Yeah, they're going to do that. Look, they're going to do all kinds of things. But what they're not going to do is respect the fact that they are, as Dana said, elected members of Congress. And if they want to boycott this particular address, then let's fill those seats with patriots. Let's fill those seats with the Angel Moms, with the Danny Pennies of this world, with the people who would be, would love the opportunity to watch government in action and watch the president. And I think it's so hypocritical for them to say, we're not going to show up because he's only going to lie. He's only going to lie. First of all, he hasn't spoken yet. That's number one. But number two, you guys supported a president who suffered from so much cognitive decline. He didn't even know what he was saying. And yet you were there supporting him every way. And, the party of joy and unity is right now a party that just has no unity. And they're certainly not joyful. They don't even know what to do now. And this is just a bunch of games by a bunch of kids who don't get that the American people are buying into what Donald Trump is doing. That the man has promised to do X and he's doing X. And they kind of like that in government. That is realism in politics. They haven't seen it in a long time.
Dana, in looking at tapes of Trump in the past, he looks like a guy that was in the middle of personal lawsuits. His family was under attack with Russia. Jared almost went to jail, and then the impeachment right after, and then January 6th, and then 4 years of nonstop personal lawsuits. He looks like a guy with a new lease on life now. That the people are fighting on issues with judges. They're not fighting about putting Trump in prison.
I think what really drives the Democrats crazy is that it looks like he's having fun. And they don't want him to have fun.
No, he's smiling. He's actually. Go ahead.
Brian, you said something in your first segment. There's a difference between the House and the Senate and things. But you're interested to see how, if our Democrats point those things out as opposed to protesting, and not attending, and wearing the same color.
I don't know why they didn't go get behind the Women's Sports Act, just to keep trans men out of women's sports. That was the opportunity to move that issue away.
Way to rate the rundown, Brian.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I forgot what show I'm on. Up next, the Canadians are on I can't believe I got rebuked. And live television. The Canadians are on the warpath. Justin Trudeau is making things personal. I'm not kidding. After President Trump unleashes the tariffs.
The tariffs.
The mission of the FBI.
Can I press you, though? What do you want if you don't want him?
Exactly. I mean,
no, you can't press me because if you press on me, I'm pee my
To
phone.
me, it means that you want somebody who's going to just do whatever you say. Remember, the FBI is trained on facts and it's trained on law. It has to go to court. It has to also look at themselves in the mirror. If you do not want this, it is because you are looking at a system which does not believe in facts and does not believe in law. And you don't need just this example. It's the reason you see so many people quitting, saying I can't do this. But it's the same reason that you see attacks on judges who say you can't do this. It's the same reason you see attacks on the media calling it out. It's the same reason you see on the international stage not believing in the international rule of law, of denigrating all of their systems. It is when you believe only in transactions and you believe only in the law of the jungle, this is what you get. And this is such a heartfelt example that gives people insight into what the FBI is, but also a real insight into the people who are denigrating it.
I just think quickly, our mission in this moment is to have our eyes wide open and cut right to the bone of the truth. And the truth is, if you're against these 10 things, you're against the rule of law. And that's what's at the FBI right now.
Absolutely. I mean, the two things you've said, facts and law. That's the foundation of every institution, of every democracy, right? And I think as the FBI has come under attack, kudos to Special Agent Dennehy for his position. He's a whistleblower, as are all the others who have resigned. And I think our task as journalists is going to be to dig deep. What forced them to resign in principle, on principle? This was something we didn't have in the Philippines. We had a president in 2016 who just pulled loyalty and was able to, within a short period of time, move the Philippines from allying with the United States to China and Russia without telling our ministry, our Secretary of Foreign Affairs and our Foreign Affairs Department. But I think this is, for America today, it's exactly what you said, Nicole. What we're seeing is the utter transformation of institutions that are getting weaker by the second as men and women resign, who are standing by facts and rule of law.
I'm still confused what I've seen into the future about.
You know, while DOJ touts its cuts to the federal government, the people being cut are speaking out, especially veterans, because yes, those cuts are disproportionately affecting vets. Federal data shows last year vets made up 28% of the federal workforce. Vets like James Diaz. James is an Army veteran who served during the first Gulf War. He voted for President Trump 3 times. He was fired last month from his job as a fuel compliance officer with the IRS at one of their field offices in Illinois. His termination letter implied that his job performance was a factor, but Diaz disputes this claim, saying all his performance reviews were positive. Diaz will be attending Trump's speech before Congress tomorrow night as a guest of his congressman, Illinois Democratic Representative Eric Sorensen. And he joins us now. Mr. Diaz, thank you for joining us today, James. You say you were treated like garbage. Walk us through what happened to you last month.
On the 20th of February, I received a phone call from my supervisor and then a email shortly thereafter about how I was going to be terminated. And it basically cited my performance issues.
But you provided us with a performance review, and it said you were a good worker with a good knowledge of tax law. So why would they cite that as an issue?
I think it was just basically a cookie cutter email to send out. I don't think they thought it through very well at all. And I think I'm a perfect example of why they didn't think it through.
How did that make you feel when you realized that?
It didn't make me feel very good. I mean, I put myself in harm's way, for the country. I took a pretty good pay cut to come to work for the government. And next thing you know, 8 months later, I was basically feel like I'm not good enough to, now I know better than that, but that's just how it seems to feel.
I mean, it is very disruptive. It's hurtful. It's probably a shock to the system as well. I mean, you voted for President Trump, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Did you anticipate that this might happen or regret your vote at all?
No, I don't necessarily regret my vote. I think the options that we had on both sides were I think we could have had better choices on both sides. But for me, with what's going on here, my performance reviews all meets or exceeds. My bosses were very happy with me finding work to do, even if they didn't have something for me immediately. And with my particular job, between education, training, and compliance checks, we were able to recover far more revenue than the cost of keeping me employed.
So when you think about the premise of DOGE and that it's trying to root out fraud and wasteful spending, do you think that this approach will get to that with your particular job or your agency?
Well, I think with all large agencies, there's going to be some people who underperform, and I believe there is some fraud, waste, and abuse. But I don't think that they're doing a very good job of finding out exactly what needs to be cut. I think they're just taking like the chainsaw to it instead of doing some critical thinking and doing some investigations to see exactly what is good and what is bad. Just letting it all go instead.
Will this impact how you vote in the midterms?
We'll have to see what's going on. Yeah, it's going to impact how I vote in the midterms, yes.
In what way?
Well, I'm going to see exactly who's going to try to help fight for the workers, for veterans. I want the best for this country, no matter who's in charge.
You're going to be attending Trump's speech tomorrow night, I understand, with your congressman. What are you looking to hear from the president?
So, Pat, are you honking at me?
I'm just looking to see what his plan is going forward, how we can all make this a better country for everybody who's living in it. I really don't know what to expect, or even if it's going to do.
Honking at me?
I'm just really unsure what to expect. I've never been to one.
You're so quiet.
And
I never hear
frankly,
you.
I'm not expecting much results on my end. I mean, for me in particular. But I'm honored that Congressman Sorsman invited me to go, and I'm gonna be happy to be there.
You've served our country. You are a veteran. What's next for you now that you've lost this job?
Well, I have a pretty good resume, but right now it's I got my college education after I was 50. I worked in factory leadership, in a few places. But right now, I think I'm just going to go back to probably having to drive a truck for a little while. There's nothing wrong with that. People make good money. I helped put my wife through college doing it. So I'm probably going to go back to that for a while and try to see what happens.
Mr. James Diaz, thank you for joining tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a great evening.
You too.
On Friday, Trump and his Vice President, J.D. Vance, held an astonishing press conference with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. You've probably already seen it, but it was a total car crash. In a sense, this was the culmination of weeks of tension. Trump and Vance had spent most of February insulting Zelensky as an unpopular dictator, pushing Ukraine into an extractive minerals deal, and flattering Russian President Vladimir Putin. Last month, for instance, Trump said he trusted Putin, believed Putin wants peace, and claimed Ukraine started the war. Now, at first, it was possible to explain this apparent friendliness as part of Trump's push for peace. After all, it's hard to do a deal between Ukraine and Russia without first getting Putin to the negotiating table. And it looked like this flattery might be part of Trump's plan to charm the Russian president into talks. However, this explanation no longer feels sufficient, both because Trump has also been attacking Zelensky, which doesn't obviously help achieve peace, and because he's actively sided with Russia on certain occasions. At last month's UN General Assembly meeting, for instance, the US voted with Russia against a European resolution calling for an end to the war and the withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukraine. And a couple of days ago, his administration ordered US Cyber Command to stand down from all planning against Russia. So in this video, we thought we'd try our best to figure out what might be motivating this pivot towards Russia, and why some people think he might be trying to pull a reverse Kissinger to peel Moscow away from China. We're getting remarkably close to 1 million subscribers, and currently 72% of you haven't yet subscribed. So lend us a hand and subscribe today. So let's get straight into it. Aside from peace in Ukraine, there were at least 3 other things that could be motivating Trump's pivot towards Russia. The first is the potential economic benefits to normalization between the US and Russia. This is something Trump has talked about explicitly. In late February, for instance, Trump posted on Truth Social that he was talking to Putin about, quote, major economic development transactions between the United States and Russia. Similarly, after the meeting between US and Russian officials in Saudi Arabia last month, Secretary of State Marco Rubio claimed that America had, quote, an incredible opportunity to partner with the Russians economically, and an end to the war would be, quote, the key that unlocks the door for potentially historic economic partnerships. Russia has been more than happy to entertain this idea. In February, Putin offered to cooperate with the US on extracting minerals from Russian-occupied areas of Ukraine. And, according to the New York Times, at the recent meeting in Saudi Arabia, Russian officials told their American counterparts that American companies operating in Russia had lost $324 billion since sanctions were imposed. But this doesn't make much sense. For starters, we have no idea how Russia worked out this $324 billion figure, and it sounds implausibly high. The Financial Times, for instance, put the real number closer to $50 billion. This is probably because this $324 billion figure reportedly includes, quote, foregone profits. In other words, it includes estimates of how much American companies would have made had they stayed in Russia. And the Russians have presumably used some pretty optimistic estimates to catch Trump's eye. On top of that, the Russian economy really doesn't have that much to offer the US. Russia mainly produces oil and military equipment at the moment, neither of which the US really needs. The US already has a domestic oil supply, as well as more reliable supply from neighbouring countries like Canada, and the biggest military-industrial complex in the world. While there's probably some opportunity in developing Russia's vast mineral and energy deposits, these sectors are dominated by oligarch-owned companies with close links to the Kremlin. These projects would also require lots of capital and take time, which would be a real risk, given A, the fragile state of the Russian economy at the moment, B, the fact that the Kremlin has recently taken to expropriating private assets to pay for the war, and C, the dramatic instability in US-Russia relations. It's also hard to square this with Trump's policy towards Canada or the EU, who have a combined GDP at least 10 times that of Russia and do a lot more trade with America. If Trump wants trade-induced prosperity, he'd be better off avoiding a trade war with America's closest trading partners. Anyway, the second reason we can see for Trump's Russia pivot is OPEC+. For context, OPEC+ is the international cartel of oil-producing states, dominated by Saudi Arabia and Russia, who essentially decide the global price of oil. Okay. Trump really doesn't like high oil prices, presumably because American voters don't like high oil prices, which is why in his first term he would take to Twitter to demand that OPEC+ increase production and bring down prices whenever prices went much above $70 a barrel. In a sense, Trump was successful here. Oil prices stayed relatively flat throughout his first term, averaging about $70 a barrel. Even if this was more down to wider macroeconomic factors than Trump's tweets, it's at least true that Trump had it easier than both Obama and Biden, who struggled with rising prices during their terms. For the past few years, however, prices have hovered nearer $80 a barrel, which is higher than Trump would apparently like. Trump has occasionally complained about this publicly. At Davos earlier this year, for instance, he told OPEC, quote, "You've got to bring the price down," because this would apparently bring interest rates down. Anyway, the point we're making is that it's possible that Trump wants to leverage a closer relationship with Russia to get them to bring down global oil prices. The final theory worth mentioning is that Trump is pulling what's become known as a reverse Kissinger. In other words, that he's buddying up to Russia to try to peel them away from China, or at least prevent an anti-American Russian-Chinese alliance. Trump's team have occasionally alluded to this idea. Last month, J.D. Vance argued it was, quote, ridiculous for America to push Russia into the hands of the Chinese. And Trump's defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, said that the United States is prioritizing deterring war with China in the Pacific. Some commentators have dubbed this strategy a reverse Kissinger, in reference to the détente between America and China organized by Richard Nixon's Secretary of State Henry Kissinger in 1972, which eventually morphed into an anti-Soviet partnership. But if this is Trump's plan, it's hard to see it working. For starters, Kissinger's move worked in the 70s because the Soviet Union and China were afraid of each other and already on the brink of outright conflict. Today, however, while there are tensions, the two countries have a complementary economic relationship, and China is very much the senior partner. It's not threatened by Russia, and Russia has accepted its junior status. Trump's overtures to Russia are unlikely to convince them to ditch China in any meaningful way, not least because Putin knows that Trump's successor is unlikely to continue his Russia policy. If you didn't know, Too Long is our regular physical magazine, with our next issue diving deep into the people who control our world, the 25 most influential people as rated by the TLDR team.
David.
Yeah.
It's great to have you guys involved. And David, thank you very much for coming on.
What are they investing in?
David is sort of the king of intellect in that world. We have some good people. Today, Taiwan Semiconductor is announcing that they will be investing at least $100 billion in new capital in the United States over the next short period of time.
$100
to
billion?
build state-of-the-art semiconductor
Jesus.
manufacturing facilities.
That's
I
big
think
money.
mostly it's going to be in Arizona, which is what I understand, which is a great state. I like it because I won it, but I won most of them actually. But we won it, and we won it big. The most powerful AI chips in the world will be made right here in America. And it'll be a big percentage of the chips made by his company. But as you know, they're based mostly in Taiwan. And they're far and away the biggest.
You mean
There's
China?
nobody even close. This $100 billion in new investment will go into building 5 cutting-edge fabrication facilities in the great state that we just discussed, Arizona, and will create thousands of jobs, many thousands of jobs, and high-paying jobs. In total,
those numbers,
today's announcement brings Taiwan Semiconductor investments to about $165 billion they've started already. Among the largest foreign direct investments in the United States, Apple, as you know, made a big announcement last week of $500 billion, and we have some others that have announced. We have many that want to announce, but I don't have time to do all of these announcements, I tell you. But for you, I'm doing the announcement.
Thank you.
This will create hundreds of billions of dollars in economic activity and boost America's dominance in artificial intelligence and beyond. Semiconductors are the backbone of the 21st century economy, and really, without the semiconductors, there is no economy. Powering everything from AI to automobiles to advanced manufacturing, and we must be able to build the chips and semiconductors that we need right here in American factories with American skill and American labor. And that's exactly what we're doing. As you know, Taiwan pretty much has a monopoly on that market. And I think pretty much is not a term that's even appropriate. They do have a monopoly. And this is a tremendous move by the most powerful company in the world. It's a matter of economic security. It's also a matter of national security for us. And at the same time, Mr. Wei will be able to diversify and have his a tremendous presence in another place, and a very safe place. And I want to thank Taiwan Semiconductor for doing the announcement. And I'd like to ask Mr. Wei to say a few words, if you might. And I'd also like to ask Howard and David, you can say a couple of words, but maybe you should go first, because right now he's the most important man in the room. I'm sorry, fellas. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great honor.
All right. Let's get him.
I'm a little bit nervous, so I have to pull out my piece of paper. Mr. President, Secretary Ragni, and David, I didn't know
that's good.
Title, but,
who's this guy?
Okay.
Some computer guy.
First, I want to say thank you to Mr. President to give me this opportunity to announce our big project in the U.S. TSMC is the world's largest chip manufacturing, funded by Dr. Morris Chen in 1987. It's now at the forefront of semiconductor technology, supporting AI advancement and industry growth.
Okay.
In fact, I would like to
He's went bankrupt his whole life
wind
too.
back
This is the guy.
time that in 2020 we
He's
have
CEO.
to thank President Trump's vision
a lot of money.
and his support.
That's
so
right.
TSMC start the journey of establishing the advanced chip manufacturing in Arizona. And now, let me proudly say, now the vision become reality. In Phoenix, Arizona, with 3,000 employees, we are producing the most advanced chip made on U.S. soil. With the success of our first fab, so we are now very happy to announce we are going to invest additional $100 billion US in addition to our current $65 billion US investment in Arizona. We are going to build 3 more new fabs after we promised 3 fabs already, money. And another 2 very advanced packaging fab, and most important, R&D center.
Not tired of winning
also
yet?
In Arizona.
Arizona.
For this, all the investment, $165 billion, is going to create thousands of the high-paid jobs, as the president just announced.
He goes, yeah, that's right.
And we are, most important, actually, we are going to produce many AI chips. We are going to produce many chips to support the AI progress.
Bro, they had a lot of this.
And to support the smartphones progress. And again, with that, I want to thank President Trump again for his support. In addition, I also want to thank my customers in the U.S., such as Apple, NVIDIA, AMD, Qualcomm, Broadcom. They all support TSMC's manufacturing in the U.S. Without their support, we probably cannot make it through. So, again, I want to thank them. Also, I'd like to thank the TSMC's employee. Without their effort, we just cannot make it today. That's all I want to say, and thank you.
Thank you.
He did a great job.
Howard, please, David.
Sure.
All right.
So I'm thrilled to be here today.
$100 billion.
Because President Trump
Easy.
has made it a fundamental objective to bring semiconductor chip manufacturing home to America.
Get that money.
Under the Biden administration,
165? Yeah.
TSMC
Additional 100.
received a $6 billion grant, and that encouraged them to build $65 billion. So America gave TSMC 10% of the money to build here. And now you're seeing the power of Donald Trump's presidency, because TSMC, the greatest manufacturer of chips in the world, is coming to America with a $100 billion investment. And of course, that is backed by the fact that they can come here because they can avoid paying tariffs. So the idea is come to America, build greatness
That's his favorite
in America.
word. Remember that one?
For the American customers, Apple, NVIDIA, that whole list that Chairman Wei.
Is hosting. Hello, everybody.
Yes. I wondered if there'd been any news on that.
Yeah, well, we're live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this live stream, our third in succession with myself, Piotr Curzin, experience in diplomacy, international relations, and conflict. Michael Rossi, professor in comparative politics and Russo-related studies, and Professor James Kalinzi, expert in statecraft, conflict, and security. I'm not in a particularly mess-around mood today. In London at the moment, you have Lancaster House, which is where European leaders and EU leaders are meeting to discuss the future of international security and European security architecture as we know it. I want to make a couple of things off the bat, which is that it's quite stark for me, the disillusionment by which MAGA Americans seem to be obsessed in their idolization of Trump, and that no matter what he does, it is good.
Yeah.
And to the extent that they are willing to burn bridges to such a level of their allies and partners that have enabled America to be as powerful and prosperous as it has been. We need to stop being, I think, sort of rose-tinted in Europe, and we need to just get pragmatic. We have to treat every scenario from this case on as worst case, because we are in 6 weeks of this American administration, and it has gone further and deeper than I ever imagined it could. And Europe has a lot of waking up to do, and we need less rhetoric and more action at this point. I have a lot more to say, but I will pass it to you, gentlemen, to maybe get us started and talk about this, because I'm extremely, not good. So maybe you can add some levity, but I'm struggling to find any at the moment, James.
Yeah. Michael, why don't you kick off?
Do you want to flip
a US view on this? You know, how do we read this?
I mean, okay, I will start by saying that this past week was actually capped off with an incredibly important speech that many people had missed. But this was Jeffrey Sachs's talk at the European Parliament. That was the beginning of this past week. And it ended with the live streamed fiasco that was us witnessing Zelensky being thrown under the bus by both Trump and Vance.
Yeah.
And this is not the first time that my country has thrown an ally
Every time he went
under the bus,
bankrupt, he learned a lesson.
and it will not be the
my
last.
God.
But it was the first time that it was seen live for people. I mean, you know, people were just absolutely aghast at what was going on, just the absolute lack of diplomacy, almost to the point of it, devolving into a shouting match. And this came, through Tashkent time. It was really towards the end of the day. I was out. I wasn't really paying attention until I just, the Telegram was just, lighting up with all of this, with the videos. And I have to admit, for somebody who is probably among the three of us the least surprised that this happened, I am absolutely surprised that it happened the way that it did. And there is one small sliver of saving grace here that might play into Zelensky's favor, and that is that he came to Washington, to my understanding, to sign a ceasefire deal that ultimately would have handed over $500 billion worth of minerals and resources of Ukraine to the United States. And this completely collapsed. It absolutely deteriorated. To my knowledge, Zelensky left without signing the document that he was supposed to go in and sign. And if we are also to take what is coming out of Telegram at face value, Trump is now, A, no longer interested in this mineral deal, and B, has cut all ties and communication with the Zelensky government, which means that Zelensky can only play within the EU circles for some kind of diplomatic leverage.
James?
Yeah, so I was just getting to the end of a day editing my regular Friday video, which I try and keep separate from Trump. There are lots of other issues going on in the world, and we're forgetting about a lot of these. But this was such a huge development. I really couldn't believe what we were seeing playing out. And we're all battle hardened, if you like, in international relations. We've seen a lot of strange things over the years and stuff, but this just crossed all sorts of lines. And what's been really interesting is the sort of responses I've been getting on my comments to the video that I did. And literally, it was just, I can't believe what we've just seen. Switch on the camera and just speak into it and say, this is what I think has just happened. And I did actually go back to see exactly what had led up to it. And it was truly shocking. I can only conclude that this was an ambush. sort of people have been saying, oh, no, it wasn't set up. Zelensky was incredibly rude. No, you could see that something was up. The fact that hostile question from that journalist, to use the term loosely, talking about his clothing, that was the moment that if Vance or Trump had wanted to diffuse things and had been really serious about trying to engage in diplomacy, would have shut it down and said, listen, we're here to talk business, and made some sort of excuse. I mean, the fact that you've had Elon Musk standing in the Oval Office in a baseball cap and some T-shirt and weird jacket, and then speaking at a cabinet meeting, made this even more bizarre. I loved also the fact, and for all the terrible things of the internet, hallelujah, people finding pictures of Winston Churchill turning up at the White House during the height of the Second World War, wearing not even combat fatigue, some sort of strange work uniform or, workers' attire, that, really came out. And that's the Winston Churchill that Trump has just put his bust back in the Oval Office. So there was all that. And that all said to me that this was being set up. And it was like Vance just wanted that opportunity to say, you're ungrateful, and rile him. And I think one of the other things that I would really, and I think, Michael, you will be, both of you will be completely in sympathy on this one. I have been really, really quite appalled at how few people have really taken into account that Zelensky's first language isn't English. That here is somebody who speaks good English, but it's still a bit of a struggle for him. He's under a lot of stress. He was under even more stress. And he just simply said, if Ukraine falls, you will feel it. In the sense of everyone's going to feel the consequences of this. And that was when Trump sort of shot off at him. Don't tell us how we're going to feel and everything like that. It just was an appalling display. And all I can think is that if either of those men had an ounce of compassion for what Zelensky's gone through or sympathy for Ukraine, they would not have responded in that way. So this, to my mind, was absolutely the clearest possible indication that they had no intention of helping Ukraine in all of this. I might be prepared to keep an open mind that it wasn't an ambush. I think it was, though. But as I say, anyone who had any sort of sympathy for Ukraine would have actually been a friendly audience to Zelensky in that meeting and said, listen, we have our concerns. United States taxpayers paying a lot of money to do this. We want to help you, but we've got to take this forward, and have kept it at that. And there was a press conference that was coming up later. They could have closed that sort of initial presser down, had a few photos, and they didn't. They let it play out, and it was shocking. It really was. And people are saying to me, "Oh, but this is realpolitik, this is diplomacy." Listen, I've been in the room. I'm not a newcomer to all of this. I've been in high-level talks. You don't see that sort of stuff. That doesn't play out in public, and it actually doesn't tend to play out in private. So,
there's a couple of things I would say to that, James. For the most part, Trump and Zelensky, when they spoke, it was quite plain. There's no love lost between those two. Trump doesn't care about Zelensky. He doesn't care about Ukraine. But he's not J.D. Vance. I don't like Trump, but I have an actual hatred for Vance. I think he is a vile, brutish individual who was there to push as much his own agenda in terms of taking MAGA and trying to form it, because he is seen by many people as the sort of, he will take up the mantle of MAGA after Trump. So this was as much about him trying to set his own personality and, this is the White House room. It is in front of the US media. The tension, pressure couldn't be higher. Zelensky has walked effectively into a lion's den. Yeah. I do think it was an extremely ill-advised thing to be there without someone who could maybe help with translation a little bit. I'm not defending at all, but I don't think Zelensky he was gaslit. Vance gaslit him. He baited him. And Zelensky, unfortunately, because of the pressure he's under, but he's also a president over a country that's in full-scale war, is inevitable that he might succumb to some degree of emotion and such. But again, I still think that if he could have been able to retain some composure and just not reply, right, just hold your tongue, because if he'd held his tongue, then as soon as he said the thing about the feelings of the US, that triggered Trump. And as soon as Trump was triggered, it was a two-way tag team against Zelensky, and the whole thing was unsalvageable. It was a complete disaster. I knew it wasn't going to go well, but I had no expectation it would go as bad and at the rate that it did. And I don't think it was a good idea to go on Fox News. I know it was a scheduled interview. I know it was, some people see it as a good way.
Oh, come on. The Fox News interview was fine.
Ukraine's cause to particularly, Republican Americans. But I'm sorry, it was too soon. You had to let the dust settle before you then came on continuing, because I think it just fanned the flames in the eyes of the people who are either already anti-Zelensky in Ukraine or just skeptical. So I think that I'm not, again, protecting Trump or Vance, but I do think, unfortunately, Zelensky's... I mean, you saw the way that the ambassador to the United States for Ukraine was reacting, right? This was not the way that they wanted it to go. And I'm very concerned about the rate at which the relations can be restored to even a functional level. It comes down to the Europeans at this point. If Keir Starmer and Macron, who are leading this new coalition of the willing or whatever it is, to somehow try to get a rapprochement, which we shouldn't even be in this place in the first place. The only person who won in that meeting was Putin, and Russia's. That's it. But Michael, you probably disagree with some of those points.
No, not really. No. I mean, we can, and the last couple of days, social media, YouTube, Twitter, Telegram has been going over and over, this deterioration in diplomacy. My first thought was, this is the kind of stuff that happens when the cameras are not rolling. The United States has had a long history of admonishing and putting in its place countries that they feel.
No, I
need to be
disagree. This is what
grateful
happens
to
when the
us
cameras are rolling,
and
because
need
J.D.
to either
Vance
take our
wouldn't have said
offer
the things he
or leave
said
it.
performatively. J.D.
I've,
Vance, the whole
promoted
the
this
stuff
book
that would
before,
save your
but I'll
country,
use this
and I'm not going to do it in
for
front of
those
the
that are
press. That was
listening.
specifically
Stephen
in front of camera
Kinzer's
stuff.
work, Overthrow, is an excellent analysis of a history of American-led regime change, starting with the Hawaiian monarchy in the 1850s, leading all the way up to the Second Gulf War in Iraq. And in all of this, the U.S. has, through secretaries of state, through secretaries of defense, through presidents, have admonished leaders the way in which Trump has admonished Zelensky. The only difference is that this time we were being thrown under the bus via live stream. That was it. I knew 3 years ago when this war started that at some point Ukraine was going to be the biggest loser. And Trump just simply accelerated this. That was it. The Biden administration wanted to keep this losing war going for as long as possible. Trump decided to end it. And he does so in his own abrupt, narcissistic way, but it was very clear to Zelensky at that point that he has no friends in power in Washington. And we need to also understand the Republican Party has now come down behind Trump against Zelensky. Marco Rubio blames Zelensky for being undiplomatic. Lindsey Graham, a man who I hate more than you could ever possibly hate J.D. Vance, Piotr. Okay? A man who has made it a professional career of himself to be not just a bootlicker, but a boot deep throater, has come out and said Zelensky is ungrateful. He should have taken the deal. And why is this? Because for years, Lindsey Graham has been licking his lips, looking at Ukraine, realizing how much money the U.S. could make out of this. And the fact that Zelensky was going to Washington to sign that deal, that resources deal, with the hope and I may add, that there would be military security guarantees from the United States, which Trump did not say. That was the reason why the shouting match happened, because Zelensky was thinking that the U.S. was going to provide some military protection for what was left of Ukraine. He was ready to sign that deal, which means that if he did, he would have probably never had been able to go back to Kiev, because he would have been public enemy number one for signing away Ukraine's resources as well as 20% of its territory. In a weird way, Zelensky was given a Hail Mary pass through Trump's own narcissism, which led him to reject the deal, and the whole thing just collapsed. This was a sigh of relief for the EU, because if Zelensky signed that deal, it would have been over. So, in that regard, I almost have to, applaud him. I mean, I feel for the man. I mean, he is the head of state of a country which has been invaded on one side and absolutely manipulated into a proxy war by the other. Regardless of what you think of the man, and yes, he was effectively goaded into a situation in which English was not his primary language is Russian, not even Ukrainian. And one account even mentioned that they caught him sort of almost under his breath muttering "suka biat" under his thing, which good for him.
Do you believe he said that?
Yes, I think he even said "suka biat." And
he
you know what?
said bitch in front of the White House administration.
No,
Under his
not what
breath,
it
and
translates
if he did,
into. Where's our
he gets
Ukrainian?
extra points for that.
But
Right,
he
he gets
Where's our Ukrainian curse word
He
expert?
didn't exactly say it well enough under his breath. If he did say that, I think that was an absolutely ridiculous thing to do.
Well, I mean, when you're that angry at what's going on,
Doesn't matter. You have to play the game. This is where
I
I
understand. I absolutely understand.
That's where James will probably differ and I.
You guys
at
are
this point,
falling to false reporting
Zelensky
now.
is coming to the US for help. He is looking for the continuation, and whether or not you believe that the meeting was staged and it was all with ill intent from the very beginning, it still doesn't mean, as I said before, Zelensky should have stopped himself. And I know how hard it must have been. I know I'm not pretending like I have any idea of what it would have been like, but the long-term consequences of this are it's an inflection point, as I said in a tweet or whatever on another stream. Like, the historians will look back at this century, and this moment on Friday night will be one of the singular events that changed so much of the international system that we've become accustomed to. It depends on how much the Europeans can salvage Ukrainian-US engagement, but also somehow navigate their relations with the Americans at this point, because I'm just trying to be pragmatic now. I care about Europe's survival and prosperity at this point. America is big enough to manage on its own. It will obviously not do as well without more allies and partners, but Europe is not, and we need to be much more cognizant of that and proactive in ensuring our own, independence, autonomy, and prosperity, right? James, I don't know, what do you think?
I mean, look, there's so many elements to all of this. I think sort of the thing that I found most disturbing in responses to this are essentially there's only two broad voices that seem to be cheering Trump on after what happened on Friday night. It's either, as was pointed out, the hardcore maggots who Trump can do no wrong, who are so insular in their thinking that they have absolutely no awareness of how that appeared to the US closest friends and allies. And I have to say that what they don't realize is that those who were most appalled by that and have been most critical are in fact friends and allies of the United States, because the other category that seems to be cheering Trump on are those who absolutely understand the damage that it's done and are delighted by it. And it really does boil down. Those can be the only two explanations for anyone who's defending what happened on Friday night. And I hear what you're saying, that you can say that Zelensky could have played it a bit better. But I come back to the initial point that anyone with any sort of sympathy, empathy, compassion, call it what you want, for Ukraine and the position that Zelensky finds himself on would have made the necessary allowances.
But James, sorry to jump in on that point, but this is Trump and Vance. You're trying to apply...
No, but Piotr, this is what I'm saying. That's the point I'm making, that this is Trump and Vance. But even they, if they had gone in with a positive attitude in any way towards Ukraine,
They never would have.
That would not have played out in the way that it did.
They never would have done. Why are you even humouring that scenario? They never would have done. It's fucking Vance. He's the most deplorable individual I've had the pleasure.
I mean, it really. I mean, Trump is whatever, but I think a lot of people agree that Vance is vile. He's evil. That really was a show. But that's the point I'm making, because a lot of people. I saw somebody in the comments saying, "Oh, this is I'm all into conspiracy theories and stuff." I don't know what's conspiratorial about saying that quite clearly looked like an ambush. It was all set up, because if they were genuinely committed to trying to help Ukraine, they would not have let that play out in the way that it did. Trump could have stopped it at any moment and just said, "Thank you, everyone. Been really great. We'll see you at the press conference."
He's not that invested in it. He can't be bothered.
But that's the exact point I'm making. But that's exactly the point that I'm making, isn't it? I'm saying exactly that. So anyone who would argue that the US in any way was trying to play a straight bat, as we would say in England, on this, that was completely disproven by what happened. So all of this is not conspiratorial thinking. It's just logically applying a group of things to say, and this is the heart of policy analysis. Let's break it down. Let's look at all these other factors so that it isn't just pulled out conspiracy theory, but it is actually, let's look at the evidence. And we've got all sorts of evidence there for saying that this behavior,
but James,
it was designed to humiliate.
You are a dot of whatever, white in a sea of black, or some kind of metaphor, in the sense of you are, and Michael, two people who take the time to look at the nuance, to understand that geopolitics and international relations is anything but black and white. But the deliberate manipulation of people, not even Vance or Trump, but the people who support them so unconditionally, like David Sachs, of the All In podcast, the sellouts, the suck-ups, even Marco Rubio, who very clearly was not comfortable with the situation. He's cowering.
Gosh, his body language was shocking, wasn't it?
The whole room to swallow him up. The whole floor.
It was. It literally. Anyone who hasn't seen it, Piotr, absolutely go back and look at this. He was absolutely slouched in that sofa.
But he is such a sellout with the posts on X and social media he's been putting in terms of his, support and alignment with Trump and his actions. Right? He is a spineless suck-up with no moral integrity whatsoever.
Well, I have to say that his tweet that he put out afterwards was so fawning that part of me thinks it was parody. That he's got to play the loyalty game at this stage, but even you can't. I mean, anyone who hasn't seen it, go and look at that. I mean, I really think it was parody. I think the question is how long he stays in post. And it was really, I was watching a great interview with John Bolton, and
hey, I watched that.
For anyone old enough watching this, from the time of the Iraq War in 2003, will remember that John Bolton was the most hawkish of the neocons.
I just killed my hack, Mac.
Legendary.
Oh my God, every time. Why does it auto-target the ones that I have control of? It's so stupid.
And now, I mean, all right, he's had his falling out with Trump, but if he was signed up to the MAGAT agenda, he wouldn't have had that falling out with Trump. And he is actually becoming a voice of reason in a lot of this on the American right. He's representing that nationalist view in America that says what Trump is doing is absolutely dangerous. He understands that fundamentally, US leadership, he wants the US to be a leader in the world. But to do that, it's got to have allies. And what he's watching and saying is that this Trump is now presiding over America's not only internal collapse, but foreign policy collapse, because it's alienating the allies that it needs. And so when you've got people like, and a lot of people are saying this, when you find yourself agreeing with John Bolton, you're finding yourself in a very, very strange place.
The post I saw from Mike Pence, right?
And Mike Pence, absolutely another really good.
When I look at Mike Pence for sort of upstanding illustrations of better morals amongst Republicans, Michael, you probably have some things you want to say.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, who would have thought that we would have been in a place, who had on their bingo card some people thinking that John Bolton or Mike Pence were the voice of reason. I mean, both, as far as I'm concerned, deserve a tribunal at Nuremberg, and we need to rebuild Spandau just to put them in there for the rest of their lives. But
okay.
I mean, to kind of move this along here, I guess the thing I want to talk about more so is this comes as I said, at the end of the week of Jeffrey Sachs's talk at the European Parliament, which, if you have not seen, I absolutely recommend to everyone here, the viewers, us here, the panelists. It's brilliant, and I think is the most shocking thing about what Sachs said is that it confirms everything that Putin, Lavrov, Glenn Deason, John Mearsheimer, among others, have said about American foreign policy and NATO's expansion. Generally, since the collapse since the end of the Cold War, and more specifically since the Munich Security Conference that Putin had spoken at in 2007. This is not conspiracy theory. This is not Russian propaganda. This is Jeffrey Sachs we're talking about, right? One of the most respected American economists and policymakers who has a vested interest in building post-communist Eastern Europe since the 1990s. The very same Jeffrey Sachs, mind you, who published in January 1990 in The Economist an article appropriately titled in English, "What is to be Done?" which, if you know Russian, you know this symbolic allegory. This is an article by Sachs that effectively coined the program of neoliberal shock therapy for the newly emerging states of Eastern Europe. So for the godfather of shock therapy to effectively do a 180 over the years, and this is a man who has openly stated his support and endorsement of politicians like Bernie Sanders in the United States. He has almost done a full 180 mea culpa. He is effectively saying to the European Parliament, Europe, this is your moment once again to cut the cord. I know that it's a traumatic breakup with the United States, but the mask has come off. Biden wore the mask quite well. The mask slightly came off with George W. Bush. Trump pulled the mask off, and you
forward
saw
assist
what
on their guns.
The US was. Do not rely
The
on
Mex do.
us for global peace. The United States is
I
out
just
for
noticed
its own.
that they
I said
have a
this
forward assist.
last week to you guys. I said, do not trust us, especially under Trump. Europe needs a united
Y'all
problem
have a
with
forward
this
assist.
is that which Europe? The UK? Germany? France? Italy? Poland? Heaven help us, the Baltics?
Maybe
We're
it just
talking
looks like
about
a
the
forward
European
assist.
Union.
It's like an
It
underbarrel
is
launcher
not
because they
a
have two
united
barrels
organization.
for some reason.
It is made up of 27 countries, of which a couple, maybe 3 or 4 speak on behalf of the entire organization. If there ever is going to be a time for true European unity, this is the moment. But it's also going to have to come with a number of painful realizations. One in which the war in Ukraine is lost. Russia won. And in order for Europe to move forward, you have to swallow your pride and reestablish communication with Moscow. Talk with Putin, talk with Lavrov. The more that you continue to engage in this sense of cognitive dissonance, that one more package deal to Ukraine, one more sanction deal is going to cripple Russia, is a fool's hope. And countries like Poland, the Baltic states, which were absolutely dependent on American support within NATO, which gave them, in Sachs's opinion, in which I absolutely agree, some grotesquely irresponsible things that they did in antagonizing Russia, as well as antagonizing the Russian-speaking populations of their own countries, mind you. Now they're afraid. Now they are deathly scared. So, the story about if Russia wins in Ukraine, the Baltics are next, Romania is next, Moldova is next, whatever it is. I mean, most of this is, I have to say, largely done for internal propaganda in the EU. I mean, Russia does not have that capability. But what Russia can do is make life quite difficult for the three little belligerent Baltic states, which have really annoyed their big neighbor to the east. And now they need something to look for. In this regard, the best way forward for Europe, this ultimately is a what now thing. My opinion, and I agree 100% with Sachs on this, is that Europe needs to formulate its own foreign policy, recognize that it is now its hour once again, and make some kind of modus vivendi with Russia and salvage whatever can be salvaged with Ukraine.
Okay, there I'm going to differ and quite.
Oh, here we go.
strongly.
I told the viewers it would get spicy, so hold
Yeah,
on to your
no,
butts.
I don't think. Listen, I keep seeing these comments about it's time for peace. Anyone in their right mind would want peace, and I keep saying this, and it's really quite incredible after 3 years how many people don't understand the significance of the Ukraine war. This is not a normal war. This isn't two countries having a bit of a scrap over a border. This is so much more than that. It will utterly redefine international relations for the 21st century. And we are in a situation that where if we get to a stage where Putin is effectively handed the territory of Ukraine, that this opens up a very, very different world for us all. And I see these comments from Ukrainians, and I actually do believe in this. And listen, I don't have to prove my credentials of having been involved. I've been involved in enough peace processes in my career that, I want to see peace. But I also understand that what we are opening up here is the potential for a very, very different world where might is right, a return to 19th century. We will all be so much more insecure if Putin wins this war. So it's not a question of let's have peace in Ukraine. It's a question of Ukraine is actually fighting at the front line of a war that in 100 years ago would have been a full-scale world war by now.
So
what is happening is that Ukraine is fighting for something much, much bigger. Now, call me an idealist in that sort of sense, but I don't want to see a return to that 19th century realpolitik. And we're already seeing how those norms have been broken down. We're now seeing more and more countries making threats against neighbors. And that this has been normalized, that Trump is doing it, and I've mentioned before what we saw with Venezuela and Guyana. These are examples of where this is becoming. And so I don't think that there is an accommodation to be reached with Putin's Russia. I really don't think there is. I think that this is too important. I mean, to my mind, and I hate doing this because it's Godwin's law, about Nazis, all the rest of it. But you can't discount it. This sounds like in the middle of the Second World War saying, let's have an accommodation with Hitler. And I really, really don't like to say that because it does sound so outrageous to our ears. But if you look at Ukraine as a systemic war in the same way that the First World War was and the Second World War was, then you realize that this is so much more than that. And as I say, I'm not prone to doing this. Conflict is what I do. I've spent 30 years studying it. This is a systemic war, and it needs to be treated as a systemic war by all concerned. And I think that, the complaint has been made. I would agree, Michael, on that. Europe hasn't woken up to the fact that this is a systemic war. And I think that had it been treated in that way, there would have been a lot more that would be thrown in, that you could have actually had a much quicker putting Russia on the ropes on all of this. As it happens, we are where we are now. But I just don't see when people talk about peace, what they're talking about. What is this peace that they're talking about? Because I don't see peace. I see a fundamental threat to the international system that all of us, our children and potentially grandchildren, will be living with.
So I want to make a couple points on this because I think, as I said before, I want to be practical at this point. Not saying that you're not, James or Michael, but like sort of in the sense of it's time to
What do we do then?
It's time to get action orientated, right? Enough reactionary outrage and sort of inspiring words from European leaders, because Europeans are very good at making good points that carry morals and idealistic values, but Europe has been too complacent and too entitled for too long. Be that on US security assurances, Russian energy, or Chinese markets, right? Europe has prospered without enough of our own ingenuity, in some ways, innovation. We are a very wealthy continent. We've got a lot of human capital, but it's not only because of our own initiatives, right? And we need to be more self-sufficient at this point. We need to take ownership of the future, but also be realistic with what we can do and how.
I think there are a very clear set of things that can be done.
Well, if I can just finish my point, James, because at the moment, the realistic nature is, it is difficult to see what Europe can do to dissuade Putin or to fully combat the Kremlin's ambitions at the moment. The EU has the economic capacity, sure, but we don't have the military capability in terms of the security architecture the United States has provided via NATO over the whole of the continent is just not something Europe can replicate, right? So Europe still has to maybe play the game of doing deals with Trump that they provide logistical support, whilst the Europeans take up more of the sort of offensive or defensive kinetic side of military activity, if that makes sense, right? Because I just don't think the Europeans are ready to be able to manage this counterbalance with the Russians entirely alone yet. We can over time, but that's not going to happen, by the end of this decade even. So I'm trying to manage. I think it's about managing expectations, and unfortunately, I do think Michael has a point about having to engage the devil in some ways. I don't want to, but I'm not entirely sure how. No. But can we sustain the conflict, right? Can we sustain Ukraine's defense without America? I'm not sure we can. And so if we don't even just talk to Putin and he continues to press, yes, you can talk about Russia not being able to make advances into Eastern Europe. I get that point. But I am worried about the longevity of European support to Ukraine without considering what happens, without the US there, basically the backstop, right? And the last thing I would say on a moralistic standpoint, which I want to make very clear as a Brit, is the UK has an important decision to make. If the UK wants to be seen as a genuine moral arbiter of, stand-up things and support of Ukraine, we must rescind the invitation to Trump for a second state visit. If we don't, then we are hypocrites. And we are sucking up to the United States when we're preaching about, all the values that we have, but yet we're still going to invite the guy who is selling out Zelensky in Ukraine in that way. It doesn't look good for the British.
And claiming Canada, after all.
No, yeah.
The British King Charles has now got to welcome somebody who is openly talking about annexing a Commonwealth realm. King Charles is King of Canada as well.
Yeah.
So, from that, Piotr, can I just, Michael, I'll sorry to interject on this one, but just while the train of thought is there, you say, so what can be done? And I think what you're doing is seeing this in very military terms. And I agree, we've got to make that calculation.
Well, what else is there?
Yeah, there is a lot more. That there is an economic dimension to this. And you hit the nail on the head. Europe isn't terribly, it's got to get its act together on military. We know that, and that now is being recognized. But it is an economic powerhouse. And there is a lot more that can be done with sanctions. There's a lot more that can be done to tighten up those sanctions. There are still too many European companies that are trading through the back door with Russia, supplying parts, equipment. The message needs to go out to that. If you engage in that activity, you will be put on trial. To the CEOs of these companies. We know that you know what's going on and that, you're suddenly getting big orders from Azerbaijan. We know exactly what that's doing. and speaking to countries like Azerbaijan and saying, listen, you will be put under sanctions if you don't. So you've got to make the trade. Are you dealing with Russia as an economic partner, or are you dealing with Europe as an economic partner? There is also 300 billion of Russian assets sitting in Europe. Now, up until now, I have been on that camp that said, listen, I don't think we should be touching that. I think that it crosses a certain line. I think that now we have got to seriously consider this, because the evidence does seem to be that, yes, Russia is making advances on the military battlefield, very heavy losses to do it, but they are, we've got to accept the reality of that. But the Russian economy, really, all the evidence says that is now teetering. It really is. Another year of this, 18 months of it, it cannot sustain. This is the moment that Europe says, right, okay, we do what we can on the military. We help Ukrainians hold the line as much as they possibly can. And we go all in on the economic warfare.
Yeah,
and to
James,
really bring it down and change the dynamics there. And that
but we don't have
Europe
another
playing
year.
to its advantage.
Look at what's happened in 6 weeks. I don't think another 18 months or 12 months is going to be.
No, I mean, the estimates suggest that if Russia continues at that pace, it's going to take 88 years or something. I was listening to yesterday of saying it's slow pace. Yes, they're making advances, but Ukraine is an enormous country.
Yeah, but the problem is that this is going to go backwards because the Americans are doing deals with Putin, and that's going to make the Russian economy more resilient. And so any idea of the Russian economy...
Well, that's where you've got to go in, and Trump is a deal maker. You talk the language of Trump, and you say, right, okay, you don't want to be paying Ukraine anymore, but you've got a lot of industries which are doing very well. Are you going to cut everything off to them? And do you think Russia is going to be able to give you the money for that? I just think at this stage we've got to be pragmatic about it, but not in the way of just signing on the dotted line and allowing Putin to win this.
Obviously not. But I am so skeptical about the capacity of the European economics to be as overarchingly influential as the Americans, right? Sanctions of the US carry far more influence than European sanctions do, mainly because half the time Europeans can't agree on getting sanctions across because you need universal agreement, right? Consensus. And with the Hungarians or Slovakians being an impediment to that, I worry that the EU as a sanctions machine is not going to operate well.
And how's that going to play out in US domestic opinion when it's suddenly opening up to Russian products and things? Is Trump going to lift the tariffs on those? And what is Russia producing? What excess capacity has it got for a lot of things? I think Europe is a much more valuable market for the Americans, and Europe should learn to talk to Trump and say, listen, we've and frankly, if it takes that 300 billion, it says to Trump, listen, you want a bonanza of 300 billion. We've got a lot that we can be buying now.
I agree, but I'm still skeptical based on sanctions being one of my specialties. The history has taught us that they're not exactly effective unless left long enough, like in apartheid South Africa, or done as part of a broader policy toolkit as we've seen in Liberia.
That's what I was saying. It's got to be a wider toolkit. And it's Europe using that economic leverage, not just to keep the sanctions on Russia, but talk to other countries and say, you now have got to make this choice. Which side do you stand on?
I agree with you, but I'm still fearful that it's a bit idealistic. That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
And Europe could go to China.
Shut up, bro.
And
fucking James Kerlindsey
talk. A very
talk.
different position. Now, I am not... I worry about China in some ways as well. But from a European perspective, just as you've got a lot of the maggots saying, well, Ukraine's not our problem, we don't worry about Russia. Well, here in Europe, we do worry about Russia, but we don't worry about China in the same way. That looks a long way away from us.
Well, where we really are in crowd cuckoo land if the Europeans are going to the Chinese for sort of...
Well, they are. I mean, we do trade with them after all. I mean, look how many products that you're buying.
The state of the world, mate.
I'm not saying realignment. I'm not talking about a military alliance with the Chinese. Nobody is talking about that. But saying that the threat that Europe faces...
the European supporter, like, what is going on there? Oh my God.
Yeah, but the threat Europe faces from China feels very different. Looked at from Europe, most Europeans would say, what is that immediate threat? We're not under... Eastern Europe feels fundamentally under threat from Russia. how many people in Europe feel fundamentally a threat from
So
China?
if we can, I want to get Michael in because I know he's probably itching at the.
Yeah.
He's wearing his. Are you wearing a T-shirt again? The same one.
No, just a black T-shirt. Nothing.
Just change. You haven't got your Marxist. Yeah.
No logos, no nothing. I was wondering whether I was going to.
But we need to have. I mean, Piotr, you said what are solutions? Be pragmatic. Don't be idealistic. Well, those are the pragmatic solutions.
If I can summarize your last point, James, and then Michael, I want your opinions on this because it probably plays into some of what you want to say anyway. Which is, so what? Europe has to do the dirty deals of sort of engaging the Chinese as much as the Americans for economic activity.
No. I think you're overplaying what I said about China. What I'm saying is that we need to get across to the United States that, look, you regard China as your big threat. We see China very differently. You don't see Russia as a threat. We do. So let's converse about this. If you want it, and we've got a Chinese-Russian alliance going on at the moment, if you want to put China under pressure, what Trump really wants to do, Europe says to United States, you need our help on that as a massive market. You need to recognize our concerns about Russia and have that pragmatic power language that Trump will understand. Say it's a quid pro quo on this.
So you're talking about a quintessential realist theory of just purely interests, forget the values, because Trump doesn't adhere to those same kind of values anymore.
No, I'm saying actually it's a realist, but it's protecting the values because I think most would say that Russia and China have values that we need to be concerned about. No, I'm talking about a realist approach.
Yeah.
To actually defend. I mean, I think it would be different if I was saying let's go to Trump and gang up against Australia and New Zealand as allies. Then you could say this is realpolitik.
Which realist interpretation would it be? Kenneth Waltz? What, a structural realist approach to this? Because it's more about
it's realism. No, I'm just simply saying that. Listen, we have got to consider. You know, people. I'm hearing all of this. People are saying, well, what is the alternative then to peace? These are the alternatives. Europe uses its economic power. It learns to talk to Trump in the language that Trump really understands and makes it transactional and says.
So do you think, therefore, there's a difference between the Europeans being... there's a difference between the Europeans protecting and more building up the defenses against a hypothetical another Russian or Putin offensive versus them taking the fight to Russia, so to speak, right? Is it more about building the defensive deterrence capabilities than it is actually sort of offensive?
Well, nobody in their right mind would be talking about Europe launching an attack on Russia. I mean, that nobody in their right mind, because then you're talking, it is a nuclear at that point, and nobody doubts that. What I'm saying is that when people say Europe's weak politically and militarily and what is the answer? Well, Europe leverages where it is very strong indeed, which is economic. And I hear all the arguments it's divided, but that's the whole debate that's been had this weekend. It's playing out right at the moment. Anyway, Michael, look, I mean, as I say, I've said a lot on this.
I was at the European Parliament in Brussels on Thursday about some of these things. We need to get into government, guys, I think. Anyway, Michael, sorry. I know you want.
I mean, we've been talking about. I mean, if there's any way of capping this last week's series of events, actually from the last 2 to 3 weeks, from Vance's talk at the Munich Security Conference to Sachs's address at the European Parliament to the realization, very, very starkly, that the United States is deviating from what Europe had expected it to do. The big question is, what can Europe do? Well, we can wax lyricals about what Europe can do. James is saying that Europe needs to play to its strengths and use its economic power as a way of bringing in China over Russia, and then bargaining with the United States that this is how we operate. The other is the more realist approach, which is cut your losses, realize that you're late to the game. You don't have to agree to territorial concessions over Ukraine, which I agree with as far as James is concerned. I mean, once again, we always have to put the little footnote of Kosovo, since that has happened, although Kosovo is not a recognized international country, and it never will be. So there's always that thing that leaves it up there. But I absolutely understand where James is coming from, in the idea that he started out by sort of disagreeing with me, but this whole idea of agreeing to territorial concessions, no, I mean, I absolutely agree, is that this opens up an entirely new new scenario of reality that I don't think we are ready to deal with. But ultimately, the question then is, what can Europe do? And what Europe most likely will do is, what do we have? We have the meetings of the heads of state of the UK, France, Germany, Italy, and Poland. Meeting in London, if I'm not mistaken, over what to do. Zelensky came to London and was basically, almost given, group
Well,
therapy.
they're meeting right as we speak, Michael. They're about 20 minutes away from me. They're having the discussions as we speak.
All right, and in all likelihood,
you know what they're to cancel so that I could be down there. Sorry,
well, you know what they're going to do. But you know what they're going to do? They're going to continue more of the same. Is what they're going to do. They're not going to do anything else. They're going to continue to kick the can down the road because, God forbid, these are countries that are, governed by, the ideological principles of liberalism, which if we suddenly deviate the way that Trump did, we give in to the bad guys, right? Good loses, evil wins. This is how they see the world. They have codified Zelensky into this paragon of democratic virtue that is defending Europe against the hordes of the barbarian East. Right? Borel's garden is being defended by Ukraine from the jungle that is eastward of that. I mean, this is effectively how they see it. They're not going to see it any way differently, at least for now. The other thing we have to take into account here is that we've already said, Europe is not united. There is no federal government in Brussels. So who speaks on behalf of the European Union is, I have to say, a beleaguered group of political elites that are increasingly out of touch with many of the ordinary people who want an end to the war, who are not in favor of the sanctions, who are upset with the rising prices in energy. And while I'm not saying that the Orbáns and the Fizos and the Vučićes of Europe are going to take over, it is noticeable, it is telling that those European leaders that have continued to push this narrative lose elections. They lose elections to right-wing national populist movements that are increasingly skeptical of this war, of the EU's approach to this, and are looking for an alternative. Now, Merz's soon-to-be government in Germany is going to hobble and cobble together everyone other than AfD to keep this thing going. I don't know how stable that government is going to be. Macron is not popular. Starmer is not popular. Last I checked, the UK Reform Party is the most popular. They're not going to win a majority, but that says something about the grumblings from below. And so I think that this is also a wake-up call for Europe in the idea that they cannot keep doing the same thing. If at first you don't succeed, keep smacking your head against the wall until either the wall or your skull breaks. It's not going to work. Now, what do they do in terms of saving grace? You cannot, unfortunately, just turn around and say to Lavrov or Putin, you're right, we were wrong, oops, tell you what, let's just mend fences and, we'll figure out what to do with Ukraine. That's not how it's going to happen, as much as the analysts would like it to be. Europe, I absolutely agree with James. I will be damned if World War III starts because of some stupid thing Lithuania does over Kaliningrad. Or any of those Baltic countries, for that matter. I will be damned if World War III starts.
But hang on,
because Kaja Kallas needs to make a point.
Yeah, but Michael,
I will
one
be
point
damned
on this.
if that
When I talk
happens.
about offensive, taking it to Russia, I don't necessarily mean invading Russia. What I more meant was sort of, the Europeans get a little bit more assertive in trying to directly be present in Ukraine and contribute towards their, campaign. More
The
than
only
just,
thing- okay, but
more
what are
than
we
simply
talking
just
about?
protecting
Military
Europe,
campaign?
right?
Because
There's a
if we're
difference
talking about
between there's
if
a
we're
difference
talking
between
about a
going to
military
Ukraine
campaign-
versus protecting Europe, right? The
Sure.
Europeans might even in a more dark world think the Ukrainians are somewhat expendable, right? I'm sure there's plenty of policymakers in parts of the European continent who, are. That's why the NATO argument with Ukraine is a prime example of this, right? They've always said Ukraine will be in NATO. Ukraine deserves to be in NATO, but they've never actually promised a time horizon over that. So there's promises made, pledges made, but really
These are
Europeans
empty
aren't going to go that
promises.
far, right? Yeah.
In order to get into NATO, you need unanimous support.
Yeah.
Slovakia has said no. Hungary has said no. Germany and France have said no. I mean, it's a fool's hope that Ukraine is going to get into NATO at this point, because these countries do not want to antagonize Russia. They don't want to create this security dilemma. If you want something beyond, ultimately, if you really want to think about solutions, I would say let Trump almost continue to destroy the transatlantic alliance that has existed since 1945 to the point where the U.S. just washes its hands of NATO, and let Europe inherit what's left and have its own collective security organization.
Christ, Michael, you're sounding very Macca now.
I mean, look, everything is on the table at this point. Everything is on the table.
Listen, I think, look, I don't call me idealist. I still think that it's possible to maintain a transatlantic relationship. I would hope that we can do. I think we have to recognize what Trump is, what he stands for, how he acts, and how he sees the world, and accommodate that. I think we need to be far, far more transactional in talking to him and talk the language of money and deals, because that clearly is what he is obsessed with. Previous US leaders would understand. I mean, you didn't need to discuss with previous US leaders the fact that US power is based on paying for it in one way or another. I mean, that essentially is what a lot comes down to. That if you want to be the world superpower, if you want to be the world hyperpower, that you want to have the world's reserve currency, you've got to be prepared to have, to pay for that. Trump comes in and just sees this as exploitation. Why are we paying? Doesn't see what is being bought. And so I think that this is where, and this is exactly where, if you consider Trump speaks the language of money, that is the ground that the European Union is by far strongest on. They can say, listen, we are still a huge single market, the largest single market in the world by overall wealth. All right. We understand what you've been saying about Europe not spending enough on defense. We're upping that. We understand what you're saying about that the United States can't provide that anymore, or can't be the sole provider or the main provider. We understand that. We're taking steps to remedy it. But also start speaking, as I say, very clearly. We understand that you also regard China as the big threat and not Russia. It's reversed in our case. But we can actually see both of them are in alliance with each other, and how do we tackle them? I think that, as I say, Europe really, there are smart ways that you can deal with this. But I completely agree with you that Europe will not benefit by trying to make this military in itself. It needs to up its defense, but it very much is about a defense posture when it comes to military. Nobody, I think, you'd have to be a loon to start talking about Kaliningrad. And making direct threats against that. I mean, you can cut access to it and make it very difficult. Say to Russia, look, we're sovereign states. We don't agree with what you're doing. But yeah,
that's what I mean. That's a good point, James. I think that's more what I meant. Where it's just sort of more not directly taking kinetic action towards Russia, but more.
Yeah, just simply saying we're just going to make it very difficult, and you've got to understand that there are consequences for your actions. But again, I think that we could be much smarter with sanctions and even more targeted. And I hear the point about imposing those on Orban, but the EU has just passed another bunch. And don't forget, it's money that is also Orban's big Achilles heel. He needs European money. I mean, seriously, everyone's saying, oh, Orban's great. He's standing up for Hungary and everything. Yeah, no, he's not. If he really was, if he had the courage of his convictions, he'd be leaving the European Union. He's not going to do that. He won't do it. And the Europeans know it, that he's terrified of losing that support, because that is what props up his regime at home.
So let's have a couple of, I want to ask a specific question to you guys then. Yesterday, Starmer made the announcement that, him and Macron particularly are going to try to develop their own version of the ceasefire format to put towards the Americans. What do you think that could look like? Maybe Michael, we'll start with you. What could that look like? But also, what's the viability of that?
I have no idea. My guess is that
Okay,
they're going
James.
to. Yeah. No, I mean, my guess is that they're going to reiterate what was agreed upon. What was it this past summer or last summer? As far as still believing that Ukraine has any kind of leverage in all of this, which, I mean, good luck getting the United States to get behind it, and then even better luck getting the Russians to even take it seriously.
Okay, James. I don't know. I mean, I haven't.
So, all right, if we're going to talk about all of this, is that Trump has gone about it completely the wrong way. That much is clear.
I think we know that, James. Stop stating the obvious.
But there are people who are watching this who think that Trump has done a great job and don't understand what he's proposing that he's given away. So essentially, the argument is that's put to Russia is, okay, if we draw a ceasefire, there will be no recognition of this territory that has been taken. This remains Ukrainian territory in the eyes of the world. That will not change. At some point in the future, we can open up discussions on the modalities of reintegration, whether that's going to be high degree of autonomy or whatever. Now, people will be saying, well, this is absolutely, this is pie in the sky. Maybe, but that's the way that the international community has approached this, with the one exception of Kosovo before all the Serbs pile in. So that has got to be a fundamental point in this. There can be no recognition of the legality of that territorial acquisition. It's got to be backed up by troops on the ground, European NATO troops on the ground. Now, that you're right, it's not likely that Ukraine would be taken into NATO. I think some would argue that has to be the way that it should be. I think it's probably going to be difficult to get that. Most importantly, it's got to be phased on any rewards going to Russia. Lifting of sanctions has got to be predicated on a certain number of things that Russia is doing to rehabilitate itself. There has got to be talk about compensation. There's got to be talks about prisoner exchanges, all the children who were taken, all the civilians that have got to be returned. There are issues. There are also going to be issues of what do you do about war crimes and things like that. So it can't be. What Trump has essentially done is we want to draw a line and we want to trust Russia and we want to open up trade with it. That is completely the wrong way of dealing with all of this. It's about saying to Russia, those sanctions will only be lifted if you meet certain key conditions. And it will be a slow, very slow process, but ultimately it is about, reintegrating those territories back into Ukraine. And you might not like to hear that, but that will remain the position. And unless you can sign on the dotted line to, that is a long time. And that actually can be a face-saving way out for Russia.
Do you think that's realistic, James? Any of this is realistic to really think about?
Well, it's no more or less realistic than what we do in other situations.
The magnitude of this, I think, is more than anything else that comes to mind.
Yeah,
for me.
and that's precisely coming back to my original point. If you don't accept if you do accept the magnitude of this, then you understand the danger of allowing Putin to keep those territories, because that rewrites international affairs. So what you're saying to Putin is, listen, we aren't going to do that. And we are going to maintain that principle of territorial integrity, something that Russia actually, funnily enough, before Ukraine also used to be an arch conservative about.
Yeah, no.
But you're saying to Russia, we are giving you a face-saving way out. If you want to make this about protecting the Russian speakers of Eastern Ukraine, this is what we're going to do. And then you can talk about the security guarantees for them as well. And I come at this from having looked at the case of Cyprus for many years and having looked at the Balkans. This is very much the sort of approach that has been taken there, all right, without success so far. But this is the general principles that have been put down, and we put down in all sorts of other conflicts, because this adheres to international law as it has developed over the past 80 years. And as I think, and I can constantly say, I think is worth preserving, because the alternative really is a very, very worrying world. So, yeah, you might say it's not realistic at the moment, but it's better than the alternative.
Yeah, so what I would say to that again is, I very much would like to retain the international order that has benefited us.
All right, Piotr, tell me, so what's your plan then? How would you see this playing out?
Well, I think that a lot of what you say, I would love to see, but again, I just feel that it's all based on principles that are largely being thrown out of the window by so many that we've thought would be the biggest upholder of them, i.e. the US. Also, this presumption that that international law or rule of law is still functioning as effectively as it does, right? There is we're having conversations with, who are some of those senators, some senior officials saying that we should just US should just get the hell out of the UN, NATO. At the rate that things are going, I was like, haha, yeah, right. Now I'm actually like, well, could they actually just exit both? Right? I feel like you're still doing it predicated on the belief that somehow the international order, as we know it, is still going to be functioning at any point. Like the Europeans are literally going to be having to operate within a complete void of anything that we've gotten used to. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I have a better plan necessarily. I just feel that if the Europeans are going to go at it, like to talk about the idea of war crimes, as much as I think that is an absolute necessity, I can't see that even being a remote priority. Because that means that you have to get some way of an even remote degree of agreement from Moscow.
Yeah, but let's also talk about this. Merz is about to invite Netanyahu to Berlin, so let's not even think about this notion of war crimes.
Well, that's what I mean. I just don't think it's not even as much as it should be kept in the conversation. I just don't think it's going to be worth highlighting because
there's different ways of looking at it.
Okay,
and you just made that point. It's sort of saying that, what are the rewards that you offer to Putin for good behavior? And we would need to work out exactly what those would be. So no violations of ceasefire lines, because that is always a danger when you're dealing with these situations. A very, very tight leash on any Russian troops sitting on the other side of that ceasefire line. All of these things, handing over those, as I say, any prisoners of war, handing over any civilians, all of these things are things. It is a very, very complex negotiation, and I don't think Trump, when he was putting this down on the table, had any idea of all of this. He just thinks, oh, let's call a ceasefire, and that's it. It isn't. It will be a lot more, and you've got to bake in a long-term settlement, or at least keep the door open to a longer-term settlement in all of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, I don't disagree with any of that. I just am skeptical about the likelihood that you're even going to get that far with Putin.
Well, I think most people would say, and Putin's got no interest in trying to pursue a settlement on realistic terms. And this is why what Trump did was so wrong and so unhelpful, is that he marched in and gave Putin what Putin wanted as a victory from all of this. He didn't say, we cannot accept Russian sovereignty over this territory. We can accept a ceasefire that for the meantime will just accept that Russian troops are where they are. But we have to be looking to a longer term settlement that will maintain the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And if you feel it necessary to then say also, and respecting the fact that Russia has concerns, not even legitimate concerns, but concerns about Russian-speaking population.
So based on maximalist ideals, but with minimalist expectations.
And just simply recognizing, you can do this, that maintains a lot of what, and get Ukraine to come out with some statements saying, yes, we will enter into talks about what we do with the East, and respecting the rights of Russian-speaking minorities or communities there. So use the word community, not minority.
Right. We have to sort of placate certain Russian expectations. We have to placate Putin.
Yeah, but it's not even appeasing Russia. It's saying it's fundamentally sticking by the principle that Ukraine's territorial integrity remains intact ultimately, but recognizing that you have to reach political settlements on the ground. I think many in Ukraine would probably recognize that would be a win at this stage, if it's about maintaining Ukraine's territorial integrity. Look, there are all sorts of ways that you can deal with all of this.
Vlad, who's watching. Hey Vlad, thanks for commenting. Everyone, if you're not familiar with Vlad, he's a great, I think.
Hello, Vlad.
Political.
We want to get you in on one of these.
Yeah, we'd love to have you on, but I don't know if you're in the position to do so at the moment. But yeah, we wanted to just give a shout out to Vlad. Michael. I'm sure you and Vlad would have a good back and forth over certain themes as well. But I don't know, Michael, what do you think about everything that's being said at the moment?
I mean, ultimately, this goes back to what we started out this conversation with and what this three-way conversation has always been circling about, and that is international law versus realpolitik. And right now, we are in realpolitik. Trump is somebody who really has neither the time nor the interest in reading about international law. He will ram through an agreement that will be met with high receptivity from people like Putin or Xi Jinping or Erdogan or any other strongman like that, right? It's just, international law is, the Europeans can talk about that in your little kiddie table, in London. And then just please remember, Piotr, if you have access to, the British government, the three little guys, Huey, Dewey, and Louie, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, were very upset that they were not invited even to the kiddie table. So please make sure that you, pass on the notes to them as well, because they do feel that they are somehow, relevant. I mean, they might be pebbles that start an avalanche, but that's just how it is. I mean, look, to get all serious,
Are you trying to be as provocative as that?
Like I said before, I will be damned if World War III starts because of some stupid thing either of those three countries do over Kaliningrad, just for the sake of international law. I mean, I'm sorry, but okay. In all seriousness, here, a realistic scenario over some kind of future deal with Ukraine is always going to be the question of recognizing the loss of territory, which the EU may very well not do. And if this never really reaches the UN, then it is effectively a de facto agreement instead of a de jure. So that leaves things ambiguous, just like Kosovo, right? In the sense that people can believe what they want to believe about what is effectively a disputed territory. I think what we may also see is the hope that Trump is a hiccup and that he will alienate the American voters to such a degree that the Democratic Party could, throw anybody, any cardboard cutout, and the opposition in 2029, and win. In which case Trump leaves and we go right back to normal. Things go right back to where they were. If Ukraine can somehow eke it out for another 3 years or so, if we can keep Ukraine surviving, which is what we've been doing, we basically have been keeping them surviving in perpetuity every, month and a half or so. Then we can come to a better agreement. We can renegotiate, maybe drag Russia, drain its resources. War fatigue will rise. Putin's not getting any younger. There's lots of things that we do without calling it a frozen conflict, but we'll make it a frozen conflict just simply to avoid a definitive solution to where a better opportunity in the near future presents, I guess.
So I want to make a couple of, I think I want to put in a couple of points. James disappeared. Where is he? He's back.
Back again. Sorry about that technical glitch at my end.
It's okay. I just want to bring some updates from the meetings that's actually happening at the moment. So Frederick Merz has actually, because he's not at the meeting today, for everyone watching at the moment, there is the Securing Our Future Summit, I think is what they're calling it in London, as we speak, about 20 minutes from me. So I might wander down there after this and do some live or something. But at the moment, the Frederick Merz, who's the incoming chancellor, has made it clear that he wants to be much more bullish and proactive over European security, to the point where he's even discussing the idea of sharing nuclear defense capabilities with the UK and France, because of the shift in European security architecture because of the Trump administration. Couple of key points here, though, and this is what I want to probably get your reactions from, guys, which is, it goes without any surprise, I think, that the summit in London is under intense scrutiny in Moscow. Things have played very well for Putin, given Friday and other things. And so the European sort of Europeans' efforts to sort of try and overcome their internal divisions rise to the occasion of taking more ownership and be that bridge between the US and Ukraine now is something that Moscow's going to be frustrated by. But this is what I think is fascinating. So Lavrov signaled a shift in that. He claimed, quote, all the world's tragedies have either originated in Europe or happened because of European policies, and insisted that America has played, quote, no role in instigating conflicts. That's a bit of a contradiction to the policy and rhetoric he's always ever said about what the United States has done. That's interesting sort of U-turn there, Mr. Lavrov. Michael, is he just playing to America now to get through that US-Russian relationship now?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Even when Putin was asked last year who he would choose, who he would support as president, Biden or Trump, Putin said, absolutely Biden. No problem. We can work with him. Trump is unpredictable. And a lot of people read through that simply because they knew that, Biden is predictable. We know exactly what he would do, what he would say. Trump can, play things ultimately to his advantage. The fact that the entire Trump administration, while you were reading this, I was going on Telegram. Marco Rubio has now once said that he does not even know if peace in the world is even possible because of Europe getting in the way. Check that out. Because of Europe getting in the way. What this leads to, I mean, if you want to read between the lines, is, Russia, the US, reaching some kind of rapprochement of convenience, realizing that let's let the big boys talk while Europe figures out what to do with its own ego. And when they come up with some kind of convoluted solution, we'll have signed on the dotted line and made an agreement, which will make it even more problematic for Europe. So, yeah, interesting statement from Lavrov, but not surprising.
Really? Okay, James?
Sorry, Piotr, I was momentarily distracted. What exactly did Lavrov say?
Wow. Lavrov has basically said, quote, he has insisted that all the world's tragedies have either originated in Europe or happened because of European policies, insisting that Americans have played no role in instigating conflict. Okay, so what's he been saying for the past 20 years about America and what?
Yeah, I think there will be a lot of Russian fellow travelers who are absolutely appalled by that and dealing with cognitive dissonance. How do they?
Are we in parody land right now? I thought we were in clown land.
I know it's truly amazing, and it'll be the message. It'll be read out to Trump, and Trump will be nodding his head and saying, "Yeah, absolutely, it's those Europeans." I mean, at this stage, and yeah, you just have to.
This is basically for either Trump or Elon to retweet. That's ultimately what it is.
Exactly.
This is. I mean, look, Lavrov is an incredibly smart man. He is incredibly capable, and yet at the same time, this is absolute cannon fodder. This is absolute fan service for the Republican Party.
Yeah, I mean,
I think this guy sums it up nicely.
Love it.
Hang on, I'll put it back up for you, mate.
I mean, if this isn't the title of a sitcom, I don't know what is.
Two liberals and a Marxist walk into a bar.
Yeah, but I hope if nothing else, I've shown that yes, look, I am fundamentally, I believe in the sort of international law and everything like that. But that's not about rolling over and having your belly itched. It's sort of recognizing that there are still very real and tough ways that you can work within that system. And the big problem I have really is about that 300 billion. I'm still a bit torn on what you do, but I think I am now moving into that camp of saying that we need to use it. And perhaps sending out another message. I mean, look, there's two ways you can look at it, and this is the big debate about it, is that does that undermine Europe's credibility as a destination for foreign investment if countries feel that at some point then Europe could steal their money. And I understand why there is a lot of concern about this in certain quarters. Germany is very concerned about this. The European Central Bank is very concerned about this. But on the other hand, there's an argument to be saying that, look, what we're seeing in Ukraine is unprecedented, that it has caused death and destruction on a scale that we haven't seen since the end of the Second World War, and that something needs to be done about it. And this is about the only way that where Europe can really exercise its leverage on it. So, you know, it's an important debate to be having. But I think certainly on Lavrov's comments, I mean, as we've sort of said, that is absolutely designed for retweeting, isn't it? It's just, I mean, it is parody. It is parody that, you know, you've had the Russians complaining about America's bullying behavior for 20 years and everything. And then Lavrov just comes out and says this simply in order to drive a wedge because he knows this is a lovely soundbite that will be welcome. But I come back, I think, to the point I made at the start of all of this, which really concerns me, is the people who are cheering what we're seeing on at the moment. That I think that, you know, really one has to wonder.
So what do you think
there is a certain
guys,
deluded...
Well, as I put this in my post on X, I mean, I just wrote very bluntly, what did I write? MAGAs are so disillusioned with their idolization of Trump, they are missing either knowingly or not, what basically feels like a complete disintegration of Western unity, an alliance that have contributed to the US being as powerful and prosperous as it has been.
Disillusioned or deluded?
Disillusioned with their idolization of Trump. People are so in love with what Trump stands for in some ways, either because they know that he can benefit them and their self-interests, someone like David Sachs, or people who are just too dumb to really understand the severity of what Trump is doing in the long term, right? You know, they may benefit, quote unquote, in the short term in terms of America no longer having to spend money on whatever, but in the long term, it obviously is a net negative for the Americans. But, you know, I'm kind of curious for your guys' opinions about Musk and others saying that the US should pull out, like, even the UN, right? Things that really are a bedrock of international, just anything, right? Michael, I don't know.
Well, we'd finally get a state of Palestine. Thank God. We would finally, by all means, please pull out of the UN. Take Israel's security blanket away. Absolutely. Fantastic. Pull out of the security. Make Palestine the 190.
You look so over it. Both of you are over this conversation, I think, at this point.
I mean, you know, I just find it ironic. You know, there's an inverse relation. The louder you talk about Ukraine, the more silent you are about Palestine. You know, I've got one person that I know in my group of colleagues here that talks about both Palestine and Ukraine. And not surprisingly, he's a Ukrainian. That's the only one. It is just absolutely amazing. Within this last week, everybody has blown the dust off of their I stand with Ukraine hashtag, and yet they have remained quiet as anything for the past year and a half about Palestine. Europe cares about all the human rights violations that have happened in Ukraine, yet they've said absolutely nothing. Pro-Palestinian rallies in Germany, or Merz has said he's going to even crack down even more on that because it's anti-Semitic. I mean, just the hypocrisy is astounding. I cannot take any of that seriously.
You still have, what, 140 countries that recognize Palestine? I mean, it's not as though, you know, I think we can all agree, but you've also seen cases brought before the ICJ. A lot has been held up because of the US veto. I think it's rather unfair to sort of tar everything with the same brush and just say blanket. I think in actual fact, the problem is actually a little bit, not more complicated than that, but certainly it's a little bit inverted, that what you have is a large chunk of the world says we recognize a certain legality to do with Palestine, which has been held up by the United States. And I think that Europe in many ways has actually been saying, and there is a legality that needs to be upheld in the case of Ukraine, which large parts of the world have ignored. So I think it's looked at from one particular vantage point that would say that. I think that there's a lot of others who would say and recognize that United States. So really, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. It's a very different conversation that we need to be having about Palestine, and it's a hugely important conversation, and it has gone off the radar, and something needs to be done about that. I mean, that, you know, and that ties in with all Trump's. I mean, how quickly time has gone. We've forgotten all about Trump's statements on Gaza. That really, you know, have also upset a lot of people.
Or the AI video.
I agree. I mean, I think, you know, we do desperately need to have a proper conversation. Not the three of us have a conversation, but I mean internationally about what happens with Palestine. This has gone on for very long, far too long, and is an important issue for large parts, you know, certainly of the Middle East. And this is the other point I would also say, that from an American point of view, I don't think they understand just how sensitive this issue is for Europeans, the question of Ukraine. And people would say, oh, you know, why does Europe care so much about Ukraine but doesn't care about Palestine? Because Ukraine is part of Europe, in the same way that much of the Middle East doesn't care about Ukraine but does care about Palestine. We all have to recognize, yes, there are certain elements, and it's using that language. And again, I mean, it comes back to that point that engaging with Trump, what does Trump seem to care about? He seems to care about China. And so it's having that conversation and just saying, listen, United States, you care about China in the same way that we care about Russia, in the same way that the Middle East cares about Palestine. And I think Europe can actually, if it got its act together, could be an important bridge on all of that. Because remembering, of course, there are a lot of European countries that have recognized Palestine. I mean, there's a lot of key ones that haven't. But, you know, I think, how do we get to having that conversation about how do we restore order? By the way, can I just quickly say, because I'm noticing the usual hypocrites about Kosovo comments. Guys, Serbs who are saying this, can we just take a moment to pause and just remember that every time you accuse the West, the countries, of being hypocritical about not respecting territorial integrity of Serbia, please remember at the start of the 1990s, Serbia wasn't really up on the territorial integrity of Bosnia and Croatia. All right. So can we just bear that in mind? Because I just hear this the whole time as though this holier than thou, you know, the West has ignored, you know, the territorial integrity of Serbia. Yet Serbia's not. It's done its own part in all of this. And, you know, I've been very critical about Kosovo's UDI, but sometimes I just need to feel that I have to push back on a particular Serbian narrative, which conveniently forgets it wasn't such a champion of territorial integrity itself. Sorry, just had to slip that in there.
Yeah, I think you guys are going to go.
I just keep seeing the comments, and it's just infuriating. Sorry.
Right, we need to try and, otherwise we could get to everything. I guess, guys, what would you say as we, I don't know, we've been going for almost 90 minutes, and I don't feel like we've got any closer to some kind of remedies here, or is it not remediable?
I mean, I think that, ultimately this is the thing, is unfortunately you get all of the possible solutions or recommendations, you know, among people that are sort of paid to analyze this stuff, and yet at the same time the political leaders do just the exact same thing.
Yeah.
So I mean, I could be very wrong.
At Donald Trump's first speech in the second term to a joint session of Congress, he was laughed at in a completely disastrous, humiliating, and dare I say, Kafkaesque State of the Union address. This would be a speech that seems really cool if you are an ignorant moron. It could have been a really interesting set of ideas if it weren't all lies and unhinged attacks combined with Donald Trump being confused. It started in bizarre fashion as Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury held up a sign you can see behind Trump that says this is not normal. And then ultimately Congressman Lance Gooden, a Republican, rips the sign away from her and tosses it away. As you can see here, completely wacky, pathetic, weaponized stuff. Democratic Congressman Al Green was removed from heckling. Look at this.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
All right. So ultimately, they kicked them out. Democrats, Republicans on different pages as to what point he was trying to make and whether he made it successfully. You can decide. Ultimately, we moved on to the content. And Donald Trump, hyperbolic as ever, saying that some are saying this is the best first month of any presidency ever.
In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation.
There you go. It has been said by people, none of whom he will name tonight. Donald Trump whined and he criticized Democrats
but David,
for not
of course someone
applauding
has said
his
that.
achievements. They never clapped for me.
Fifth such speech
That
to
someone
Congress.
could be him.
And
you
once
know?
again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for the...
Wah! They won't cheer for me. Wah! Donald Trump also acted as if he was curing every disease when he announced that under his tenure, the country will no longer be woke.
We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer.
No more woke. He's done away with it. What does that mean? He has no idea. I have no idea. At another point, Donald Trump
means the country won't be woke, David. Come on, try to keep up.
Record-setting egg prices by blaming Biden. And you could hear audible groans in the chamber as Donald Trump discharged his constitutional duty.
Discharged his constitutional duty.
Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control.
And of course, audible groans because it is Trump who made the egg the foremost figure of his campaign. It is Trump who promised eggs will come down on day one. And it is under Trump that eggs have never, ever, ever cost more. At another point, Trump started listing like a laundry list of things Elon found that they're cutting. And he talks about transgender mice. And the crowd likes it.
$8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender.
The crowd liked that one.
This is real.
Donald Trump also alluded to the supposed fraud in Social Security by very carefully calling it probable fraud. And the word probable is doing some heavy lifting here.
Identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors.
Now remember that by calling it probable fraud, another word would be something we've not proven to be fraud, something that does not meet the requirements of fraud. And don't forget that they haven't identified a single actual dollar of fraud. Also laughter in the chamber when Donald Trump talked up his gold card wherein rich foreigners can buy citizenship for $5 million.
Epic.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card.
Gold Card.
Which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated.
Right.
And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company.
Yeah, there you go. So anyway, America officially for sale, citizenship for sale. And by the way, Trump thinks he'll get 10 million people to sign up for that. Even the most successful such programs get a few thousand a year. Laughter broke out again. That's the theme. Trump's getting laughed at. Trump declared that the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. Elon Musk was in the room. This irony was not lost on the audience.
It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
And of course, Republicans quickly standing to cover up the incredulous laughter. Trump did address the fact that the tariffs might make things a little not so good for some people and said there's going to be a little disturbance with the tariffs. Call it the understatement of the year.
Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that.
We are okay with that. Did you hear that? Your price is going up. Trump is saying you're okay with it. He's decided for you that it's going to be fine. Not to be too hyperbolic, Trump also claimed that he is achieving the liberation of America. From what? I don't know.
Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America.
A tad hyperbolic. A tad hyperbolic. At another point during the speech, Trump appeared to forget the name of Mexico, referring to it as the territory immediately to the south.
The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over the whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels.
He must have met the country that the Gulf of Mexico was named after before I changed the name. Bringing out all of the greatest hits,
David, you're
he
so
also
cringe.
accused teachers of secretly turning students transgender.
My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly, socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child.
I've got to tell you, I see Usha Vance here. Usha Vance does not seem happy about this story being highlighted.
Abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Not exactly a heroic story. Trump did levy a warning, a shot across the bow. Wokeness is in trouble, and we just feel so much better. We feel so much lighter.
Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better?
Wokeness is out and bigotry is in, and we cheer for it. Trump alluded to starting 2 wars during this speech, first saying he will reclaim the Panama Canal.
Security. My administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
And then, in addition to saying that the U.S. will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, Trump also said that one way or another, we're going to get Greenland too.
And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future.
Yeah, this part was weird.
And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
One way or the other, we are going to get it. Maybe the most overtly xenophobic moment of the speech was when Trump called Elizabeth Warren to her face Pocahontas.
Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Pocahontas says yes. And finally, after an extraordinarily long speech, nothing much extraordinary about it, Trump said that it was God who saved him that day in Butler. Of course, in saving him, God killed a guy just standing behind Trump. That guy's family was there at the speech, and they clapped for this.
I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that.
And there you see the family of Corey Comparatore, who was killed that day. I guess because God said, I'm going to send the bullet close to Trump, but into Corey, right? Oh, David, no, God works in mysterious ways. But then how does Trump know God decided on this? What a moment. What a moment. And sadly, I've got to prepare people. I've just got to be real with people in the audience. We see this as maybe the most disastrous State of the Union ever that I can remember covering. I mean, most ridiculous. But a lot of people saw this and they thought it was awesome. They love the way that this guy went after the left and really owned the libs. They love the way that he just said, I'm going to do the stuff I'm going to do and you're not going to stop me. I don't care the consequences. They loved it. So we're really up against it. If anything, the speech cemented for me what we are up against. And we'll continue talking about that on the program. Remember that we're almost at 3 million YouTube subscribers. Speaking of supporting progressive independent media, it costs nothing to subscribe on YouTube. We're trying to get to 3 million, an insane number. And also, we have breached the top 50 news podcasts.
If I was this cringe,
please
could I
remember,
make it?
subscribe on Apple Podcasts, subscribe on Spotify. It is free and it helps us. Let's take a very quick break. More after this.
Could one of India's longest-running conflicts finally be coming to an end? For over half a century, the country's been battling an armed rebellion that's caused tens of thousands of deaths, disrupted entire regions, and challenged state authority. Indeed, the Naxalite insurgency has been one of the most prolonged and deadly uprisings in the world. However, at long last, the Indian government believes it's gained the upper hand and has set a deadline of March 2026 to finally defeat the rebels. So, what exactly lies behind this decades-old conflict? Why has it persisted for quite so long? And is there really any prospect for peace? Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, security, and statehood. Unlike conventional wars, insurgencies can be incredibly persistent. While some are resolved quickly, either by military action or through political negotiations, others can last for decades, sometimes spanning generations of fighters and outlasting numerous national governments. This longevity can be shaped by many different factors. Often fed by deeply rooted social, political and economic grievances, they can also be prolonged by a sympathetic local population and the ability of insurgents to blend in with the communities around them. In addition, geography usually plays a crucial role. Insurgencies often fare better in challenging terrain, such as mountains and jungles. India's Naxalite insurgency is a good example of how all these different factors can come together to sustain a long-term rebellion.
We'll see what happens more later, but I'm going to bed now because I have to be up for a while tomorrow.